Welcome to the Captain's Cast. Max volume, Mr. Producer. I am your host, Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel. How did I become a captain, you ask? Why, I'll tell you. Through many, many years of difficult, demanding, fictional nautical service, and a great love of the sea, and all things nautical. How did we get the name Swords and Starships? Well, because those are the things I like to talk about. Swords, starships, sci-fi, fantasy, historical, swashbuckling. My own novels about swashbuckling. Hang on, we got to adjust the captain's microphone. Hailing frequencies open, Mr. Pseudo. So you're going to love this, my dear chap. My dear sailors and starnauts, Dragon Age the Veilguard has taken down basically the entire Bioware studio. I don't know if there's going to be any more Bioware games. I mean, I guess Mass Effect 5, 4, whatever the hell it is in the pipeline, but they have fired all these DEI wackos that wrote this Veilguard disaster. It's delicious. It's delicious. In fact, Mr. Producer, I require victory music. Victories are afoot. Because that's not the only victory, my dear sailors and starnauts. Mr. Producer, would you grab this headline, would you? Ah, yes, this is the one. Kill those other tabs. Hat tip, cosmic book news. Cosmic book news. Share screen. Change view. Hang on, I gotta kill a couple tabs here. Hang on. Hat tip cosmic book news. The Acolyte at the top of the garbage pile on Disney Plus. It's learned that The Acolyte is at the top of the garbage pile on Disney Plus. New data revealing that the Star Wars franchise on Disney Plus, D Plus, underperformed last year, along with, of course, Marvel. The news shouldn't be a surprise. More of the same from Luminate Ratings, which is owned by Eldritch Industries, as well as Penske Media Corp, who own a monopoly of shill sites like Deadline, THR, Variety, etc. Jeez. Luminate notes that both Star Wars and Marvel all underperformed last year. In another no surprise, it's also learned Amazon Prime's videos Rings of Power lost another massive amount of viewership following viewers bailing throughout the first season. The Marvel shows that bombed included Echo and Agatha, which via Nielsen we know are the two least watched and lowest ranked Marvel shows on Disney Plus. Another poll quote, Mr. Producer. Yes, here we go. Juxtapose that with the fact that those big IP franchises were still the best performing series on Disney Plus, and the solution becomes unclear. Percy Jackson and the Olympians was top dog on Disney Plus last year with over 3 billion minutes viewed, and The Acolyte came in second place with 2.7. Failure. Disaster. Mr. Producer, Magnificent March on loop, if you please. Where's my music, Mr. Producer? Fu Mad Blue has the right of it. Steve Rogers is Captain America. We're going to get to that. Believe you me. Five minutes and the captain's already parched. Crowbar the Skull says, "Hail, Captain. Hail, Fu Man. What's up, brothers? What's up, Crowbar?" Crowbar says, BioWare is in such denial mode right now. They're in deep, deep doo-doo. Deep doo-doo, Crowbar. So they fired all their writers. The Acolyte is bombed. All of their shows have bombed. Selena Gomez is losing subs after her little crying video. She's lost 1 million subs on Instagram. Meanwhile, do I have this in my my X bookmarks, Mr. Producer? What other tabs are open? Kill those tabs. Got to maximize CPU power usage here. Yes, get rid of that one. It's in the bookmarks, Mr. Producer. Quickly! Here we go. Share this one. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. This from Grums. Confirmed. They nuked the entire Dragon Age Veilguard writing team, and rightly so. They ruined the game. Quote, it looks like the entirety of Dragon Age the Veilguard's main credited writing team is now no longer working at Bioware. Following the studio's latest bit of downsizing, the final few remaining writers appear to have departed. Oh, don't you just hate to see it? And Madame Savvy had this to say. Quote, the game took, that would be Veilguard, took 4 to 6 million. What is it? Different view, Mr. Producer. That one, yes, thank you. 4 to 6 years to make, had a bloated budget of $150 to $200 million. Think about that. $200 million! And they flushed it down the toilet! It's unbelievable! They do it over and over and over. Suicide Squad kills the Justice League, anyone? Star Wars Outlaws, anyone? Starfield, anyone? They just keep doing it. Resume quote, it is a AAA pre-existing title with a fan base, including myself, that had waited 10 years for the next game. 10 years. Hey, when is the next Elder Scrolls coming out, Bethesda? What's that? Everyone is still playing the 2011 Skyrim game because it's the best they're ever going to do? Oh, that's right. Open quote, came from a studio people used to be excited over, can't even sell enough to break even, sold less than the other games. They did that. The writers, that would be. They chose to advertise what they did. DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. They chose to put some loser from The Sims in charge of it. They chose to not say no to anyone on the writing team, least of all to their blue hair dye. They chose to make hallways with puzzles where the answer was 2 feet away. They chose to litter the world with lazy, green health pots. They chose to write annoying characters. They did that. No one asked them to change the entire tone and art style. No one asked for them to remove being mean to companions. No one asked them for lectures in modern-day language. No one asked for the writer to make the game indistinguishable from his weird book. If you're signing up to make a Dragon Age game, you should have respect for Dragon Age and the original creators. If you signed up to put yourself in it, you're a piece of shit who shouldn't work in the gaming industry. Oh, that one deserves a little applause, Mr. Producer. That would be Madame Savvy just torching the DEI wackos over there, fired now, looking for a new job from Dragon Age Veilguard. What is the list? I want the list, Mr. Producer. I want the names. Veilguard. This one's dear to my heart because I really loved Dragon Age Origins and Inquisition, and mostly liked Dragon Age 2 even. That's right. Writers Brienne Battier, loser, fired. John Dumbrow, fired. Get out. Your services no longer required. Sylvia Fekatu, whatever your name is, you're fired. Get out. Failure. No, I didn't ask what your pronouns are. Just get out. Floppy lightsaber, that you may keep. What else? What else in the stack of stuff? I had that one. Yeah, okay. That'll do for that. Thank you, Mr. Producer. That is to say, my dear sailors and starnauts, we have inflicted defeat after withering defeat on DEI nonsense in video games, movies, media, and even, as of 5 p.m. yesterday, no government employees allowed to have pronouns in their email signature. Now, that may seem petty. I assure you, it's not. We are returning to the standard English language, and we are purging far-left, radical, quasi-communistic, identity politicking BS. SJW nonsense. It's all gotta go. It's a fire sale, folks. Did I promise you? I promised you. We will defeat the woke mind virus. And the work continues. And so, welcome to the Captain's Cast. It's going to be a barn burner today, folks. It's going to, and we are going to address whether or not Captain America has anything to do with America. You know what I'm saying? Crowbar says, at work right now. I'll be back before the show ends. Well, there's a restream too, Crowbar. Thank you for stopping by. We'll see you later. Sip of coffee for the working captain. Foodman Blue says, take your septum ring and rainbow flag and make your way to the closest exit. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Asmongold had a clip. These AAA gaming studios, they just don't know when to quit. This is, title of the video is, Ubisoft is literally trolling us now. Share screen.
So it looks like, and I know that you guys are probably so sick of seeing this. You're thinking to yourself, why is it that we keep seeing more?
This cannot be real. This cannot be real. We have the fat Jedi in the Acolyte. The Acolyte. We have the fat Jedi, which is literally the exact opposite of what a Jedi would be. The whole point of being a Jedi is you are disciplined, you are trained, you are a professional, and you renounce sins, so to speak, of the flesh, such as desire, attachment, and greed, which would naturally include gluttony. So there's such a myriad of reasons why a fat Jedi is implausible. Now, Ubisoft is treating us to I guess it's a female sumo. A female sumo in Assassin's Creed. It's historically accurate. Also, it's a video game, chuds. Historical accuracy doesn't matter. Oh, I hate it when the chuds... sumos did exist. It is historically accurate, but it's a woman. There weren't sumo women in that time. It's not supposed to be historically accurate, you stupid chuds. Roll tape.
more stuff about Assassin's Creed Shadows. But wait, there's more. Apparently, there's a character that's been added in that effectively is a sumo wrestler, and it says Yaya is a strong ally of body, mind, and spirit, joins the fight and performs pushback attacks. When joining the fight, Yaya will knock down an enemy. And so this is basically your sumo wrestler character.
But as Sussman, Ubisoft Akuhuali makes no reference to this character being a sumo wrestler. Guys, if her visuals weren't enough for you, her main ability, Rikishi, literally translates to man of strength or sumo wrestler.
I didn't even know this. Apparently, sumo wrestlers, for those who don't know, it's strictly forbidden for women to become professional sumo wrestlers to this day in Japan. Hell,
This is unbelievable. I didn't even know this. I mean, I could assume it because it's common sense. It's common sense. But I didn't know this for a fact. I know so get this. Before you even attempt to debunk the idea of a female sumo wrestler in feudal Japan, in 1600s Japan, before you even bother with that, it is to this current day, it's the world we live in today, women are not allowed, the word they used is forbidden, to become sumo wrestlers. They are forbidden in current modern day, the world we live in today, to be sumo wrestlers. So here's my question, Ubisoft. Why are you backing down on your commitment to make games resemble the world we live in today? That seems very hypocritical of you. What do I always say? What do I say, chat? The woke, and by extension, or I suppose naturally, ergo, it follows, that the wacko far left, they have no principles. They will say something like, we have to make our games and our art and our movies look like the world that we have today. But if the world we have today contradicts that, they just simply ignore it. They just ignore it. Because they don't give a shit about the world we live in today. They don't give a shit about the world we lived in yesterday. They don't give a crap about anything except what they want in order to push their sick worldview.
Oh, it's even forbidden for women to get into many of the sacred places in Japan, including a sumo ring. In fact, this tradition is taken so seriously that a few years ago, precisely in 2018, some female paramedics had to step into the ring and were readily told to leave the ring immediately, even though they were there to help. After the women left, the tournament staff threw salt in the ring again to purify it. This is how much...
Holy shit, man. Japan-based. They had to... Female paramedics enter a sumo ring to save the life of a sumo wrestler. And they're like, oh, well, I guess we'll allow it. But quickly, get the magic salt so that we can bless, we can reconsecrate. Fucking A, man. The Japanese don't play.
They respect this tradition. Now, I won't discuss if this is right or wrong here. Back to Assassin's Creed Shadows. They're putting a female sumo wrestler in to represent the biggest and most important martial art in Japan's history in the game, even though only men can become sumo wrestlers, is even another indication that they never had the intention to properly represent Japanese culture.
Yeah, let me add something else here. It's not just that these writers are woke wackos. I mean, really, these two things go hand in hand. It's not just that they're woke wackos with an agenda. They are illiterates. They're historic, civic, and cultural illiterates. Basically, it's that old Ronald Reagan quote. He said about, quote, our liberal friends. The problem is they know so much that isn't so. And that's it. You go to college today, you are getting a bachelor's, master's, or doctoral degree in crap that just isn't true. It's like, it isn't true. You're getting an education in facts that have nothing to do with reality. So whatever they do know is a bunch of gobbledygook that they've learned in all of their critical race studies and other such nonsense. But apart from that, they're not what... I consider one of the great indicators of intelligence is not what you know or knowledge necessarily, because it's possible for pretty brilliant people to just simply not know a lot of things, right? Really, really smart people admit what they don't know, in my opinion. I'm something of an exception to that because I really do know a huge amount. So I almost never encounter that situation. But so it's a rare exception. But my point is, the real indicator of intelligence, I've come to believe, is curiosity. Curiosity. You may not know much, but if you are curious about things and have a desire to learn about things, I think that's a serious indicator of intelligence. If, on the other hand, you're not curious about things, you sort of don't ever want to know more about things you don't know. Who cares about that? And you just know what you know, and what you know is right, and you're not actually really curious why other people think differently than you. You don't really care. That, to me, is an indicator of low IQ. And what do you notice about the woke mind virus? It tends to attract people that already know everything, care more about themselves and what they think than what anyone else thinks, and basically aren't really interested in other concepts. So my point is, these Ubisoft writers, in addition to believing a bunch of woke nonsense, part of the reason that they're woke in the first place is they're not curious people. They're not actually curious about Japanese culture. They're not actually curious what it really was. They're not actually interested in portraying a game that portrays Japanese culture. And when you tell them, as I'm sure they're about to find out, that sumos have not ever, to this day, been allowed to be women, they would simply reply, then we're portraying what life should be like. They won't care. They won't give a shit because they know everything they need to know already, and you need to hear all the things they know. And they need to just download all that crap into your brain. And if you won't accept the program, then they simply need to crush you. Unfortunately for them, it is we, the free thinkers, that are crushing them instead.
This is crazy. How do they keep doing this? At this point, I'm starting to be impressed. How many of these things have happened now? I think that they're just that stupid. And I'm sure that the Japanese are really happy that, Ubisoft is taking its progressive Western ideals and culturally appropriating Japanese ancient culture in order to make it congruent with those ideals, helping those racist, backwards Japanese. Thank you so much. Brought to you by... You get in a car with them, they turn on the hip-hop channel, and then they look at you. This one's for you.
Not while I have breath in my lungs and a blade in my hand.
Oh man, the autoplay was going to put my own live stream on. Good work, YouTube. It's like, hey, I thought of something you might like yourself. It's possible. Ahoy! Anthony Timmons. Anthony Timmons is in the chat. Redoubt Productions is in the chat, a historical man. Says, in the shadows at the moment, trying to produce a proper review for something. Gosh, I suck at words. Keep at it, Redoubt. I'm in the trenches with you. Resistance is kicking the hell out of me these days, but I'm working on it. In the words of Chuck Norris, when he was once asked, how did you slay the Medusa? He said, a quarter mile at a time. A quarter mile at a time. That's how you do it. A quarter mile at a time. What else is in the stack of stuff? Oh, yes. Yes. Let me grab my monitor. I'm so behind on everything. I was working on spicing up my thumbnail a little bit. Not proud of it. I am a grifter now. I must grift. It is what it is. Where's the monitor, Mr. Producer? Yes, you have it just there. Mm-hmm. There it is. There it is. Excellent. And so the next video is Hat Tip Nerdrotic. He watched this wacko, crazy, I guess it's an Oscar winner. Oh, you know what? I might watch it. We might do this one. Something literally just popped up on my feed. We might do that one. Just putting a quick note. All right, stack of stuff. I usually have all my links in a row, but I was behind schedule today. Delay of game, Mr. Producer. It's Mr. Producer's fault. Here we go. I got it. Hang on one second. Here, share the screen, Mr. Producer. Emelia Perez is awful, the worst Oscar Best Picture contender. So, this is a movie about a transmission completing the procedure. Folks, prepare yourself.
Exchange operation.
I see. Man to woman, or woman to man.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina. Is it for you?
Changing the soul changes society. Changing society changes it all.
What?
Doctor, you better trust my Mr. Mystery. If you had seen what he has shown to me.
De cuerpo que cabran de daño, pero que vale la pena que son feliz que soy yo.
I want to know it all. What is the
Coral.
protocol, the techniques and the risks?
In
How
the-
many operations? How much time do you need?
Mammoplasty.
Yes. Shut up.
Vaginoplasty.
Yes. Shut
up.
Rhinoplasty.
Yes.
No.
Laryngoplasty.
Yes.
Shut up.
Vaginoplasty.
Yes.
Rhinoplasty.
Yes.
Microlaryngoplasty.
What is that?
Adam's apple reduction.
Yes.
Nerdrotic.com.
Greetings, you over 1 million awakening wonders and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. A little film came out late last year that flew under the radar until it won a few Golden Globes and then was nominated for 13 Oscars. According to the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, based on those Oscar nominations, this film is better than Ben-Hur, It's a Wonderful Life, Apocalypse Now, The Godfather Part 1 and 2, Citizen Kane, Casablanca, Lawrence of Arabia, Star Wars, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Lord of the Rings The Two Towers, Lord of the Rings Return of the King. And again, based on those Oscar nominations, it's tied with the #1 grossing film of all time while adjusting for inflation, Gone with the Wind.
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
And this magnum opus of pure cinema is Emelia Perez, and everyone hates it. The alphabet community hates it. The Mexicans hate it. The leftists think the message isn't progressive enough and everyone else is laughing their asses off at it. And its worldwide gross, depending on who you go to, is either just over $4 million or $11 million. And it currently
$11 million. $11 million. They just set money on fire. It's, you know, I said of Joker Folie à Deux that it was neither a good sequel nor a good musical in any shape or form. If this makes Joker Folie à Deux look like the most brilliant musical ever committed to film. Because what in the hell is this?
has a 22% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. To be fair, it's sitting at a certified fresh 74% from the corporate access media critics. But nobody's taken them seriously for years or counts them as people. But if you add that to the 71 score on Metacritic and the very middling 6 out of 10 on IMDb, it doesn't exactly scream 13 Oscar nominations. So against my better judgment, I thought I'd test my sanity and sobriety and check it out. I mean, how bad could it be? Now all I need is an editor. Strange. Perry's not answering, and he said he'd be home all day. Good thing I've got another. Hey, Garrett, it's your lucky day. Let's check out the Oscar darling, Emelia Perez.
Emelia Perez. Emelia Perez. Emelia.
Emilia.
Perez.
Emilia. Emilia.
this decision.
Imagine my shock that this viral
The narcissism of this film is off the charts.
clip that came out late last year that is still going to this very day was attached to a film that's won awards, including but not limited to the Cannes Film Festival Jury Surprise, the Cannes Film Festival Best Actress Award, believe me, we'll get to that, the European Film Award for Best Film, and the Golden Globe Award for Best Motion Picture. And here I go thinking it was just another bad streaming movie from Netflix. And after watching it, it turned out to be just another bad streaming film from Netflix. A boring, soulless, and contrived intersectional fever dream that's a cross between a bad attempt at a John Waters film, Mrs. Doubtfire, a theater kid's performative art adaptation of Sicario, and a corporate DEI seminar. But on top of all that, it's a musical right down there with the worst parts of Joker 2. A film that is self-described as not only gender bending, it's genre bending, and in the end, the only thing it'll end up doing is breaking your will to live. Instead of giving a plot synopsis, I'll just give you the whole damn plot, considering that Emelia Perez is not applicable at the domestic box office and hasn't even made the budget of Godzilla -1 worldwide. Juan Manitas del Monte is a ruthless cartel boss responsible for the deaths of hundreds, maybe thousands of men, women, and children across Mexico. He hires Rita Mora Castro, an underappreciated female lawyer who's much smarter than her male boss, who starts the film by getting her guilty client off for murder for killing his wife, to help him transition into a woman fulfilling his long-held desire. After Rita takes a consultation in Bangkok, which in this film should be called Lost Cock, which is the scene that blew up on the internet, and yes, because we have to go through this together, I'm going to subject you to it one more time.
No, God!
Hello, very nice to meet you. I'd like to know about sex change operation.
I see. Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
No, God, please, no!
I want to know it all. What is the protocol, the techniques and the risks? How many operations? How much time do you need?
I think our society is dying. If this were to continue, this is like the end stage of humanity. We just descend into a madness of a self-mutilation cult, and just tear ourselves apart. And that's it could be one of Fermi's great filters that explains why there's no we don't find any advanced life in the universe. They all just reach a point where they start just self-mutilating and tearing themselves apart. That literally, this is the ninth circle of hell.
Mammoplasty.
Yes.
Literally.
No.
I'm not just using that word.
Yes.
No!
Rhinoplasty.
Yes.
Laryngoplasty.
Yes.
Control laryngoplasty.
What is that?
Adam's apple reduction.
Yes, yes, yes.
No!
Here's the good news. You don't have to watch the rest of the movie because, believe me, it gets worse. After finding a doctor in Israel, Juan Manitas del I'm losing my full Monte goes through the gender-affirming surgery, fakes his death, and sends his wife, played by Selena Gomez, and his kids to Switzerland. Zoe Saldana's Rita gets a big payday, and then there's a 4-year time jump, where Juan Manitas del I lost my full Monte is now Emelia Perez, who has decided that she can't live without her children. Emelia Perez is now going to pose as the kid's aunt, and this is where we get to the Mrs. Doubtfire portion of this nightmare. And Selena Gomez only agrees so she can hook back up with Sancho. For our international friends, Sancho is a term in the Spanish-speaking world for the dude hooking up with your girl when you're at work or in prison. And for some magically contrived reason, Selena Gomez doesn't recognize her husband at all. Emelia Perez and Zoe Saldana return to Mexico to start an NGO, a non-profit organization that helps connect the dead bodies of the people killed by the cartel with their families. This is done by paying the locked up members of the cartel who killed them to tell them where the bodies are. This is where Emelia Perez gets into a relationship with a woman. Emelia Perez settles into her new life with Rita, Selena Gomez, her kids, and her girlfriend. Things are going great until Emelia...
This is the weirdest thing about the transmission cult. Do you notice how often it's like a man transitions to be a woman, but just continues dating women? What?
Perez finds out that Selena Gomez is going to marry Sancho. Emelia Perez, who is now a lesbian, I guess, really embraces the role and assaults Selena Gomez, who flees with the kids to Sancho. After failing to run Sancho out of town, Emelia Perez ends up getting kidnapped by Selena Gomez and Sancho. Zoe Saldana then gathers a raiding party who performs the loading of the weapons dance. Everything goes sideways, and then unfortunately, yet predictably, Selena Gomez, Sancho, and yes, Emelia Perez die in a car crash.
Well, how about that?
And if you watch this movie, you're gonna wish you were in that car with them. And the film ends with Emelia Perez being deified like Jesus Christ. I wish I was kidding. Thematically, Emelia Perez is all over the place, keeping in mind that this is a French film.
Completely incomprehensible.
It's a French film? It's what? It's a French film? I was assuming that this was a South American film. This actually explains a lot. This actually explains a lot.
C'est la vérité.
What the hell were they trying to say? Your guess is as good as mine. Was this a story of personal transformation? Sure, through surgery. Was it a critique of the narco culture and the overall corruption in Mexican society from a French perspective? Well, it was hard to tell through all the bad musical numbers. And there's some other gobbledygook about living as your true, authentic self, but as with most of these films, it comes off as stereotyping. I think they were trying to tell a tale of redemption in there somewhere, but that's really hard to believe considering this film's grasp on morality.
Cuando me besó las manos y sentí sus lágrimas. Por primera vez me amé a mí misma.
Isn't that nice? Emelia Perez loves herself after connecting a mother to the dead body of her child that he probably had something to do with.
Well, how about that?
On the bright side, we have a new film genre from The Guardian, trans gangster.
Look how they mess with my
Johnson.
Then there's the musical numbers.
Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Woman, woman, woman.
Doctor, you better trust my Mr. Mystery. Ahora no me chinguen, primita.
Quiere robar a mis hijos. ¡Cálmate!
Y por primera vez
Habla, esta gente habla, pero ahora
es una condena. Pero que vale la pena, que son feliz que soy yo.
As far as the performances are concerned, Zoe Saldana is probably the best thing in it, and she does what she can with what she is given. She ends up coming off as a bit of an idiot, although we are told through a song that she is intelligence incarnate.
There is officially zero chance I'm ever watching Lioness. Zero chance. Everyone's twisting my arm to watch Lioness. I'm not going to do it.
Selena Gomez, who is capable of
I don't care if it is Taylor Sheridan
singing, decides not to in this movie, but she does a lot of crying, but it's nowhere near as good as this performance.
I just wanted to say that I'm so sorry.
You know, I think that was actually an apology to Mexico for Emelia Perez. This brings us to Carla Sofia Gascon, who plays a dude for the first third of the film and is up for Best Actress. Oh man, I'm rooting for you. But you know who probably isn't? The woman whose spot you took, but what the hell do I know? Maybe Shakespeare had a point. In the end...
It's incredible, isn't it? It's like, so if you told this exact same story with just a man in this exact same role, it would be a bunch of terrible musical numbers, a derivative cliche narco-terrorism plot. It would be basically forgettable. No one would even know it existed. No one would even know about this movie because there are 1,000 far better films and shows, such as Narcos, such as Once Upon a Time in Mexico, such as Sicario. Like there are Traffic, there are way better films by actually talented filmmakers that would be much more worth your time. Conversely, any actor such as Pedro Pascal portraying this character, this standard male, or if there's a standard woman, standard, just a man or a woman, just in this story without the trans stuff, it would be forgettable. No one would care. No one would care. Isn't it fascinating how just by being trans, you have immediately received an upgrade. You are now the equivalent of Joan of Arc. You are a martyr. You are a symbol of heroism and courage in the universe. You are probably the most heroic life form in the galaxy. It's incredible, isn't it?
Emelia Perez is going to go down as the worst Best Picture nominee and quite possibly Best Picture in the Oscars history. It's boring, it's woke, it's cringe, it's simplistic, but it's just pretentious enough to give an aura of sophistication to convince a bunch of dumb rich people to give it awards. Everyone else hates it, including the alphabet community. From GLAAD, Emelia Perez is not good trans representation. And the uber progressive left.
Yeah, it's like it's... Oh, this is trans representation. It's an amoral drug dealer.
Emelia Perez is a regressive movie that thinks it's woke. Oh, it's woke. It's just shit like the rest of them. It will probably win an Oscar or quite a few. Or how about pissing off the entire country of Mexico? Why Mexicans find Emelia Perez disrespectful? Why is Emelia Perez hated in Mexico but Oscar nominated in the US? And it looks like it has a lot to do with a very stereotypical view of Mexican society and Selena Gomez's fake accent. And if you go over to Rotten Tomatoes, there's a lot of half-star and one-star reviews in Espanol, and they don't look very nice. And there's article after article. Why Emelia Perez is loved by Hollywood and hated by everyone else. Emelia Perez is winning awards. Why is it causing controversy too? Emelia Perez is as bad as audience say, and its nominations raise questions. It definitely raises one. How can a movie that, again, is just a bad attempt at a John Waters film get 13 Oscar nominations? And the answer is simple. Sure, Netflix was pushing this hard, and I wouldn't besmirch the sanctity of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences by suggesting there was some payola going on. My guess is it was political, considering the Oscar nomination voting ended in January. It was their chance to stick it to the man. We'll lose more money than you can possibly imagine by hastening the demise of our declining award show. Despite Emelia Perez making me think I was a bit too harsh on Madam Web because it's one of the worst movies I've seen in years, and the music made me want to stick pencils in my ear, and I did not intend for that to rhyme. For my part, I'm with you, Hollywood. I hope it sweeps.
Well, what the fuck is a movie? Okay, what the fuck is a movie? Now what? Something that plays in theaters for a token release for 4 fucking weeks, all right? And by the second week, you can watch it on television. I didn't get into all this for diminishing returns. I mean, it was bad enough in 97. Not in 97. It was bad enough in 2019, and that was the last fucking year of movies. All right, and that was a shit deal as far as I was concerned. The fact that it's gotten drastically worse.
Nerdrotic.com.
You know, on the one hand, I agree with Quentin Tarantino there. On the other hand, cry me a river, man. You know? There were plenty of creatives in Hollywood that were very unhappy when silent film went the way of the dodo. That's how art works. Yeah, theater was the highest form of art in the 1800s, and then films supplanted it. Now video games are supplanting essentially comic books and films. That's the way the world works. So if you're a true artist, a true professional, you're going to have to find a way to adapt your art. Hat Tip Nerdrotic, a brilliant takedown of whatever the hell that was. Whatever the hell that was. This is what happens. Let me do my Asmund Gold impression. That's what happens. I mean, that's what happens when you live in an echo chamber. You know, it's like if everyone that you know just thinks the same way, and you don't listen to anyone else who doesn't think like you, you think everything you do is brilliant. You think you're just shitting gold. And that's what happens. And then you lose lots of money. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand. That's my Aspen Gold impression. What's in the stack of stuff, Mr. Producer? I need my stack of stuff. Oh, yes. We're going to talk about Captain America now. The captain has a bone to pick, and you better believe it. So Anthony Mackie, America is officially over Anthony Mackie. I cut the guy some slack. He was great as Falcon, whatever. He was kind of cool in Twisted Metal. He turned in an acceptable performance in the second season of Altered Carbon. I'm kind of over Altered Carbon as well. Oh, look, another cyberpunk dystopia. Jeez, I've never seen one before. Anyway, Anthony Mackie has officially worn out his fucking welcome. Okay? It's bad enough that he fails to recognize that he is being used. He is being used to be a political cudgel. It's time for America to have a black Captain America. Why do you got to racialize it? Why do you got to politicize it? Just create a new character that also symbolizes America and put a black guy in the role. Let him be there's 3 Flashes. There's Wally West Flash, there's Barry Allen Flash, and then there's the 3rd Flash. Whatever his name is, I don't know. Why can't you just do that? Well, the thing is, they actually hate there's 2 things they hate. They hate America, and they hate patriotic heroes that represent America, such as Superman and Captain America. So they have to rework them to make them acceptable. Let's go with this video. Actually, wait. No, hold off on that one, Mr. Producer. That one's next, actually. That one's next. Get me the angriest man on the internet. Ryan Kennel. Ryan Cannell. Share screen.
We're only a few weeks away from the release of Captain America 4 Brave New World.
Is it
a
that
movie
soon?
that has been in complete and total chaos for years now. Multiple rewrites, delays, a multitude of reshoots, and a budget that absolutely blew up. Even though Marvel tried to lie about their budget, was immediately called out by everyone that was paying attention. The last few weeks, it's been time to ramp up the marketing, do all the press junkets, and start promoting Brave New World. That didn't really go so well for them this week. Anthony Mackie earlier this week promoting the film in Europe, in Italy, I believe, was quoted as saying, I think Captain America represents a lot of things, but America shouldn't be one of those. And
that is unbelievable. You've got Rachel Zegler. Rachel Zegler goes out there and over the course of a year utterly dismembers and destroys whatever small vestige of hope the Snow White film had of succeeding by being the most unlikable B.I.H. on wheels that we've ever seen. The Orange Man wins in a clean sweep, a supermajority election victory. Every poll confirms people have turned against everything that the woke want. Everything. Nobody wants your pronouns. Nobody cares. Illegals going home, get me a violin. That's the mood of the people right now. The media has completely collapsed. 50% of whatever dwindling audiences were left of the legacy media channels completely collapsed after last November and the return of the Orange Man. Long may he reign. And he will. And these wackos, in the wake of that cataclysmic series of total defeats, self-inflicted defeats, they just never learn. They never learned. This nitwit, Anthony Mackie, decides to run his mouth. He's already in the middle of a controversy, which is that his character has stolen the valor of the actual character Steve Rogers, and the fan base already doesn't like it. Disney has already cast him specifically to create a racial propaganda piece to specifically invoke race in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which in its first 3 successful phases did not ever comment on that. They were starting to dip their toe a little bit towards the end, but they never did this. They never made it about race or any other thing. It was just about the story and the characters. Fine. So Disney has decided to tear open this wound. They've decided to make this the issue. And in the midst of all of that, right as the film is about to release, this nitwit does this. Folks, the level of hubris is staggering.
Certainly that blew up, got a lot of negative attention. He came out and tried to put a PR spin on it in the aftermath, I'm sure once he was called by Disney. But it's just one thing after another for this movie, and now you have reports like this from The Hollywood Reporter. Captain America Brave New World shows Disney can't escape the culture wars.
Can't escape? Disney can't escape the culture wars? Disney is waging the culture war. They are part of the invading army, attempting to unravel and destroy traditional American culture. That's what they want. That's part of the gaslighting. It's never them doing it. They make a whacked out crazy, that would be the wokies, the far left loans. They go and make this crazy musical about a trans drug cartel member. Nobody likes it. Nobody wants it. And they say we're the ones waging a culture war. They race swap Aragorn in the Lord of the Rings card game. They print article after article after article about problematic issues with orcs and elves and half-elves in Dungeons and Dragons and demand change. They completely rewrite classic fantasy stories with built-in fan bases such as Wheel of Time and The Witcher and completely deconstruct all of the male characters and emasculate them. They lecture us about how fascism in Warhammer 40,000, which is specifically about futuristic fascism, you can't have fascism in the fascist 401st century. They want to destroy all of the things that already exist, and they say we are launching the culture war. No. We are acting in self-defense, and we're winning.
While the studio desperately tries to avoid politics, well, they certainly haven't been the last several years, right? They certainly have been, and that's one of the reasons people are so hyper-focused on all of this stuff. The stars of the upcoming Captain America movie and Spider-Man TV show are making waves for just barely slipping off the message.
Barely? Barely? These stupid legacy media shills. They make me sick. Barely slipping off message. He said Captain America should not be associated with America. It's like... Barely?
And of course, there was even a headline yesterday when Anthony Mackie was asked something specifically asked about all the comparisons between Red Hulk and Captain America 4 and Donald Trump. Anthony Mackie reacts to Red Hulk Trump comparisons and rudest celebrity claims. Go to the movies and chill. And I think this one he was trying to lower the temperature, especially after he set off a nuclear bomb with his comments earlier. And he effectively, after being asked, trying to make a Trump comparison with Red Hulk, he said, hey, listen, I think everybody's blowing a lot of this stuff out of proportion. I'm tired of all this political stuff. Just go to the movies and chill the fuck out. That's a quote from Anthony Mackie. We could have
That's a great idea, Anthony Mackie. Maybe you should chill the fuck out. Maybe you should. Maybe voters and moviegoers and video game customers, maybe we're all sending a message that it's you wackos that need to chill the fuck out. You say chill the fuck out, and then you insult America as the representative of Captain America. And you tell us you're tired of politics. Well, you who make everything political and then attempt to gaslight us into thinking it's not political. Oh, trust the science. Trust the science. It's just science. It's not political. It's just science. Also, there's 37 genders. That's science. Fuck
made this
you.
motherfucker yellow, and it would have been a problem. But the real problem is going to be at the box office for this movie. As we've seen, when it's the long-range forecast for this movie, for this MCU movie, there's been a lot...
I mean, to be quite honest, Mr. Mackie, we're going to not go to your movie and chill. That's what we're going to do.
A spin from the media about it, as there usually is when a Marvel movie's about to come out, whether that's the Marvels, whether that's Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, whatever it may be. But of course, you have to look at the history, you have to put it all in perspective. So when we see that this movie's projected to have an $80 to $90 million opening, potentially creeping up on $100 million over the 4-day long weekend, everyone acts like that's a massive success. It's huge. And now you have accounts that are spreading news like this. Captain America, Brave New World, current pre-sales are eyeing a $12 million Thursday preview opening. Higher than films like Guardians of the Galaxy, Dune Part 2, and Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Now you have to wonder, why are they making comparisons to the Marvel movies that released, I don't know, like 8 fucking years ago or something? Guardians of the Galaxy, Winter Soldier. Why would that be? Oh, that's right. Because 8 years ago, cinema's Thursday preview nights were much different. Remember when you used to have to go at like a midnight if you wanted to go? That was the preview on midnight. Now these Thursday previews start at like 1 p.m., 2 p.m., and go virtually all day. So there's a reason why they're making comparisons to movies like this instead of movies that came out recently. Because we know, as they talked about when they tried to praise this $80 to $90 million opening, that means that would be tracking close to something like Eternals or Black Widow, and much less than something like Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania. There's a reason they don't make those comparisons, because that is a pathetic failure for this movie if it gets numbers like that. But let's take a look at this 12 million preview. Why are they comparing it to things that came out 7 or 8 years ago for the MCU? Well, I've got a very simple reason. Here's Black Widow. Black Widow, which came out in 2021. What was its Thursday preview night before opening to $80 million? Thursday previews, 13.2 million. So it's tracking right now to have less than Thursday than Black Widow. Didn't exactly perform very well, did it? Well, let's see. What about Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania? Oh, that had a Thursday opening of 17.5 million. $5.5 million more dollars than Captain America's projected to open at. Now, these are just projections, but you can see the spin that's on this. From comparing it to things from a different era of cinema, to be honest with you, the way things operate now is not the same. Comparing it to those things is laughable. Now, Dune Part 2, they throw that in there because that was a movie that was successful, but that is not an MCU movie. MCU movies typically have a lot of hype that surround them. There's a big opening weekend and a huge drop-off. That's typically what we see happen in almost nearly every single aspect. Whereas something like Dune Part 2, that's not an MCU movie, a superhero movie. It has much longer legs. That's why they made that comparison with Dune Part 2. But it's weird. Why didn't you say it's tracking $5 million less on Thursday than Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania? Because that would be an indication that this movie's headed for disaster. All of the tracking right now would indicate that Captain America Brave New World will end up somewhere in the realm of $400 to $500 million. That would be a catastrophic flop for them if that's where it ends up, somewhere in that range worldwide. Because even if you take Marvel at their word, which they lied about the budget. It's blatantly obvious. This is a movie similar to nearly every other movie they've made where multiple reshoots, budget blew up to over $300 million, $350 million. That's what happened in this case. Massive reshoots, reshot almost the entire movie, and they reported the budget as $180 million. As they have proven to have lied over and over and over again about these budgets, they're doing so with Captain America. But let's take them at their word for just a moment. You shouldn't, because they're lying. But let's take them at their word and say it's $180 million. You add on somewhere between $100, $150 million in marketing, which would be typical for this type of movie. And let's say that final number that they've invested ends up around $300 million. So between production and between marketing, $300 million. It's much more than that. But let's take them at their word, these liars. That's still a movie that needs to crack $600 million just to break even.
Ain't gonna happen.
So that is why you see all this spin associated with Captain Marvel. That is why what went on this week with the massive PR disaster from Anthony Mackie and Disney, that's why it is a big deal. Because they could not afford any more controversy for this movie that already has so little interest. And projections, all they are projections. That's what they are. It's based off the available information that we have. But ticket sales are not tracking as well as Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, which went on to make around $450 million worldwide. It's not even up to that at this point. It's much more similar to these movies that were more in the $400 million range. So right now, Captain America: Brave New World, even without the PR nightmares from Anthony Mackie, was already tracking to be a failure. Now, after this week, they need a fucking miracle for this movie to work. What do you guys think about this? Let me know in the comments section below. Smash a like button, subscribe to the channel, ring the bell for notifications, share this video out there, and I'll talk to you later.
That would be Ryan Kinnell, the angriest man on the internet. Why do I say that? Why do I say that he's the angriest man on the internet? Well, I'll tell. Before I get to that answer, I'll tell you what needs to happen with the MCU. I've been thinking about this with both Star Wars and the MCU. You know, it's kind of strange. So you have a lot of other franchises, such as take Doctor Who, for example. Doctor Who. You'll have an actor play the character for a multitude of seasons, and then when that actor departs the show, they establish in the story that the Doctor regenerates, which basically means this is a new Doctor, it's a new adventure, and etc. So they have a way of explaining how the show has changed. And then you have Star Trek, where now we have, and I'm not a fan of this, but it is what it is, we have all these alternate timelines. We have the Kelvin timeline from the J.J. Abrams movies. We have the Prime timeline. And now, apparently, with Kurtzman, we have the Kurtzman timeline, whatever the hell that is, as established in Lower Decks, Star Trek Lower Decks. What's weird about Star Wars is it literally portrays every single thing as canon. There's no rebooted Star Wars. There's no alternate Star Wars. Battlestar Galactica, it reimagined the original series. They were not saying that the original series wasn't canon or was canon to that story. They're just saying, well, this is an alternate story and we're telling a different story, right? A lot of franchises do this. Star Wars assumes that every single thing you see in it is canon to the original Star Wars film. And then you've got the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which is sort of doing the same thing. Even though there's a multiverse, they insist upon everything is canon. And it's like, here's what you need to do. You need to just end the Marvel Cinematic Universe. End it. And start it over. That's what they need to do. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to help with these wackos in charge, because they're just going to run the second iteration into the ground. But the real problem that they have here is nobody can understand this canon anymore. Like nobody. It's weird. We had Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which modeled itself as part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe at the time. And some of it was really good. Like in the first season, the way they wove in the Hydra takeover of S.H.I.E.L.D., that was very clever. The way they wove in Ultron in the second season was very cool. But Marvel basically said, that show's not really canon. It's kind of in its own universe. Fine, whatever. But now they're saying Loki and WandaVision and the Marvels and Deadpool and Wolverine and all this other stuff. It's all canon. It's all of it. All of it. She-Hulk, it's all of it canon. And they just keep going. And they know that it's trash, and they're trying to rehabilitate a pile of trash. What they need to do is say that everything after Endgame is its own universe, and just start over. Just start over, burn it all down, and start over. Essentially, And then you have James Gunn, who's sort of half doing that with DC. He's only sort of he's doing a half measure. He's close. He's almost doing that with DC, but he's reserving a couple of his darlings as part. It's bad strategy. It's really bad strategy. Now, why do I say that Ryan Kinnell is the angriest man on the internet? Well, my dear chat, observe the answer. Observe the answer. The title of this video. The title of the video is Ryan's Hatred.
Ryan, who do you hate more, the Amish or old people? To be honest, listen, Amish people drive me fucking crazy. Not their... It's actually the same. Not Amish people's mere existence, them existing and them doing whatever they want in their own little communities. I have no problem with that.
That's how magnanimous of you, Ryan. That's so generous of you. Thank you.
They make great jelly, though, brother. You got to try their jelly.
Yeah, and actually, they do some really cool furniture and stuff like that, right? Whatever, do your thing. I don't have a problem with old people in general if they're living apart from me.
That's very progressive. That's, I think it's very progressive.
When you enter my life, when you enter my space, when you go to the stores I shop at, whatever it may be, it starts to fucking piss me off when I have to ride behind your fucking horse and buggy that's going 5 miles an hour, horse shitting all over the place. I'm running over it with my fucking tires, and you don't pay taxes for the road that you're shitting all over. Fuck you. We don't believe in electricity. Yet we can hire guys to come in vans to pick us up, take us to these places. We all got cell phones, but we charge them with a battery, not with plug-in the wall electricity, so that don't count. And you fucking clog up the lines at my Walmart, clog up the lines at my fucking McDonald's. That's when it bothers me. Just stop lying about this shit. Stop.
Get out of my McDonald's.
Pretending. We can't use electricity, but we can use it in our barn. We can't use phones, but we can use it in our barn. We can't use electricity, but we can charge things with batteries. Fuck off. That's how I feel about Amish people. And if any of them are watching this right now, they're probably not allowed to, so fuck you. When it comes to old people, I feel like everyone needs to understand old people. I have a lot of love for old people and everything they've done, and especially their family members, things like this. There comes a time for all old people. Sometimes
it's when he's winding up. I think that's my favorite part of a Ryan rant. It's when he's kind of being nice, which is really him winding up. Oh, yeah, I appreciate all the good things that old people have done. Old people, though slow and dangerous behind the wheel, can still serve a purpose.
It's when you're 50. Sometimes it's when you're 90, where you start to become a fucking burden on everybody else, where you start to slow everything down when you don't know what the fuck you're doing on the road. You're too afraid to pull out. Sandra, is this a turn on red lane? And you fucking don't know, so I'm behind you sitting there waiting for you to take the clear open turn that you can take on red right fucking now, and instead I'm 2 minutes later to whatever it is, and I'm stuck behind your dumb ass. Or where you're at a fucking Publix checkout counter, and instead of using a goddamn card, you pull out your fucking checkbook, or you try to pay with exact change. Like, that fucking pisses me off. So
I want to pay for my grocery bill in pennies.
Old people, there should come a time in every old person's life when they realize not cut out for this anymore, and you just stop going out. Right? Stop going out.
That's right. Stay home, detach from all your loved ones. Just stay inside with your cats.
Without supervision, we'll put it that way.
That's why I'm all for the Tesla self-driving car. You should all purchase one, and just let them take them where they need to go. I'm all for it.
Well, hold on. Shut it, Ryan. I'd rather help take care of my parents than them being dead. Get over it. I'm fine with that. I'm not saying they all have to go and like fucking jump off a bridge.
Saying they shouldn't drive.
You shouldn't be out. You should be helping them if they're getting in my way, right? If they can't keep up with
That's all right. Supervise your damn old parents.
this society, if they're fucking delaying everybody in every line they're in, if they can't fucking drive right, get them off the fucking streets and take care of them.
Get them off the streets.
I'm going to pay for everything by check in Florida.
There you go. Gary's almost that age. Gary fucking sitting there. He's like, what's that Shay, Sonny? I need my readers. Can you make this text any bigger? Is this a tap to pay?
Yeah, I'm just looking to get a piece of land and just disappearing.
That's right.
I don't have to worry about anybody. Probably died some horrible accident trying to plug in my Christmas tree. It's probably what's going to happen to me. I get electrocuted.
But the answer to this is probably both. Eddie Brock.
he gave the Trump. Right, who do you hate more, the Amish or old people? He's like, equally. I think equally. I hate both of them. They're both. I hate them both. That's the Trump answer.
Brian, I wasn't clear yesterday. You're
About
like
equal.
a Taco Bell employee who got your order wrong. My birthday's coming up soon, and it'll be a great present. You just want me to scream at you like you're a dumb, useless
Greet me like a Taco Bell employee who got your order wrong for my birthday.
piece of shit. Like your minimum wage because you got no fucking skills, and like you can't even fold my fucking burrito. You can't even count the right number of objects in the bag. Did you pass fucking 5th grade math? You dumb cock-sucking bitch, Eddie Brock. You don't know that I ordered 3 Doritos Locos tacos and 2 beefy 5-layer burritos? And why in this beefy 5-layer burrito? In all of your fucking wisdom, Eddie Brock, the Taco Bell employee, why the fuck? Can you please tell me why you decided with a 5-layer burrito to put all 5 layers in different sections of the burrito? Why would I get you?
They do that. They do that. That is 100%. It's supposed to be 5 even layers of ingredients. And what do? They stuff all the beans at the bottom, and then they do like 1 squirt of like the guacamole, and then they put all the cheese in a ball. Oh, he's so right about this.
Oh, where all the sour cream is, right at the end, Brock.
It's always at the end. Oh, that makes me so mad. Oh, there's supposed to be sour cream all the way through the burrito, and I get 1 taste of it at the end of the burrito. It is a crime against humanity.
Be bothered to actually distribute it evenly. Go fuck yourself. I'm never coming back to this establishment, except when I'll be here tomorrow for breakfast.
Oh my God, that is why. That is why, my dear sailors and starnuts, I say he is the angriest man on all of the internet. Ryan Cannell, a man of such rage, a man of such pure hatred, a man of such fury and unremitting vitriol, as he must be seen to be believed. I got a notification that literally distracted me in the middle of my glorious wordsmithing there. Now that was something of a departure. I just saw that and I was like, I owe my chat an explanation that they did not request about why I think he's the angriest man on the internet. Now, returning for a moment to the Anthony Mackie controversy. There is a type of fan who thinks that Anthony Mackie is stunning and brave, who thinks he absolutely is Captain America, because of course he's Captain America. He's Captain America. And I don't want to hear any of these chuds telling me he's not. And they get very worked up about this. They don't care what the quality or standard of anything that Disney serves them is. All they care about is that Disney made it, it's woke as hell, and we like it. We like that. Yes, give us more Disney. Step on my face, Disney. They're what's known as a shill. They have no ability to taste That is, they have no good taste. They have no standards. There is nothing in media that could be bad enough for them to admit to disliking it. So long as it is sufficiently woke and released by a major corporation that tells them to like it and that it's canon. Their disease is called chivalry by proxy. It's debilitating. It's crippling. It makes the activities of daily life nearly impossible. It makes healthy relationships a thing of the past. The prognosis, my dear sailors and star nuts, is grim. But there is a man who studies the show. He intuits their strange moods, documents their odd proclivities, catalogs all of the symptoms of their progressive and heretofore incurable disease, in the hopes that one day we may find the cure and welcome them back to the ranks of regular humans. But until that time, his prescription is simple: a healthy dose of study and ridicule. I give you Grizzy. You see, they are defending Anthony Mackie on his comments about vis-a-vis America. Let's check in with him, shall we, chat? Universal is here, says ahoy mateys, and Wrangler says a whole lot of hola. Welcome. Welcome all.
For me, Captain America represents a lot of different things, and I don't think the term, America should be one of those representations.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
What? All kidding aside, like literally all kidding aside, what in the hell are you talking about, Mackie? Like what? Literally, what are you talking about? His name is Captain America. We have fucking had it with this anti-America crap. We love our country. We're proud to be. Our country is a miracle. That would be the United States of America. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and are endowed by their creator. You know the thing. With certain inalienable rights, and among these rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That is literally the values of the United States of America. That's what the word America means. So by saying that Captain America should not have an association with America, you are admitting what's really going on, which is that you have been indoctrinated into the woke hive mind, and that is the progressive left radical wacko hive mind, which is in front of our very eyes imploding under the weight of their own insanity. You are admitting that you hate America, you hate those values, and you want to live in some kind of quasi-Soviet style communist hell. This is why when I saw the film Avengers, the very first Avengers, that line when Agent Coulson says, the stars, what was it? He said, I designed a new costume for you, Captain. And Captain America says, aren't the stars and stripes a little old-fashioned? And then Coulson says, I think people could use a little old-fashioned right now. Then there's that great line where Scarlett Johansson, Black Widow, says to him, I think you might want to sit this one out, Cap, referring to Iron Man and Thor and Loki, saying, those are gods out there. And then Captain America says, there's only one God, ma'am, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't dress like that. I could not believe it. Do you know why? Because this type of thinking has existed in Hollywood for most of a century. They have been pushing this shit. They have spent decades trying to convince the American people to hate their own country, hate their own founding. They have indoctrinated our children. They've infested all of our universities. They've destroyed hundreds of stories in the name of this project. And only now are they finally losing. Decades of this shit. My whole adult life, my whole childhood, I had to swallow this crap. This is not unusual at all. This is how they think. They hate the character of Captain America. Anthony Mackie has no business playing this character. He is not Captain America. Sam Wilson is not Captain America. Steve Rogers is Captain America, and he stands for America. And if you disagree, Anthony Mackie, get bent. Go fuck yourself. Get the fuck out. Your movie, Mr. Mackie, is about to fail. It's about to be a complete, unmitigated financial catastrophe. And I don't want you thinking for a second that anyone other than we, the customers, the fans, the people, inflicted this on you. We did this. When this movie fails and is a complete humiliation, I don't want Donald Trump getting the credit. He doesn't get the credit for that. We get the credit for that because we wanted it to fail. I want this movie to fail. And this is the reason. Roll tape.
You know, it's kind of, this is kind of like a...
Come on, Anthony, you had one job at these press events. Just don't pull a Rachel Zegler.
And you failed.
Because out of all the movies besides Snow White that Disney is releasing this year, Captain America Brave New World is definitely the one that did not need a controversy like this.
And I don't think the term, you know, America should be one of those representations.
Good job. But fear not, Anthony, because the woke pro-Disney MCU shills have your back on this and claim that it's the fans who are out of line if they have a problem with these comments.
Anthony Mackie said the term America is not what Captain America represents. And he's right. It doesn't.
And if you tie...
What a fucking moron. NPC. That is the classic NPC. NPC download. The patch says I am to agree. If it's anti-America, I agree, because that's stunning and brave.
An entire nation's identity to one individual that says a lot more about you and your ideologies than that person.
The right wing was like, ooh, we got ourselves a black man saying negative things about the country. Ooh.
Oh, John Roca, this fat slob. This absolute fat slob.
Ooh, I can't wait to comment on this. You know, MAGA sharpen their knives. Whoa.
Everybody just relax.
They love nothing more than a person of color or a black person saying anything negative or possibly saying anything negative about America.
Yes, and right on.
No, what I dislike is an American saying something negative about America. That's what I dislike. I come to think of it, I don't like it when anyone says anything negative about America. That is America writ large. Yes, obviously, if you're critiquing a policy or something going on in America, that's a different thing. But, yeah.
Q, we got to turn this into a race issue. People's problem isn't with what Mackie said. It's the fact that he's a black man saying it. Even
this is always how they gaslight us. This is how they attempt to place us. As Eric July so eloquently puts it, they attribute to us opinions we do not have. This is the rhetorical means by which fat slobs like John Roca, this is the means by which they avoid actually having a conversation about America and about the values of the character. Rather than simply say, I agree with Anthony Mackie because, and I think people who disagree are wrong because what he says is, well, they love to hate Mackie. They're against this because they hate a black man saying it. That's because they're low IQ, uncurious people. They know all the answers, and they don't care why anyone thinks differently than they do.
Even though these same people have ripped actors like Mark Ruffalo and Mark Hamill in the past for political statements they've made. Nope, you're just a terrible person if you have a problem with these comments.
And the fact that there are a bunch of pussies out there virtual signaling, making this a big deal, it's like, oh my God, just shows what an absolute wuss you are.
John Campea thinks that people who love America and are insulted when their country is being insulted in reference to a character who has America in his name are being wusses. John Campea is a pajama boy.
All right, Campa, why are you triggered, sir?
So now, clearly there are a whole bunch of people who are virtue signaling out there who are getting all riled up and everything about this answer.
Yeah, isn't that exactly what you're doing?
Because when he was asked, what does Captain America represent? He answered with traits, characteristics, honor, dignity, integrity.
Which are things you think that, and he thinks America does not represent. That's the problem, Campea. That's the problem. America does mean those things, you dumb fuck.
Nobody has an issue with Captain America having those traits, but Campa here in his virtue signaling is trying to say that we do.
And now maybe you're somebody who doesn't think honor, dignity, and integrity represent America. Okay, that's on you. If you don't think those things represent America, then maybe there are bigger problems. And
No, it was Anthony Mackie who implied that in his comments, sir.
If you got a problem with it, it's because you want to have a problem with it.
What a fucking bitch, am I right?
Captain America is a patriot who loves his country. It's a huge part of his character.
And by the way, the character that Anthony Mackie played in the MCU, that would be Sam Wilson Falcon, was also a patriot.
I mean, look at the lengths he went in the first movie just to serve in the military. And what Anthony Mackie should have said was something along the lines of, Captain America doesn't just represent America, he also represents honor, dignity, and integrity. And I think that would have been just fine.
Better, but I still think that misses the point. That misses the point. When you hear Superman stands for truth, justice, and the American way, what does he mean by the American way? It embodies those things. Now, does that mean that we as a society always live up to those ideals? Of course not. That's why they're ideals. The ink was not even dry on the signatures of the Declaration of Independence before already we were failing to live up to those ideals. That didn't change the fact that the fight was worth fighting. The battle was worth waging. And it was a declaration of the ideals to which we will adhere, and if not adhere, certainly aspire and strive toward. That is the point. It's if we fall short, it's only because it's the target that we are shooting for, and the target is just that high. So the American way is synonymous with those other values he mentioned, and by saying it's more than just America, it's also honor and dignity. No, what I think the good answer would have been, it's America is really what it represents is the ideals of America. Honor, truth, justice, blind justice. Justice for all, specifically. And that extends even beyond America. So Captain America's not just fighting for America, he's fighting for the world, because that's what America represents. That would have been a good answer. It also would have had the benefit of being an accurate answer. But Anthony Mackie is at best an NPC shill, and at worst, a left-wing wacko. Either way, I'd rather see this film canceled than ever see it.
But these woke freaks hate the idea of Captain America representing America.
I got a news flash for you. Captain America has never represented America.
Oh, here it comes. Oh, right on schedule. You can set your watch by these wackos. They always make this argument. Star Trek has always been progressive. Star Wars has always been political. Or, oh, you like this one? Star Wars has always been campy and silly. Star Wars has never taken itself seriously. It was always about space wizards. That's what they did with the space witches, the lesbian space witches. They're like, oh no, Star Wars has always been silly. They always trot out this. This is the classic gaslighting argument right here. What was that in the chat? A new challenger has arrived. Damien in the chat. Damien Howard says, well said, Garrett. Someone who gets it. Well, thank you, Damien. I appreciate it. Universal says, I had many meetings with Roka, the fat slob, and Campia, the moron. They were as dumb as they were dumb as fuck. Clearly that's correct, Universal. I appreciate that. Anthony Tibbetts says John Campia calling anyone a wuss is laughable. I know. Woke. Universal says I worked with John Campia as well at Collider. He also got fired. Another slime ball. 100% believe it. Roka the cockroach. Anthony said, you need to drop that one in Grizzy's live stream. He needs to hear that one. John Roka is unwatchable. You can just set their watch, your watch, by how they trot out the same gaslighting arguments every time. Stormcrow, gentle Stormcrow is in the chat, says, Hail, Capitan. Another day, another Hollywood fool ruins my interest. Well, allow the captain to ruin those Hollywood fools for you, Stormcrow. I will do that on your behalf. Universal says, I disagree that it can't be a non-white man. There's too many negatives in that. I think what I interpret you to be saying is you believe Captain America can be portrayed by a non-white man. Well, of course. Of course he can. But the canonical Steve Rogers is of European descent. He just simply is. And I think he should be adapted as such. And I believe what you could do is have a new character who is also steeped in American patriotism and is a similar character who could be of any race, and I'm totally fine with that. That's not the issue. The real issue here is they selected Anthony Mackie simply because of the as they see it, elephant in the room, which is that America doesn't want a black Captain America. That's a lie. That's not true. 90% of Americans are totally fine with a patriotic America representing black hero. What they are not fine with is Disney shoehorning a black character into a role that was not earned. Eric July explains this very brilliantly. You should go check out his video on tokenization. Tokenization, which is they don't believe that an original black character can ever achieve an audience, so they tokenize a black character by giving them a role as if it were a sort of patronizing gift that was once inhabited by a white character. So go check out his video on that because he explains it very well. So the issue is this. When Disney announced after Endgame that he was going to be the new Captain America, the news racks were filled with headlines from all the media saying, is America ready for a black Captain America? They started from the position of this is a political issue and we have work to do, rather than simply telling a story. Honestly, I don't want to see Bucky Barnes as Captain America either. What I want to see is Steve Rogers as Captain America, or let's just not do Captain America. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see anyone other than Steve Rogers be Captain America. But I definitely don't want to see a political cudgel play the role of Captain America. Does that address your concern, Universal? We have to, Universal, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you in principle. Of course, I have no issue whatsoever with any race, any race representing America personified. I have absolutely, that's fine with me. I would welcome new characters that do just that. But we have got to stop letting these lunatics gaslight us into thinking we're the racists. We're not. That is not the issue here. The issue here is them making it an issue. That's the issue. Stop gaslighting the United States population into believing they're a bunch of slobbering racists and misogynists and sexist and bigots. It's a lie. They're not. How fucking dare these people put these sick, disgusting words in our mouth? How fucking dare they? They've been doing it for decades. And it has to stop. And we have to stop taking it from these bastards. How dare that fat slob John Roca imply that the only objection people have to Mackie's comments are because they're card-carrying Klansmen. And then they have the audacity to complain about America being divided. We can't let these bastards intimidate us. That's my issue with this. And I'm not criticizing you, Universal. Don't misunderstand. I'm taking on the point. We are acting in self-defense. Do you realize I was born in the 80s? My entire young adult life and adult life, there have been two sides of America. One side, which was slightly dominant, has been claiming that humans are a disease on this planet and are destroying it. That America is guilty of war crimes. That we are destroying the earth by being free and having cars and things like that. That our patriotism is arrogance, that our flag is offensive, that our religion is oppressing people, that our values are old and stale and we shouldn't have them anymore, that tradition is boring. We should say happy holidays instead of Merry Christmas. My whole life, they have been trying to brainwash our entire society to abandon our belief system. And look at the result. 3 years ago, they locked every human being in this freaking world in their house. They made us wear face diapers. They took away the right to worship at a church. They forced people to stay outside of the nursing homes of their dying parents and relatives. They made old people die alone without their family. They took away our freedom of speech. They deplatformed doctors who questioned it. They have attempted in the last 4 years alone to brainwash our entire society into submission. They have attempted to rob us of freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of the press. They took away and it's in the entertainment world. This has manifested itself by this gaslighting argument, this taking away the dislike button. That's the result of this brainwashing that they have attempted. And I'm here to tell you, I have literally stood up to people. I lived in Los Angeles for a while. I stood up to people and said, America has nothing to apologize for. This is the most welcoming. This is the most multicultural. This is the most free society on the planet. We accept more refugees, more asylum seekers, more people from all corners of the world. We are without a doubt the least racist country in the entire world. Does that mean we're perfect or we're blameless and we have never committed sins? Of course not. But compared to what's out there? No. We sacrificed 800,000 lives on blood-soaked battlefields to end slavery. We sacrificed hundreds of thousands more to end European adventurism and imperialism, and then to end fascism. And we stood athwart the spread of nuclear-armed communist slavery. We have nothing to apologize for. Our traditions need to make a comeback. We need to stop apologizing for who we are. We need to start embracing that our traditions are what got us where we are. And it's not old and boring and stodgy and stuffy to have traditions and values. And I think the new generations have embraced that. I believe that is why we saw what we saw last November. Enough people have had it with these decades of brainwashing. So I'm not going to stand here and tell the fat slobs, John Roca and John Campia, that I am not a racist. I don't owe them an explanation for anything. I don't owe Anthony Mackie an explanation, and you don't either. As stated by Henry Cavill, it is a fan's right to have any opinion they wish to have. Mr. Producer, roll tape.
Because America sucks to these people, and it's filled with a bunch of toxic, horrible people that trigger the hell out of them. So Captain America should not represent America. He should represent what America aspires to be.
Captain America has been a symbol of idealism of what America should aspire to. Captain America does not represent America. He represents what America should aspire to.
And what he means by this is that Captain America should represent what they think America should aspire to.
Ding, ding, ding. Exactly. Precisely.
To be. Which is a country filled with people like this, and things like DEI, censorship, and political correctness are pushed hard. Things like masculinity and patriotism are frowned upon. And for those of us who don't fall in line, aka people who trigger them, people like you and I, are outcasted by society and possibly, in the case of some of these people, even thrown in jail. That would be an America that Captain America could represent.
So when somebody who's more on the left thinks, well, Captain America should represent left America, somebody on the right will think, well, Captain America represents the right-wing America.
No, you moron. That's how you think. How dare you put those words in our mouths? That is not at all the case. I truly, the reason I fell in love with the portrayal of Captain America in the first three phases of the MCU is precisely because he exuded both patriotism and American values, and he was apolitical. He was a character that it didn't matter to him what side of any political aisle a person was on. He was going to do his best to save people and protect the innocent. That's what he was. That is America. So no, I don't wish for a Captain America that deifies right-wing values any more than I want a Captain America that deifies left-wing values. I simply want a Captain... Look. I'm an Americanist. What do I believe? Go read the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence. It's in black and white. It's written in plain English. It doesn't require a law degree to interpret. It really doesn't. Don't let anyone brainwash you into believing otherwise. Those are the values I believe in. And those are the values I want to see Captain America represent. If anything, Captain America and Superman both represent, in fiction, an opportunity to portray the ideal that we as Americans strive for and reach for, but in our flaws fail to fully achieve. Why do we fall, Master Bruce? So we can learn to pick ourselves up. But the point of Captain America and Superman is that they are those values. They are the ideal form of those values. And in the ideal form, there actually is no strife. There actually is no friction. There's no need to say dumb shit like, you need to do better, Senator, because that's not their role. They live those values. They don't need to state those values. They're not activists, Superman and Captain America. They're simply good people doing as their conscience dictates, which so happens to be in perfect alignment with the truest heart of American values.
Right? So what is he supposed to say?
Well, simple, really. He's supposed to say that Captain America represents all Americans, despite our many, many differences.
Well said. That is an excellent, excellent way to put it.
You see how easy that was?
All right, that's all I got.
Brilliant. Well done, Grizzy. That was a beautiful finish right there. Beautiful finish. Hat tip, Mr. Grizzy. Skunks Workshop with a here. Ahoy, Skunks. Assume your post. Damian Howard says, in a nutshell, it's the leftist woke agenda. It has always been. Wokeness is really just end-stage leftism. That's all it is. It's just leftism when it has shed all pretenses. That's what it is. If you want to know what wokeness is, it's leftism that is no longer pretending anymore. It's mask off. It's full-blown arrogance. It's you will bend the knee or we'll bend it. You will bend the knee or we'll break your knee. That's basically what wokeness is. And it took a long time to get there because in the 90s, it pretended a lot more. It pretended that it was sort of middle of the road and didn't care about, it wasn't really after anything crazy, you know. So there you have it. And it was a mistake. It was a mistake to go mask off because the minute you take the mask off, nobody likes it. Leftism is not popular when it's honest. It's not. It sounds nice when it's making a sort of academic argument from an emotional place of like, shouldn't everybody be treated fairly and kindly? Well, who's going to disagree with that? You know what I mean? The question is, how many gulags should I sign up for in order to make this fantasy happen? That's the problem. David Howard says the only reason they made Sam Wilson Captain America is because they decided to woke everything up with their all-new, all-different arc where they gender and race swapped all the key characters. That's definitely one way to look at it. I see it as there was a ticking time bomb. The minute that they put Captain America in the movies in the first 3 phases, he was the real Captain America. Patriotic, traditional values, religious even. What? He was the total package, and he looked like Steve Rogers from the comics. That would be Chris Evans. And to Chris Evans' credit, he portrayed that character marvelously. He was warm, likable. He seemed to be exactly what you'd want Captain America to be. There was a very endearing and vulnerable quality to him. There was also a very approachable quality to him. Honestly, I think he was even better than the comic books, quite frankly. And the minute that they did that, the minute they portrayed him in that way, there was a ticking time bomb, which was the lunatic left was at some point going to make the argument. This could never be a black man. This could never be a stunning and brave Latinx. You know it's right. When are we going to see Black Captain America? Or are you racist, Kevin Feige? You know what I mean? And they were already starting to write articles about this around the time Endgame came out. So at the end of the day, it was virtue signaling. That's really what it was. It was Disney saying, well, we have to prove that America is ready for a black man to be Captain America. It is. Everyone's fine with that as long as it fits the story and it's right for the story, which in this case, it is not. So this was inevitable that they had to, and now it's like, okay, well, and if we get any pushback, it means our self-fulfilling prophecy has come to fruition, which is that America's racist and they need a black Captain America even more so. So it's frustrating to me because there was no need for this. This is a self-inflicted wound. Why not just create a new patriotic character? Well, see, this implies that the whole point of this is we want patriotic superheroes. No, they don't. No, they don't. These aren't patriots writing this shit. They don't want patriotic characters. They don't want to see more characters wearing the flag. They don't. So what they wanted to do was turn this into a political wedge issue to please their left-wing masters. Damien says, Steve Rogers is Captain America. Sam Wilson is not. As Gary at Nerdrotic has already said, Sam Wilson as Cap didn't work in the comics, and it doesn't work now. No. Why not make him Falcon? Like literally Falcon America. Just have it be that he's Falcon and he wears the flag in honor of Steve Rogers. Seriously. I think that would work. I think everyone pretty much liked him. I think it's fair to say most MCU fans, most Marvel fans liked him as Falcon. He was popular as that character, and he was super popular as a wingman, literally, to Steve Rogers. So have it be that he adopts the colors of Captain America, not the mantle, not the name. He's something else. I don't know. Come up with a name. The Falcon Patriot. I don't know, something like that. But have it be that that was his choice as a character to do that in honor of Steve Rogers, his friend, and his inspiration. I think that would be fine. I think it'd be mostly well received. The problem is you would still have to have a healthy MCU to make that happen. And the problem is the bedrock of the MCU is not functional right now. The Thor movie failed. Iron Man is dead. Steve Rogers is gone. The Hulk is some weird, bizarre yoga instructor Hulk. I don't know what that's about. So where is the actual Avengers? There are no Avengers anymore. Black Widow's dead, you know? Hawkeye is out there fighting tracksuit Russians on a skating rink. So it's honestly a bad time for side characters to make their debut. So, Universal says, I'm trying to catch up. Universal says the Trump election, the Orange Man, long may he reign, has changed. You've changed things. There's no going back. Has changed things within. You won't see it right away. I mean, I agree with you, but it's more. I would say that last year was the turning of the tide. It was Stalingrad. It was the Normandy landings. To give a World War II analogy, it was the moment when the momentum shifted against the woke. But the war is not over. It is not over. Because essentially what we need is to wrestle back control. I would say wrestle back, control of that narrative. That basically, and I'm not arguing that art should be propaganda. It's not what I'm arguing. I'm saying that we need to have people with common sense, fair-minded, balanced people who are professionals, who put the storytelling at the forefront and the audience in pride of place. They need to be restored to control of our art. Free-thinking people need to be restored in academia. The media needs to be replaced with people that actually speak truth to power. That's what needs to happen throughout our society. All those quarters of our society must be taken back for America. And yes, we must not be afraid to argue for the values we want to see reflected in our storytelling. Doesn't mean we're saying you're not allowed to have your woke project. Go make your woke movie. I love it. Go make your Emelia Perez. I think it's funny. Enjoy. But we need to be advocates for the kind of stories and characters we want, lest we raise another generation of young people that have been brainwashed to hate their own country, the greatest country in the world, the freest country in the world, the most generous country in the world. We send billions of dollars in our taxes to countries that hate us to help their people. What kind of monstrous imperialistic, nightmare state does that? I don't know of any. Do you? And I'm not even saying we should. I'm just saying that's what we do. Damien says, I feel like Disney have paid Anthony Mackie to put out a statement regarding their left-wing politics because of their dumb activism. I don't think that they paid him to say that because they don't need the headache. You know what I'm saying? But it's part of their culture. Look, people that think like this, the wackos, as I like to call them, have been running this industry for years. They're not going to all figure it out overnight that there's a new sheriff in town. A lot of them they're still on the old model, which is we get to say whatever left-wing, anti-America, anti-American nonsense that we want, and we get away with it, and we get reinforced. Meanwhile, if anyone goes against us, they get fired, like Gina Carano. Mackie is still living in that fantasy land, and he hasn't figured it out yet. He's about to, though. He's about to. What else we got in the chat? Universal says, as a straight white man, can you prove that, sir? My favorite actor of all time is Sidney Poitier. I am fine with any non-white man to play Captain America role as long as it is in line with what the character is. And I think I've said my piece on that. I mean, I agree with you in principle, but I think that this is the wrong way to go about it, the way that Disney is doing it. Damien says, Captain America is my favorite superhero and has been for a very long time, even before the MCU, because of exactly who he is and what he stands for. Universal says, there was an agenda over the last was there an agenda over the last 5 to 10 movies? Yes. As I said, they destroyed his Captain America character in the comics by writing the character horribly and by design, done purposefully. I would agree. I think it might not be like consciously, but when you believe America's the criminal in the world, I mean, I watched this garbage show, Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. You're not going to believe this, chat. My next video is going to be about this. They have Spider-Man apologizing to the bad guy every time he punches him. He punches the bad guy and he says, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you, but I have to do this. It's unbelievable. And then they have a scene where Spider-Man webs up a thief who stole a bunch of cash from a pizza guy. And he brings the thief back to the pizza parlor where she stole the cash, and he hands the cash back to the pizza guy and says, hey, this criminal stole all your money. Here you go. And I'm thinking, oh, that's great. Spider-Man doing a good deed. And the next thing that happens is Spider-Man then pleads for the pizza guy to not press charges because she was just down on her luck, you see, and she lost her house and she just wasn't thinking and she just stole the money not thinking about it. So could you find it in your heart to not call the cops on this basically innocent and kind-hearted criminal who stole your cash on which your livelihood depends? And it was like, this is the new Spider-Man. I mean, so when you are a wacko who believes that men can lop off a few things and become women, and you think that that is science, when you believe America is a racist, evil country and was founded not on our values stated in the Declaration and the Constitution, but rather on slavery, when you believe all of those crazy ideas, when you believe criminals are victims and law-abiding citizens are criminals and racists and misogynists and homophobes, of course you write this crap. Of course you do. You don't have to think about it. It's just what you believe. So intentional, purposeful, well, to the extent that they purposefully wrote what they intended to write, yes, but I would say it's mostly unconscious with lunatics like this. Okay, cool, Universal. Share some info on the Discord. The Discord link is in the description. Join us. Join us. Damian Howard says, do I have a personal problem with Anthony Mackie as a person? No. Do I have a problem with Falcon as a character? No. I don't. I would agree with both of those. I'm in full support of him because he's a cool character. He was when he was Falcon. Yeah. Hearing him throw America under the bus, which aside from being one of the most insanely idiotic things I've heard an actor say, among many insanely idiotic things, I'm over that. I'm over that. I'm done with this shit. My whole life I've had to listen to assholes say this about America. I'm done with it. I ain't having it anymore. I made that decision a while ago. So, yeah, Anthony Mackie can just, well, you know. He can go to hell. He can just go to hell. I don't know Anthony Mackie anything. Certainly the audience doesn't. What's next in the stack of stuff, Mr. Producer? Oh, yes. Yes. Okay, now, shifting topics here. Because another show that it was my worst show of 2024, and one of the greatest failures ever was The Acolyte. The Acolyte. Well, it turns out that The Acolyte's failure is just, it keeps unraveling how the depths of this failure just keeps getting worse. The more details we learn, the more we find out, the more we realize The Acolyte was a complete disaster. And in that vein, Leslie Headland, also known as Lesbian Headlamp, a cube-shaped human and very unfortunate-looking woman, it turns out that the backlash of The Acolyte, well-deserved, every bit of it, is so bad that she doesn't ever want to write a TV show again. And I would say, that's progress. That's progress. Clearly, that's a great decision, Leslie. That's an excellent decision. Because you don't have the talent to run a show, and you don't have the talent to write great drama. So that's a great, your career choices are get better at what you do and have a little humility and start to actually learn your craft, or find another career path. I think those are both great options for you, Leslie. So, hat tip critical drinker, who has a little more detail on this for us. And let me grab this comment first here. I'm going to like full screen, 96,000 likes on his video. I look forward to a day when a Swords and Starships video has 96,000 likes. That would be awesome. Damien says, talking about Spider-Man, it's the same reason why Marvel Spider-Man 2 is not being as well received as the first game. If you've seen the new PC stats, even on consoles, because of one of two. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard it was a real shit show. Tim Allen says, believe in the power of mead. And we do here. We do here, Tim Allen. Thank you for joining the chat. Roll tape.
Cope. A mechanism or self-delusion that an individual clings to in order to survive a situation that seems insurmountable. I'm bringing this up because cope is something that's been inextricably linked to The Acolyte ever since Disney had a rare attack of common sense and cancelled the show after probably the most disastrous first season on their platform since the release of Willow. Sorry, Disparu, I know that one still hurts. And truly, as far as cope goes, well, Acolyte fans I think have got everyone beat. It wasn't a bad show at all, you see. Lots of people loved it. It was just those nasty internet trolls with their hatred and their bigotry and their patriarchy that made everyone think it was bad. Or Star Wars fans were just too toxic to handle.
This is the most incredible thing about Amanda Stenberg. And what I'm referring to is visualized on screen here. She's one of the frumpiest, dumpiest looking characters I've ever seen in The Acolyte. She's got this weird helmet haircut. She's always wearing trash bags and other odd nonsense, such as chainmail. Why does she have chainmail in her costume? I don't know. She's got like a flat, expressionless, performative style. But when you see her on the red carpet, I mean, wow. Kind of a different story, isn't it? Imagine if she were a babe in a Star Wars show, a la Leia or Padme. She could have been. She could have been. Imagine if she looked just like this, same hairstyle and everything, and was actually a fun character. Could have been a totally different story, couldn't it? But no, a dumb cube-shaped lesbian had other ideas.
A pair of strong, diverse women leading
Nothing wrong with being a lesbian. I'm just describing the person. That's all.
the way. Gay! I think probably the most hilarious moment in all of this was the online petition to renew the show that didn't even make it to 100,000 signatures.
Imagine, imagine being so soy-infused, so feminized, like so slavish, such an NPC just downloaded. Whatever, you know, you're just hugging your Grogu doll. No shade to anyone who likes Grogu, seriously. But you know they've got all the... That's the only toy there can be from Disney Star Wars. There's no other toy that's popular from Disney Star Wars. Only Grogu. It's the only one. And you just, you sign a petition to get this disgusting, trashy show renewed. I mean, talk about not being able to identify.
And I'm pretty sure most of them were from content creators who wanted to pay for a new extension on their house. But the Acolyte Copium Brigade have finally been given a lifeline in the shape of this article from Forbes, boldly informing us that the Acolyte was actually the second most viewed show on Disney Plus last year, with a whopping 2.7 billion minutes watched.
No way!
Ha! Take that, toxic fanboys. That right there is the power of many. The Acolyte was a huge hit, and there's nothing you can do about it. In fact, I'm sure it's going to be renewed before you know it. Just you wait. But seriously though, 2.7 billion minutes watched? I mean, that sounds pretty impressive, right?
Wrong.
Well, not really when you start to break it
clip.
down a little. In reality, it's a bit like saying that a lot of people learned how to swim because of the Titanic. Yeah, it's technically true, but it misses out some pretty important information for context. For example, The Acolyte ran for 8 episodes with the total runtime of 329 minutes. I mean, it felt more like 2,000 minutes, but let's stick to the raw numbers here. So if you divide 2.7 billion watch minutes by the 329 minute length of the show, that converts into just over 8.2 million views for the whole season. Jesus, I get more than that in like a couple of weeks on my channel, and my content doesn't cost $230 million to produce. Just as a little side note, by the way, and I still can't believe this is true, but according to my math, the Acolyte cost almost $700,000 per minute.
Oh my god. $700,000 a minute to make that trash.
I mean, just how? Who was right?
I think that clip with Nick Cage screaming is from the film Leaving Las Vegas. I think. I might be wrong about this because it's been a long time since I saw it. One of the most depressing films you've ever seen in your life, Leaving Las Vegas. Nicolas Cage he's a chronic alcoholic who decides to drink himself to death in Las Vegas. It is one of the most depressing things you'll ever watch until you see The Whale with Brendan Fraser, which for some reason I inflicted on myself. And it's one of the most horrifyingly sad things you'll ever see.
Writing the check for this, and why did they think it was a good idea? But okay, fine, if that's the metric that you have to use, how does it compare to other shows? Well, let's take something big like Squid Game Season 2, for example, on Netflix. That only came out around Christmas time, and it's already at 72 billion minutes watched. That is 26 times more popular than The Acolyte, and with an $84 million budget, it cost 3 times less to make.
Really?
Redoubt Production says, no, I believe that clip is from Mandy. Okay, fair enough. Okay. I will take your word for that, Redoubt.
But you know, maybe I'm being unfair trying to compare Sydney Sweeney's and Rachel Zegler's here. Let's look at some other Disney Plus Star Wars shows for a more appropriate comparison. Well, Season 3 of The Mandalorian came in at a comparatively whopping 6.4 billion minutes watched, which is still like 10 times less than Squid Game, but let's not get hung up on that. Book of Boba Fett also came in at over 6 billion minutes, which is more than twice as much as The Acolyte, although fuck knows how because...
That's crazy. The Book of Boba Fett, which is probably the most boring thing they've ever produced on Disney Plus, 6.1 billion minutes, and Acolyte only had, what was it, 2.7?
That show was a disaster. Andor looks superficially impressive with over 4 billion views, but that show had like 12 episodes and they were really fucking long, so in the interest of fairness I'm not going to count that here. But even Ahsoka, with just 8 episodes, managed to pull in roughly the same amount with over 4 billion minutes watched. That's about 1.4 billion minutes more than The Acolyte. I could run these kinds of comparisons all day, but every single time it's going to bring us to the same conclusion. The Acolyte wasn't a success by any metric that you care to use. It wasn't a success compared to other streaming shows, and it wasn't even a success compared to other Star Wars shows. The fact that it came second place on Disney Plus last year doesn't prove how popular it was, it proves how unpopular Disney Plus actually is, spending absurd amounts of money on shows that nobody wants to see, desperately trying to milk IPs that dried up years ago. The Acolyte truly was the smartest kid on the short bus, and as it turns out, the Disney
Universal says, unfortunately, all those numbers are incorrect. I have the actual numbers. I'll post them, Universal. Let's see your numbers.
Plus bus was particularly short last year. And therein lies the rub, dear viewer. The Acolyte wasn't cancelled because of minutes watched, or budget relative to viewership, or any of those boring business terms that Disney Lucasfilm apparently doesn't give a shit about. It was cancelled because it was a complete and utter laughingstock. It had become a meme, a lolcow in TV form, mocked and derided by almost everyone, to the point where it was actively harming the Star Wars brands. Or what was left of it anyway. I have seen so many comments from disenchanted Star Wars fans who finally had enough and checked out of the IP forever after The Acolyte. For a lot of people, it really was the straw that broke the camel's back, and I'm willing to bet that it was at least partly responsible for the failure of Skeleton Crew.
And of course it was. Of course it was the straw that broke the camel's back. The Acolyte is an 8-episode assassination of the entire moral underpinnings of the Star Wars universe as created by George Lucas. It literally slanders the Jedi. It portrays them as a corrupt, malevolent, morally fluid power structure which exists mostly to oppress others, which has nothing in common with the actual moral framework of Star Wars as created by Lucas, which is what people fell in love with. Nobody fell in love with Star Wars because of the sequel trilogy. Except, I suppose, maybe a peripheral amount of youngsters who just happened to be in their formative years when the sequel trilogy came out. But generally speaking, the vast majority of Star Wars fans are fans because of Lucas's vision, not the morally depraved fever dream of the loser Leslie Headland. So of course it's the straw that broke the camel's back. It's appalling. It's repulsive. It's disgusting. This show is disgusting. And I say The Acolyte, it's far worse than the Book of Boba Fett or the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. It's worse because, unlike those other shows, which were terribly made, terribly written, and had no vision whatsoever, The Acolyte is terribly made, terribly written, but it does have vision. That's the difference. It's one of the few, honestly. It's one of the very few Disney Plus shows ever that had a very clear artistic vision, if not execution, behind it. And it was a dark, cynical, depressing recontextualization and deconstruction of the Jedi, and by extension, the entire good moral framework of Star Wars. It is a show which seeks to say that the Empire was not truly evil, Luke Skywalker was not truly fighting for good, the Jedi were not actually the defenders of peace and justice. It turns out those are just names, those are just dogmatic beliefs, and really, the truth is, the Force is whatever you think it is, depending on who you are, whether you're a space witch or you're a evil Jedi who just wants to use your power. It's all just about who has the power. That's what they turned it into. So yeah, I'm not surprised by that at all. And we have a comment from Tim Allen saying, since the end of season 2 of The Mandalorian, I've not watched anything from Disney Plus. Nor would I, actually. I wouldn't be watching anything either. For me, it would be Mando season 3. That would be the cutoff for me. But I have this channel, so I watch not all of it, but I watch some of this garbage. And I watched 4 episodes of Skeleton Crew, and let me tell you something. I was going to just go ahead and watch all 8 of them. I can't get through that shit. I cannot get through it. Skeleton Crew is so boring. It's dumb. It's just so dumb. It's insulting to children to say that, it doesn't matter that it's dumb because children are dumb and it's for children. I think that's insulting. I don't agree with that argument. I think it's trash, and I wouldn't have my children watching it. I wouldn't put my children in front of the Acolyte. I'm sorry, Skeleton Crew. I mean, well, certainly not the Acolyte, but not in front of Skeleton Crew either. I think it's crap. I think it would be brain rot. There's far better shows kids could watch. Such as, the History Channel. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't make them do that. What else do we have? Damien says, I canceled my Disney Plus subscription in 2021, and I haven't looked back. And, well, you should not, sir. Damien says, apparently Kathleen Kennedy said she broke down in tears when Leslie Headland pitched the idea and script to her. I remember that. Oh, she thought it was so stunning, so brave. It's disemboweled Lucas's version of Star Wars. Agreed, says Tim Allen. Universal posted the numbers in Discord. Well, let's finish the drinkers video, and then we'll take a look.
A Star Wars show that was actually halfway decent and probably would have attracted a decent fan base if it had come out just a few years earlier. But it didn't, and so it couldn't. So no, The Acolyte wasn't some misunderstood sleeper hit with a groundswell of fan support keeping it alive. It was an absolute, total, and complete disaster. Worse, it was an expensive disaster that harmed the brand it was supposed to be building. Now don't get me wrong, it was definitely fun to point and laugh at, and the anarchist in me actually kinda hopes that it does get a season 2, because truly, the mind boggles at just how much further this show could drag Star Wars down. But something tells me we're never going to find out. And as for the handful of Acolyte fans still out there, well, I guess they're just going to have to go back to doing what they do best. Cope. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
I mean, I seriously think that what Disney wanted was to have a combination. See, Disney has pigeonholed themselves into being the Disney network. So everything is Star Wars, Marvel, or Disney. And I think that they lust for the kind of appointment television that the likes of Showtime and Netflix and HBO Max can deliver, right? With things like The Sopranos. Things like Dexter, things that are dark, gritty, Breaking Bad. They want to be able to program that stuff, and I think what they tried to do was marry the Star Wars brand with that kind of TV. Aside from the fact that they chose an absolute drooling moron to run that project, who really could no more direct a Star Wars project than a Sopranos-style crime drama. They also completely misunderstand the entire Star Wars universe by attempting such a thing. It's a complete fiasco, and hat tip to Critical Drinker for pointing it out for us. Applause, Mr. Producer. Now, allow me to take a look at Universal's numbers over here. Okay, so in the Discord, the Swords and Starships Discord, link is in the description. He says, this is overall viewership numbers, live action shows. Now, Universal, are these minutes watched or something else? I'm going to assume these are minutes watched in the millions, or you got to help me out here. Because you're saying Mando season 1, 1,534. Mando season 2, 1,047. Mando season 3 drops to 946. And then all the way down to Acolyte, it's 311. Skeleton Crew at the absolute bottom of the pack, 260 millions. Okay. Okay, so it's 1.5 billion watch minutes for Mando Season 1. Okay, and then it kind of went downhill from there. Kenobi got 709 million minutes watched. Boba Fett dropped even more. Redoubt posts the GIF of Bill Paxton's character from Alien saying, "Express elevator to hell going down." Yes! What else? What else in the Discord? So Ahsoka, about half a billion. Andor got 385 million. Acolyte, 311, and Skeleton Crew is the so literally every show they release, less people are interested. Think about that for a second, folks. I mean, put aside, consider. You've got these wackos at Disney. A lot of them are believers in all this woke nonsense. Okay. They lie to the media. They have the media protecting them. They gaslight the public into believing, oh, it's such a great success. But meanwhile, they see this. They see that every show they release is less popular than the last. Every single one. A perfect downhill slope. Now, say one thing for the corporate types. There is one thing that will always speak to them on a primal level, and that is financial data. That will always have power over executive. That makes an impact. So quite aside from them seeing that, oh, this show failed or that show failed or lost this money or that money, forget about that for a second. They have a graph that, as Redoubt Productions expressed it, is an express elevator to hell. What must that be like? Oh my God, what's that even like? To be Bob Iger, lying through your teeth every day of your life, but privately sitting in the boardroom. There's the graph. What must that be like? What must those conversations be like? It's just us in the room, Bobby. No press, no public, no media. Just us talking the real numbers. What would it be like to be a fly on the wall? It got me so curious. It's like, that's gotta paint a picture for these people. That has got to be, because that's different than saying Indiana Jones lost this many billions. That's a graph chart. Every Star Wars show in viewership. Wow. Which means if you just extrapolate where that's going, the next show they make, no matter what it is, based on this data, we can expect it to get less, less than every single thing we've ever made. Wow, that has got to sting. You bought it, Bob. Enjoy. Enjoy, Bob! As Elon Musk said to your face in one of the most glorious moments in internet history, go fuck yourself, Bob Iger. Hey, Bob! Whether you want to admit it or not, Bob Iger, Kevin Feige, and all you other nitwits, you started this culture war. Who's winning it? Who's winning? Damien says, how Kathleen Kennedy still has a job after all of these failures is beyond me. First, you have the absolute failure of the Disney trilogy and now all of these shows. How is she still there? Well, she's still there in the same way that Kevin Feige is still there, that Bob Iger is still the CEO of Disney. These retards fail upwards because, well, listen. I say they're stupid people who eat glue, and I stand by that assessment. However, I'm speaking in the context of their professional life as creatives, that is, showrunners, writers, etc., where they're probably not actually very stupid people. In the case of like a Leslie Headland or a Kathleen Kennedy, they're good at climbing the corporate ladder. They're good at playing that political game. So I actually don't think they're likely. I think that if you were in business with Lesbian Headland, you would underestimate her ability to stab you in the back, her dangerousness as a political animal. I think you would underestimate her at your peril. Seriously. I think she knows, think about this for a second. She's got a checkered past. She was the assistant to the slime ball of slime balls, Harvey Weinstein. She may have, pure speculation, I don't know at all, but it's possible, hypothetically, that she was holding the door shut when shit was going down. Not only did she avoid any collateral fallout from the Me Too movement, not only did she have like 0 credits that could have ever made a case for her running a Star Wars show, she was handed the keys to a Star Wars show in the middle of Star Wars decline. She was given puff pieces. She was given hundreds of millions, a limitless fortune, hundreds of millions of dollars to make whatever she wanted to make. And she's a moron. She is a dumb writer. Dumb as a bag of rocks. And she landed that gig. That should tell you she may be a dumbass writer. She may not know what the hell she's doing behind a camera, but she does know what she's doing in the corporate world. So does Kathleen Kennedy. So does Kevin Feige. Don't kid yourself. These are ruthless people. And they would hang your ass out to dry and sleep like a baby if it served their interest. If you were in the same, ecosystem as them. So even when your enemies are kind of stupid, don't underestimate. Never underestimate your enemies. Never. That's the mistake the woke made of us. You see, the woke, and continue to make, by the way, in many cases, they underestimate us. We want that. We want them to underestimate us. Because that makes it easier to defeat them. And so never underestimate your enemy. I see a lot of people making that mistake. And it's human nature, but don't get arrogant. Damien says she created the Acolyte as her own personal therapy session, the most expensive therapy session of all time. In a way, I think every artist is writing at least partially for themselves. They just are. I mean, if you are a writer, you're part of the audience. The problem is that DEI, that is diversity, equity, inclusion, which is a Orwellian term, which actually refers to a system of reverse racism, a sort of affirmative action, which lowers the standards in order to give privilege to so-called marginalized communities. Well, what that does is it changes the priority. Priority moves from talent to skin color. Priority removes from credentials and experience to sexuality. Priority moves from skill and vision to pronouns. And so that is what allows an artist who over-prioritizes her own therapy session, as you put it, who over-prioritizes her desires and her self-serving vanity, it allows her, that fox, to get in the henhouse and cause a bunch of problems. That's why DEI and wokeness turns everything to shit, because it recalibrates priorities from skill, talent, and merit to diversity checkboxes. And it results in things like terrible movies, destroyed franchises, crime run amok, and planes falling out of the skies. It results in all those. It results in the most powerful, most storied, most beloved game franchises and AAA gaming studios going broke overnight, closing their doors, firing their staff. It's a sick worldview, and it deserves to fail. Universal says over the last 2 weeks, they have announced that Henry Cavill, missing the last Chris Pine, maybe, and Ryan Gosling are signing to be future Star Wars projects. Yeah, okay. Make more, Disney! Make more! Everything burns. Universal says, I could confirm only Cavill is signed. Chris Pine, yeah, I caught that. Damien says, seems to me like Cavill's jumped onto the Titanic just as it's about to go under the water. You know, he's in the industry. He's just doing what he can. I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully, it's not going to happen. They like to announce things at Disney that never happen. They really enjoy that. I got more Acolyte stuff for you. I'm going to be right back, though. Captain has to take a quick break. So, Mr. Producer, grab the music for me. And I will be right back.
And here.
And we are back. I somehow lost my Be Right Back graphic. I don't know where it went. I gotta re-upload it or something. Where did it go, Mr. Producer? Where does he put these things? What? It's supposed to be there. How are they supposed to know that I'll be back? Yeah, whatever. Annual reviews coming up. I'm just saying. Best behavior. Mr. Producer, yes, that's right. We're done with that music. Now, we have more to discuss, my dear Chad. Universal says every industry, including Wokewood, lost a lot of money. DEI is not dead and will never be, but it is now severely minimized. Well, as the elusive man told Shepard in Mass Effect 3, Cerberus is an idea, and in this case, wokeness is an idea, and an idea is not so easily defeated. But when we talk about defeating them, we talk about discrediting their belief system, which it involves two things. One, them discrediting themselves by their ideas proving to be disastrous, which they have, and us advocating the opposite position, which is arguing for a better set of ideas. And the reality is that, classic Soviet-style communism, for example, was actually pretty popular in the early 20th century. Nobody really talks in a positive way about communism at all anymore. There's a couple loons here and there that still bring it up, but generally, the wokies are advocating for a kind of communism, but they don't call it that anymore, because the kind of communism that has led to tens of millions of deaths around the world, it just has it's an idea that's been basically discredited, and so it's morphed into something new. So there is an expiration date. There is, but it's gonna entail, we have to keep up the pressure. We can't rest on our laurels and say, oh, well, look, we got a big victory. Finally, the ship is turning around. I guess we won and we can all go home. No. That would be the World War I armistice way of doing things. We'll just agree to a ceasefire and we'll do like a treaty or something. As opposed to the World War II post-war plan, which is we are going to completely remove the viability of these ideologies forever. Like, we're not going to allow these ideologies to recur, right? And that's our goal. That's our goal, to completely dismantle the DEI, woke, critical race theory, sexual insanity. We are going to dismantle those idea systems' ability to make ideological war on us, right? In the marketplace of ideas. In the marketplace of ideas. I'm not talking about censorship or preventing anyone from speaking their mind. I'm saying in the marketplace of ideas, in the battlefield of debate, we will dismantle their ability to be effective by defeating them the way we are defeating them, by proving that their films don't make money through voting with our wallets, by proving that the public does not want what they are offering, such as in elections, by essentially overwhelming the well, they used to call it the blogosphere, but the sphere of podcasting and media and online social media, overwhelming the legacy media's ability to gaslight everyone into false beliefs and lies, essentially. That's what we're doing, and we're proving to be quite effective at it. And also, most importantly of all, by being a hell of a lot more fun. Wokies aren't fun. That's their biggest weakness. Don't tell them this. Listen. This is just between you and me. Don't tell them this. Don't let anyone hear this that's a Wokey. Just between you and me. That's their greatest weakness. It's their Achilles heel of all of their disadvantages, of all of their strategic weaknesses. This is truly the greatest among the Wokies. They're no fun. They're annoying little hall monitors. Oh, you didn't use my pronouns. That's terrible. That's a war crime. That's not fun. They're just so nasty. They're just nasty all the time. Even if you hate Trump, you have to admit he's fun. That's the thing. He's fun. That's the key, man. Wokies, they have no sense of humor. If they had a sense of humor about themselves, well, they wouldn't be woke, quite frankly. Tyrants don't have a sense of humor. They never do. Everything is life and death. Everything is the ultimate drama, so that's their problem. They're just no fun. So we got to remember to always be fun and have a little fun. Honestly, that's the greatest revenge on Wokies. When we're having fun with problematic internet memes, that makes them the maddest. That makes them so mad. Nothing we do, even electing the Orange Man, nothing makes them angrier than when we are laughing and having fun. Grizzy makes this point all the time. They hate the fat slob, John Roca. The thing he hates more than anything is that we have more fun ripping on the Acolyte than he has watching it. That's what pisses them off. That's what makes them mad. We're having fun ripping on their garbage. See, there's kind of two things that they would really want if they had their druthers. The thing they'd most want is for us to agree that we were wrong. We're very privileged, and America's bad, and we needed to be educated, and we needed to see more black and brown bodies in Star Wars, and we were wrong about voting for the Orange Man, and that was bad. And we love this. Disney Star Wars is better than Lucas Star Wars, and we agree with everything you say. And we would now like you to tell us how we can unburden ourselves of our privilege. That's what they would want. That's the number one thing, and everybody loves it. Actually, I should say that's sort of what some of them would want. What they really want is for a lot of us to do that, but then a lot of us to kick and scream and just like we are and saying we don't like this, but be totally canceled. Humiliated publicly. Everyone loves the Acolyte and how stunning and brave it is. And in other words, to marginalize us. That's actually what they would most want. All their ideas are popular. All their shows are beloved. And it's just a minority of chuds that they get to turn into lolcows and totally marginalize, silence them, get them all deplatformed and just laugh at them. Right. That's the number one thing they would want. But if they couldn't have that, the next thing they would want is for their property to be super, super popular and successful, and we are pissed about that. Like, we're angry that the Acolyte was successful, and there's nothing we can do about it. This is Star Wars now, and everyone loves it. This is Star Trek now, this is Doctor Who now, and everyone loves it, and you're in the minority. Screw you, losers. And that's what would make them the happiest. And we're unhappy. And we're miserable and really sad that all of our things have been destroyed. And all we can do is rage and cry and be angry, make little TikTok crying videos. So I watched Section 31 and it was bad. And this is not Star Trek. But don't lose hope out there. Stay hopeful. There's so much hate in the world. And that's what they would want. They want us making the ugly crying TikTok videos. But it turns out that they're getting the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is everyone agrees with us. Nobody likes the Acolyte. Nobody watched it. It's a complete failure. And we are having the time of our lives laughing about it. Oh, that makes them so mad. Oh, it's the worst. I don't envy it, folks. That would suck. Sucks for you. John Almond Roca. God, the guy's such... God, you could just... I bet that the guy, in the words of Kevin James, I bet he sweats peeling an onion. You know, he just peels like an orange and he just breaks the sweat. Is he such a fat slob? John Roca. What else? Covered that article. Oh, yes, here we go. I may not watch all of this. I'm just curious. Star Wars Theory is hit or miss, but I'm curious about this video I saw. We'll see what he thinks and if I think it's interesting enough to let it play. But hat tip, Star Wars Theory. Star Wars. And he's reporting on, apparently, Leslie Headland's wife is responding to hateful, toxic, bigot Star Wars YouTubers and the Acolyte cancellation.
We have some more delusions of grandeur and throwing shade at YouTubers and whatnot, and the alt-right, whatever they want to call us, just because we didn't like the Acolyte.
Amen, Damien.
But this time, again, from the actors of the show. So it's not Amanda Stenberg. I guess maybe she learned her lesson, at least for the next little minute.
I think that Star Wars is so gay already.
Whoa, hey.
But it is now the nepotism. You guys remember the Green Lady? That's Leslie Headland's wife.
Oh, I remember. She is literally what you picture when you picture someone who's a bad actor. In other words, an actor who's efforting She's literally efforting. She talks like this. She talks through her teeth. And she's like, I think we should do this. And you need to return to the Jedi Temple. Oh my God. This is bad, folks.
You.
Look, that's acting. That's acting. It's you.
Wife.
You.
It's also writing. That's writing. I swear to God, chat, if you ever catch me using that for you know what I'm talking about, that line, you. If you ever catch that in my writing, you have my personal permission to put me on blast for that tired cliche.
The showrunner's wife, and she posted this on her IG, but juxtaposed that with the fact that those big IP franchises were still the best performing series on Disney Plus, and the solutions become unclear. Percy Jackson and the Olympians was top dog on Disney Plus last year with over 3 billion minutes viewed, and the Acolyte came in second place with 2.7 billion. And she says, tell me again they canceled the show because no one watched it, and not because you know why, blaming YouTubers such.
This is quite remarkable, isn't it? This is why Wokies... Now, don't tell them this. Don't let them know. But this is why they lose. They never learn from their mistakes, ever. They like being lied to. They like, you know, I am the type of guy that when I'm listening to someone I trust implicitly and agree with philosophically, I still question things they say. If they say something that doesn't seem right or doesn't seem possible or it's too big of a leap, I question it. I want to know, is that true? Can I trust that? Did they get that right? Was that in context? These losers, like Lesbian Headlamp's wife, they don't do that. Disney puts out 2.7 billion people watch it. She has no idea that that's the lowest viewed of any of the other shows. She just, okay, cool, that sounds good. And she goes and writes up her stupid Instagram post that says, oh, it was racism. It was misogyny. That's why we lost. This is why they lose. And will continue to do.
As the Critical Drinker, myself, Nerdrotic, Ryan, who else was part of the prominent people that were giving their takes on this show and getting a lot of views, hundreds of thousands.
My God, if these wackos ever come after my channel because I'm fortunate enough to have a large enough channel at that point, it would be my great honor. It would be my great honor to endure the ad hominem accusations of these wackos.
Thousands, if not millions of views on the reviews. And I find the level of copium to be just really embarrassing at this point because it's like, yeah, 2.7 billion views, it sounds like a big number, but when you compare it to the actual other Star Wars shows, it's nothing. So if you divide the 330 minutes that the entire runtime of the show is, and you have everyone watching every minute of that, and you do the math of the 2.7 billion minutes watched, you get about 8 million views. That's it. That's all.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
I mean, the first episode had, I think, like 2-point-something million, and then the rest of that, it just really trickled down. As if Disney is listening to YouTubers and not doubling down on the things that they want to do just to kind of like shove it in fans' faces is insane for these people to believe. Disney does not...
That's a great point. She's implying that Disney listened to YouTubers who criticize them. Well, that would be a first. That would be a first.
Not give a shit about me or anybody else reviewing their stuff, let alone are they going to actually pander to us on how we feel about how they're destroying Star Wars with their projects.
Yeah, if that were true, they would have fired Kathleen Kennedy. If they were listening to the critiques of YouTubers and the online, the anti-Disney Star Wars online internet sphere, if they were listening to that, they would have fired Kathleen Kennedy years ago. That's a great point that Theory just made there.
Could very well make great Star Wars. You don't see them praising our graces or anything like that when we talk about how good it is, which is very seldom. And in fact, I think I'm the only one that actually talks about it being good in certain cases with The Mandalorian Season 1 and 2 and Tales of the Jedi. That's about it. But besides that, the level of delusion that is going on over here and the level of inability to just understand that the show didn't do well and didn't get canceled for any sort of mystical reason or some weird theory of, oh my god, these YouTubers had so much power that they were able to shut down a $250 million show for Star Wars. My gosh, I mean, yeah, that'd be cool if we were that powerful, but we're really not.
Do it.
And then, of course, Manny Jacinto goes ahead and, like, reshares it. The Acolyte ranks second most watched show on Disney Plus in 2024 with 2.7 billion minutes. Like, you guys need to understand, these are big numbers being thrown around as if it's supposed to be, whoa, that really means something. 2.7 billion minutes watched is still the lowest of any Star Wars Disney Plus anything. It's 8 million views. That's nothing. YouTubers do that in a flash. I've done that. So many others have done that. People do that every day on their videos. It's really not a big deal, and they don't have to pay 250 mil, whatever it is. So the level of copium and to constantly being like throwing, of course, he's resharing a Star Wars Explained post. It writes itself at this point.
I understand it now.
They're all on the inside here. I have a hard time really believing that people can be this ridiculous and unable to just accept the fact that maybe something wasn't good.
Liar! Whoa, calm down, Jamal.
But it has to be some nefarious thing where, like, oh no, there were the angry alt-right people that really shut down this show and this project, when really it wasn't the case. I encourage everyone to go and watch The Acolyte. Go do it. See for yourself. I mean, then they'll have nothing to say that we're the ones that stopped everyone from watching it. Seeing clips of the show was enough for people to be deterred and not watch it at all whatsoever. Let's forget about...
Universal says that every Star Wars movie except for Solo made a profit. Rise of Skywalker made a profit? I suppose that's possible. Rise of Skywalker box office. You see, I trust Universal, but even I'm questioning Universal here. I admit it. What was the worldwide was $1 billion. That budget 275. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think you're right about that, Universal. Acolyte and Skeleton Crew lost a lot of money, over 120 million for Acolyte, almost 50 million for Skeleton. Well, what about Obi-Wan? What about Boba Fett? Universal says the only thing Disney is primarily concerned with are viewership numbers and box office profit revenue. I just don't think that's the only factor. There's only two possibilities in my mind. Either that's true, and they're very incompetent at running an entertainment company, which is possible. It's very possible that a lot of executives don't know what the hell they're doing in terms of creating great entertainment. Definitely possible. The other possibility, in my view, is that they are motivated by money and a political agenda. And one does not always take precedence over the other. But all things being equal, if they think that they're going to make money and they can do the political agenda, they'll do both. They'll always do both, in my view. And I think that what has happened in the early days is, to your point, they did think that they were going to do the agenda and make a lot of money. And then they weren't making a lot of money, but they were getting a lot of brownie points for the agenda in the circles they care about. And they doubled down. So I don't know. I don't know if it's pure incompetence but I'm telling you, ideology plays a big role in this. A big role. I think that wokeness is far left-wing politics is a major currency in Hollywood. It is. My argument, I've often said, like, don't these people want to make money? Like, why do they set money on fire? And what the point I'm making there is not that that's all they care about. The point I'm making is that how much pain financially are they willing to endure for their ideological agenda? Now, I never had any illusions. They're willing to take a hit and a loss on ideology once in a while. I've always believed that. My point is, when you've had multiple like Marvel films, Indiana Jones, and you've had Star Wars shows totally fail, when you've had multiple disasters like that, now that's a lot of pain for a financially driven organism to endure. So at that point, what I'm expecting is the scales are now going to tilt in favor of the financial. But that did not happen. They have continued to make this garbage. Echo, I mean, they made Echo and She-Hulk and all this crap, this absolute drivel. They're still going to release Ironheart. They're still going to release the Anthony Mackie Captain African American. They're still doing all that. So that tells me that very, very dumb or a lot more ideological motivated than we thought. And I think it's a lot of political agenda, me personally, Universal. That's my opinion, even based on your suggestions. Universal says they had low budgets and who had low budgets and made small profits? Not the Acolyte. The Acolyte cost $700,000 a minute. Agree with you, Damien. The only good Star Wars movie Disney has released is Rogue One. Yeah, I totally agree. I like Rogue One. I actually do, in hindsight, though, I do see some of the telltale signs of the kind of bland, boring Disney formula. You know what I mean? Brunette girl boss. It's always a brunette girl boss for some reason. Kind of a dark color palette in the film. Not a lot of joy or fun in it. You know, it's like, so even though I like Rogue One, I see in retrospect after all the things they produced, I see the kind of telltale signs of the formula that they never deviate from in Rogue One, which is strange. Very strange. Damien saying, I still haven't seen The Rise of Skywalker to this day. I was checked out. I was very much still blue-pilled after Rise of Skywalker had been out for about a year, meaning I still sort of thought, well, they'll fix this, or someone at the company will figure out this wasn't the way to go, and they'll right the ship, you know, because they want to make money. That was kind of how I was thinking. And I remember I saw Rise of Skywalker come up on Disney Plus, and I'd only seen it one time in the theater. That is the only Star Wars film that I've ever seen in the theater that I did not go, aside from the originals, because that was before my time. But like the prequels and the sequels, I saw multiple times in the theater. Multiple times. Skywalker was the, Rise of Skywalker, or Palpatine more correctly, was the only one that I only saw one time, never felt like seeing it again. And so it popped up on my Disney Plus feed, and I turned it on. I started watching it. This is like in 2021, I think. I started watching it, and I was about like 30 minutes into it, and I just didn't have any particular thought at all. I just was like, I'll finish this later. And I turned it off, and I never finished it. I never watched it. I never got through it a second time. And like in retrospect, that kind of, I sort of forgot. I watched it in the theater. I wasn't totally following. Like when I saw it in the theater, I did not catch that Emperor Palpatine had mounted a Death Star cannon on all of those destroyers. I already didn't like the whole destroyer thing because I was like, he just had this fleet? He just had a giant fleet? It was just, why didn't he use that in the first movie? Why didn't he use that in Force Awakens? This doesn't make any sense, but aside from that, I didn't even catch the fact that they all had a Death Star cannon on them. So when someone pointed that out to me, I was like, what? So, it's crap. It's absolute trash. Roll tape, Mr. Producer.
The people that already were completely disillusioned and turned off by the franchise because of The Last Jedi, The Book of Boba Fett, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and whatever other project they did that they massacred and just left a lot of fans feeling unheard and disillusioned. Let's take the fans that were left, or maybe the fans that were just watching a train wreck or interested in watching a train wreck. If it was good, like Tales of the Jedi, which got many praise, or even The Skeleton Crew, which unfortunately ranked lower than this garbage show, which cost $200 and something million, $250 million. That show didn't even reach this level of ranking, and it was 10 billion times better than this garbage crap. And you know what? Look at them. No one's saying that people are racist or sexist because literally nobody watched The Skeleton Crew, unfortunately, and I wish they did. But look at that. And there's kids in there who definitely are probably feeling it more than these multi-million-dollar actors that are in this show, who are extremely wealthy and extremely blessed. For God's sakes, let's be real. The only reason I think that Nepo here got her role is because she is the wife of the showrunner.
100%. Like 100%. Leslie Headland's not a professional. She's an amateur. Clearly, she's an amateur.
A little more realistic of the fact that fans are able to dislike something without being alt-right or without having some sort of agenda to hate something or to want to get it canceled. I mean, gosh, we don't have that power. It's only a certain group of people who have the power to get people fired, like Gina Carano and whoever else. But it's definitely not us, YouTube.
You know, I would agree. I do not ever want to hate anything that I watch. I never have that instinct. I certainly don't want to hate Star Wars. I don't want to live in a world where Star Wars and Star Trek suck. I really don't. Like, that's never anything I ever signed up for, ever. I wouldn't care. Even if it was the one way to just, like, be super duper successful on YouTube, which I don't think it is, but even if it were the golden ticket to automatic success on YouTube, I would still wish for good Star Wars instead. I would still wish for good Star Trek. And the interesting thing is, as these properties began to decline, my first instinct was frustration, but also to look at it as, like, I hope they learn, I hope they fix things, I hope things get better, I'll keep rooting for things to get better. I think what really, to use their term, radicalized me against these kinds of projects, what got me to the point where I'm like, fuck these creatives. What got me to that point was their attitude. That's really what did it. They started going on social media and demonizing and slandering their own audience as racists and bigots and all that other garbage. They started polluting the media with all their activist garbage, specifically targeting fans as toxic and evil and whatever, turning all of entertainment into a political battlefield. They did that. They did that. We didn't do that. They turned Nintendo Power. Nintendo Power was one of the best magazines ever created. I loved it as a kid. And it was just about cheats in Legend of Zelda and cool things about Mario and the upcoming racing game on Super NES. That's what it was about. It was these wackos that turned all of games media, all of entertainment media, all of our films, our shows, our video games, they turned all of it into a political battlefield and accused us of waging a culture war because we dissented. And so the most striking thing about it is that they began attacking us. And it wasn't just a rhetorical attack. It wasn't just they were criticizing the fans. It was that they were actively working towards deplatforming, banning, silencing the voice of the people. They removed the dislike button from YouTube to silence the opinions of the people. That's when I was like, that's it. All bets are off. You fuckers are going down, whether you like it or not. And that's when the captain became bellicose on this matter. That's when I decided that I must invoke my natural American pugnacity. So yeah, they picked this fight, and guess what? We're going to finish it, boys.
I mean, if that were the case, let's get her rehired. Let's get Gina rehired.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great example. The firing of Gina Carano. They decided to destroy a woman's career for their politics. That's what made me the man I am today.
That'd be something. Hey, let's get a show all about Anakin.
Anakin!
and Ahsoka.
Anakin was in it. Anakin! Hayden Christensen was in it.
Be one
And
of
he
Roman's
Vadered. He
live action.
Vadered all over the place.
Let's get a young Palpatine show. Let's retcon the sequel trilogy. How about that? If we have so much power, then why can't we do things like that? No, they got to take the L and just realize the show didn't hit. Okay, hey, dust yourself off. It was a loss. It was a loss of fans, and it was a loss of a show. It was a loss.
They can't do that. Number one, because they're not professionals. They're not professionals. That would be Leslie Headland and her idiot wife. They're amateurs, and amateurs are fully, their identity is their art. Their identity. That's why Leslie Headland said that the Acolyte was like, oh, this is about my childhood and growing up as a queer person and all this stuff, because her identity is her art. It's not her work. There's not a healthy separation between the two. By rejecting the Acolyte, we as the audience, in their minds, I'm saying, well, and to some extent it's true, we rejected them personally. Now, not really. We rejected their work, but they see it as their personal identity, their politics, which for them is personal. Their belief that, Black Lives Matter and trans women are women and all this crap, it's not just a slogan to them. It's their identity. By disagreeing with it, by rejecting it, in their world, we're rejecting them. That's why they say, like, oh my God, it's trans lives, they're being destroyed. You know what I'm trying to say. They accuse us of the G word, right? Why do they say that? Well, because the death of the identity to them is the death of the affirmation of their identity is the death of their identity. It's tantamount to the death of them. So theory is saying, well, they should just take the L, dust themselves off, and understand that this project didn't work, on to the next one. Well, yes, that's what a professional would do who had a healthy remove from their work in terms of their personal ego and identity. But these wackos, they see this as life and death. They can't do that. Either their beliefs and their politics and their activism are accepted, or America's a bunch of Nazis, and we got to burn the whole system down. That's how they see it. That's how they see it.
Loss of $250 million or whatever it was, and that's that. Pick yourself up. Do it.
Which is me saying the silver lining here is they're never going to learn. They're never going to learn. They're going to keep doing this crap, and they're going to keep losing.
Better job next time, and that's it. It's not that deep. It just sucked. Whatever. Get over it.
It's okay, Birdie.
It doesn't mean it's left wing versus right wing. It just means it was a bad Star Wars show. Case in point, done.
Another happy landing.
That's it, man.
I mean, you say that theory. You say it's not left wing versus right wing, and it's not, but they don't see it that way. They see you as an alt-right Nazi now. They see you as a right-wing, card-carrying, MAGA American. That's how they see he's not even American, he's Canadian, but that's how they see him now. So they don't even give you a choice. It's funny, for all their protestations that you need to hear my truth and you need to affirm my identity, and if I say it's my identity, it's my identity. They never ask us what our identity is. They just assign us our identity. Oh, you disagree with me? You must be a right-wing Trump supporter Nazi. That's what they do. They never ask us to explain what our identity is.
It's not that deep. And I hope eventually they come to terms with the fact that there isn't some sort of like militia against anybody, and to stop making it so political.
At this point, speak for yourself. Well, listen, some YouTube channels are part of the merchant fleet, and some YouTube channels are wartime frigates, such as this one.
You know why.
And that's okay.
Oh my God. Like, no, man. Yeah, we do know why. It was a bad show. It wasn't well received. And if it was, it would have gotten a lot of views, just like the prequel trilogy did, just like the original trilogy did. That's it, man. Anyways.
All right, hat tip Star Wars theory with his, perhaps a little bit of sober reflection would benefit the captain. I don't know. Maybe. It's possible. I'll consider it. Should I calm down? No, Mr. No, that your opinion is separate. That's a workplace issue. That has nothing. My question was for the audience. So now, what else is in the stack of stuff? Oh yes. Let's see. There's actually a couple of things I want to check out. I may not do the whole video today, but I do want to check out some of Red Letter Media's review of Section 31. Yes, Mr. Producer, grab me that video. I finished Section 31, and my God, what a pile of trash that is. Oh, what a pile of trash. Fu-Man says there is a huge difference between giving a project your all and putting yourself into the project. You're too connected to the public reception, and when you're already on bipolar meds, well, that's true. Universal saying their woke agenda was funded to get the agenda embedded with their viewers, but it didn't work. Completely backfired. Glad to hear it. The wokeness agenda had a lot of money behind it until the funders saw how much money they were losing and now are rightfully backing Trump. Interesting. A typically countervailing and interesting take by Universal. Damian Howard says it's nice to actually be on a stream that is so based. We need more of this in our society. Most people standing up for what's right. I really can't help myself. It's probably not in my best interest, Damien. Make no mistake, though. I call out right-wing cancel culture as well. I took on Goonergate on the last stream. Check that out if you want my thoughts on that. I am a free... Look. If I am based in one thing and one thing only, and that is the founding principles of the United States of America. It's just that simple, folks. And, oh, that means you're right-wing. Oh, no, that means you're left-wing. I don't care what it means. I know what I believe, and it's in black and white, and it's not going to change. It's never changed. It's never changed. It's interesting. It was a liberal high school teacher. He was a liberal. He was voting for Gore. He was voting for Al Gore against George W. Bush in the 2000 election. And he taught a brilliant civics course. It was a half semester. It's unbelievable. It's a crime. It was only a half semester. He taught a brilliant civics course. He taught the founding documents. He taught how checks and balances work, how our system of government works. He taught all of it. And he was very close to the vest on his own. He occasionally would let a little hint at what his political beliefs were, but he always kept his teaching removed from that. He taught as well as he could, I would imagine, a very unbiased course about American civics and how our civilization works. And admiringly, by the way, you could tell that he really admired how the United States was founded and structured. And it was a brilliant course. And it's really a lot of the things he taught me that became very deeply inculcated in me, which is that a very deep love and appreciation for the incredible society that we've inherited, the incredible society that was so hard fought to achieve. My belief in those principles has never even slightly altered. And it was a liberal teacher that taught me those values. And nowadays he would be considered... He'd basically be like an Elon Musk or Joe Rogan right-wing troll at this point, considering how the Overton window has totally shifted. But we're talking about a Democrat who taught a brilliant civics course. So what that tells me is these principles don't actually know a party, right or left. They're just simply principles. You either believe them or you don't. You either believe in free speech or you don't. There's no middle ground. There's the right-wing belief in free speech, and there's the left-wing. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. You believe it or you don't. It's very simple. So sometimes my belief in those principles puts me on the right, most of the time, I guess, puts me on the right. Sometimes it puts me on the left. Sometimes it puts me, I don't know where. And sometimes it's obnoxious for those close to me, but too bad. They're going to get an earful anyway. Amen, says Damien. Hallelujah, says Universal. All true, says Fu Man Blue, although that may have been to a previous comment, needs to be said. But I appreciate it. A lot of love in the chat. A lot of love in the chat today. I appreciate it. What else we got? Where was I, Mr. Producer? Was it the section 30? I don't want to cover. Oh, the red letter? Red letter media. That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Producer's on the ball today. And it's important. It's very important in a well-run organization. Hat tip, red letter media. Not going to do the whole 44 minutes, but we'll run some of it. I have not seen a red letter video in a long time. I really haven't. But their Star Trek takes are usually really good.
Hi, Rich Evans.
What?
Did you see the new Beetlejuice movie?
No, I didn't.
There's a character in it called the Soul Sucker.
Uh-huh.
And she smooches on people and sucks their souls out, and they get, like, deflated.
Yeah.
That's kind of what you look like.
You wouldn't believe how accurate that statement is. You wouldn't believe how accurate that statement is.
Do you remember this?
Oh, I know what the fate of the plate is, Mike.
Oh, God. Oh, gross.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't remember, the fate of the plate is I have this lovely commemorative plate with the 4 Star Trek Enterprises on it.
Oh, that is beautiful. Oh, that's beautiful.
And except for the NX-01.
That's a tragedy. It's sad that the NX-01 isn't in there. But we've got the Enterprise D, the Enterprise E, which I do love, and the original Enterprise, and then, of course, Kirk's Enterprise, and the Enterprise A, I think? Or is that the C? I think that's the C. That's pretty cool. I wish we could get the NX Enterprise in there.
But this might have been made before that. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that looks like it was made when I'm assuming when the movies were coming out. Yeah.
99.
And Enterprise is what?
01.
01?
Yeah. So this was actually made before the Enterprise show came out, the Scott Bakula show. But we had this plate, and we were saying Star Trek Picard season 3. The fate of the plate was whether or not we're going to smash this, or I was going to make you eat food off of it, even though it says do not eat food off this.
That is so unbelievably clear. It jumps off the screen.
Not for food use.
It specifically mentions carcinogens, right?
Food consumed from this plate may be harmful and contain dangerous carcinogens. This is a decorative accessory only. Repeat, do not eat food off this plate.
Is it in bold red?
Yeah. Yeah. The Surgeon General's warning. And so I said, if we're happy with the results of Star Trek Picard season 3, you're going to eat food off this plate. And so I, once again...
This isn't a bad... This is acceptable. Share this one, Mr. Producer. Look at that. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. You've got NX Enterprise up here on the left, upper left. The original series Enterprise. The movie Enterprise A. Then you've got the Enterprise C. The Enterprise B. The Enterprise D, which is, let's face it, that is the best of them. It really is. And then the Enterprise E. And I think this one at the top here is the Enterprise F. That was in Star Trek Picard Season 3, I think. Yeah, that was Season 3 Picard. They introduced this one, the Enterprise F. Am I right about that? I may have to, don't quote me on that. I feel like that's where this is from, but pretty cool, huh, chat? So beautiful. I used to love Star Trek. I used to love it so much. And the ship designs is a big reason. All right, resume tape.
Bring the fate of the plate back into play. And with the results of Star Trek's Section 31, the movie, the fate of the plate is again, its fate is in balance.
Oh, I think the fate has been determined, Mike.
All right, hang on a second. I just realized I had the wrong view on that. The better view. There you go. There it is. That's a better view. Yeah, you got the Enterprise, NX Enterprise, and they're all pretty much to scale. That looks like the correct scale for the size of the ships. So beautiful.
Let's head to the lounge. Man, they're moving fast. Mally's coming to you. Yikes.
So lame.
I love how he's wearing a Discovery. He's wearing a Discovery uniform.
Yikes.
Which is funny because that's how the film begins, with the word
Why?
fate.
What did fate have to do with anything? What a pretentious just load of shit. Fate is the sword we forge. Or fate, the sword of fate has been forged by fate.
That's
because the
Trek.
fate of the sword is forgery.
New Trek is lofty words. Destiny,
But
fate.
How did that resonate
Written by morons.
with the story we were presented
Doesn't matter.
with?
Doesn't matter. It's all smoke and mirrors.
What does that mean?
I could respond to that, or I could observe my feelings right now, lock it away, and do what I need to do. Or...
Quas. Piquin.
Yes.
Sometimes quas is...
My God, chat, I cannot even describe to you. I want you to imagine a bunch of, childlike adults, just left-wing, emotionally fragile loons, pajama boys, and girls, standing in a circle, talking about their identity, how they like to be addressed, how they like to be affirmed, arguing about how they deal with their emotions. This scene, and there's multiple like it, it is one of the most eye-roll things you've ever seen. It's like a bunch of childlike adults arguing about their feelings. This is what Star Trek has devolved into.
So many
What's happening? By the way, these are supposed to be these super agents that are going to save the galaxy from certain doom.
So many cuts.
You know?
Can we carry on, please?
Yeah, they're just trying to salvage whatever they have here.
Okay. This is free writing tip for the writers out there. And I know that it is difficult. It's complex and difficult to write a scene where there's more than, I would say, 3 characters. If there's more than 3 characters in a scene, now there's a lot of moving parts, and actually moving the story at the right pace becomes much more difficult. And there's a way to do it. But I'll tell you something. Here's a clue that you're not doing it correctly. Like you're writing a really bad trash fire of a scene. If a character in the middle of the conversation says, "Hey, people, can we get back on topic? Hey, people, can we focus here? We've got things to do." If you catch yourself writing a character saying that, you have written a trash scene. No joke. I'm dead serious about this. If I catch this in my own writing, I know I have to rewrite the scene. Why am I saying that? Well, because it's actually not the character saying that, because real people don't speak this way. Real people disengage from conversation. Now, so what I'm saying is, if you are like a leader who's running a team, you will not allow crosstalk if there is a mission briefing at hand. You're not going to allow that if you're an effective leader. So that wouldn't happen. But if it's just a bunch of people in a room talking, it's also not going to happen, because what happens is people disengage from a conversation that's not interesting. Thirdly, if it were to happen, it's too boring of a conversation to meet the standard of a dramatic scene. Okay? So what I'm saying is, if you find yourself having the characters speak as though they're you, trying to get the characters back on scene because they're they're like a herd of cats going in different directions. You've written a clumsy, awkward, clunky scene. There are multiple times in this show where in the middle of these 5 characters talking to each other, the leader of the team has to step in and say, okay, guys, we got to get back on track. By the way, Stranger Things, which is a great show, and I greatly admire it, it does have a couple of times where it does this, where the kids are arguing. Mostly it does it as close to the line as it can. Like, it mostly works, but it's a little cringe at times. They'll have the boys, right? They'll be arguing about what to do about the Demogorgon, and then in the middle of it, one of the characters, they'll just be arguing about something. Like, oh, you lied to us, 11. You didn't tell us you were using your powers, or whatever it is. Shut up, Lucas. And so they're having this argument. And in order to interrupt the scene and get it back on track, they'll have one of the characters see something in the distance, like they'll see a clue or whatever, and they'll yell, guys. But the other kids are still yelling at each other, guys, shut up. And then it's so annoying. I really hate it. I really hate that. It's like I cringe every time I see it. Avoid. Free writing tip over.
Target's name is
You're watching a 1990s with an insane budget.
I often find enjoyment in
Dude, that is a perfect characterization. You're watching a really bad made-for-TV movie with a budget.
reading negative reviews of shows. This I'll find enjoyment in reading positive reviews.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of shills, AI-generated content by the studio.
Let me read this comment. This feels like it was generated by an AI.
It probably was.
I went into this as a Star Trek fan looking for that Star Trek feeling. Instead, I found a Star Trek that I need more of. Section 31 is not your we, well, be nice people, but it shows that for all that Jim Kirk make-believe, there is a cost.
What?
That cost...
Oh, my God. This is exactly why we get this trash. This is how cynical, unimaginable people think. This is why they hate Captain America, by the way. He's too optimistic. He's too good. There has to be something evil to balance it out. This is why they Game of Thrones everything. Because they don't believe in the world Roddenberry created. They don't believe in the world George Lucas created. They don't believe in the characters that Stan Lee and Jack Kirby created. They always have to dirty these IPs with their own cynical worldview. And frankly, they're not smart enough to actually write the true... But they act as though Star Trek has never done this before. They act as though Star Trek has never explored the dark underbelly or the dark side of the Federation. They did! That is why there is a Section 31 in the first place, because Deep Space Nine wanted to explore the dark side of the Federation, and it did, in a way that was intelligent, nuanced, very sinister and mysterious, something intriguing that you wanted to know more about, but they sort of withheld that because you're not meant to know too much about it. That was so... Section 31, as envisioned in Deep Space Nine, is truly brilliant.
They also had people who had to do what unofficially the Federation could not be attached to. These are the ones who did the dark and dirty work for the Federation.
You know what's so dumb about that characterization? Well, that's an accurate description. No, it's actually not. The Federation does not have anyone that is officially authorized to do any dirty work. Section 31 is a rogue paramilitary organization. They are not authorized to do what they do. The Federation accepts the fact that by playing by the rules they play by, the Prime Directive, being non-aggressive and non-militaristic as much as possible, they accept the fact that they will have to sacrifice lives for that belief. That's why Starfleet officers are expected to die rather than violate the Prime Directive. This is stated in multiple Star Trek series, the good ones. Because that's their philosophy. When you're a Starfleet officer, you sign up to uphold those principles, possibly at the cost of your own life. That's the deal that you're signing up for. They are not like our military. They aren't. So this person writing this is already wrong about this. The Federation does not and would not ever authorize an organization like Section 31. If there were something like this they had to deal with, a threat, they'd send, you know who they'd send? Starfleet. That's who they would send. Captain Kirk. That's who they would send. That's who they would send. They wouldn't send Section 31. They don't. Section 31 is a rogue black op. Now, Section 31 believes that they're doing this for the right reasons. They believe they're doing this in the Federation's best interest, whether they like it or not. But this is the other problem with the quote. They're saying that this show is a great exploration of how Section 31 does the dirty work. But they don't, though. But they don't. They're a bunch of clowns. They're a bunch of morons that endanger the galaxy and then are the ones that have to save it. But honest to God, they're so stupid and so incompetent that literally the dumbest Starfleet ship in the fleet would be better served in stopping this threat. Section 31 is too stupid to exist without the name Star Trek.
So yeah, that sounds like an AI describing the show based on. Well, here's the thing. Here's the backstory with this. Yeah. I feel like, I don't know, kind of indifferent. I'm not outraged. I don't. I'm like you.
I'm beyond that.
You're losing points, sir, rapidly.
Yeah.
I think honestly, for me, the franchise is dead.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's basically where I'm at.
Yes.
I've hit that point.
I feel sort of hopeful because this, like, Discovery went on for, I think, 5 seasons, and Strange New Worlds, I think, is in production of a 3rd season. I'm not really sure. I kind of stopped watching those shows, and I often wonder who watches them and who is it for. It has to be
a bunch of Reddit wackos. That's who watches them. That's who watches. I can tell you, it's the Reddit wackos. That's who watches them.
A very small number of people. And is Star Trek on Paramount operating at like a loss? It has to be.
I have no idea how they figure out what this is worth.
Hey, you got any numbers for me on this, Universal? Do you know like how Star Trek is doing on Paramount? If you got any numbers for me on that, I would be very interested.
It's on a streaming service, and are people watching this? Are they watching other things?
Right. The magic of this is that it's a self-contained movie, and a lot of times.
And I believe that Alex Kurtzman. I kind of figured it out as I finished the end of it. I was like, what is the purpose behind this? What's the goal? Why make this dumb, cringe TV movie? I think Kurtzman he's trying to do the equivalent of what Battlestar Galactica did with the miniseries movie, which ultimately wound up serving as the launching pad of the series. So the miniseries effectively served as an episode 0 of the show and sort of became the premiere of the show, right? I think that that's what Kurtzman is hoping this stupid pile of trash is going to be. He very delusionally thinks that this movie is going to be proof of concept for the series, and he is woefully mistaken.
When these new shows come out, they'll send out the first like 2 or 3 episodes of screeners to critics. And then the critics will watch those and they'll be like, oh, okay, this isn't bad. And they'll give it a good review, and then it'll like fall off a cliff after the 2nd or the 3rd, 4th episode and get trash and become terrible. But the unique scenario is that it's a open and closed kind of thing where it has a beginning, a middle, and end that you can critique on its own. You don't have to, and which is a blessing for us, because if this was a season,
I'd kill myself.
Yeah, I wouldn't do this if this was a season. And that's why we didn't do Discovery Season 3 when they traveled to the future, Season 4, Season 5. I just don't care. I don't want to, like, we sat there with the Red Angel crap for like 10 episodes, and I'm just like, we're just like, what is the Red Angel? I just don't give a fuck. I don't like these season-long arc mysteries that all just end up in Super Weapon.
Oh my God, he's so right about this. He is so right. That's the only plot device they have at Kurtzman Trek. It's the only one. Super weapon. It's a super weapon. Gee, what is this mystery about? It's a super weapon. It'll destroy like a billion stars. Oh no, that's worse than the one that only destroyed a million stars. I know. It's bad. It's really bad. And then you got Marvel. It's basically Marvel's strategy too. Marvel's like, oh, there's a threat. What's the threat, Captain America? What's the threat? Captain Marvel? The threat is the end of all universes. All universes will be dissolved with the universal dissolver. Oh, shut the fuck up. I'm so fucking done with this shit.
Revenge or super weapon?
That's
it.
That's it.
Since then, he's been
Well,
designing
no.
bioweapons.
It's revenge or super weapon, or in the case of this show, it's both. It's both. It's revenge with a super weapon on the person who created the super weapon.
On spec.
Noah's on his way to the Baram to sell his latest creation to the
Oh,
High.
God, she sounds like a woke Los Angeles liberal. Just a Santa Monica, so stuffy, and, you know, she's kind of like, it's just not that attractive. Just an arrogant, just a smug Kamala voting Los Angeles, chai latte sipping liberal. Oh, my skin crawls.
Council. There are no formal hostilities with the Minotian Sway, but that could change if they get their hands on a super weapon.
There are no formal hostilities, but that could change if they get their hands on a super weapon.
Oh, super weapon! They actually called it a super weapon.
Oh yeah, Damien, you're right. It's even worse with Star Wars. It's like the same with Disney Star Wars. Can't have another Death Star. Okay, I get that. But what should we do now? Make all Star Destroyers have Death Star super weapons? I mean, it's so bad. How much you want to bet that when Ahsoka Season 2 comes out, Grand Admiral Thrawn has a super weapon? How much you want to bet?
That's the extent of the storytelling ability of these people.
It's so dumb, too. It's so unimaginative. You know, this is such a great point that you're bringing up here, Damien. And it bugs the shit out of me. And in retrospect, I regret how much I defended The Force Awakens at the time from people who said it was just a repeat of the first one. I said, well, that's forgivable. You know, they're just trying to get it right, back to basics. I was wrong about that. I was totally wrong about that in retrospect, and it is what it is. So the thing that bugs the shit out of me is that every Star Wars movie basically has to revolve around a kind of Death Star. That's it, every single one now. And if you asked these retards like Dave Filoni or Jon Favreau, unfortunately, or Kathleen Kennedy, why does it have to be a Death Star? Why does it have to be a super weapon? They would, because that's Star Wars. Because in Star Wars, it's about stopping an empire and a super weapon. No, that's what the first trilogy was about. But George Lucas managed to tell a story in the prequels that was about complex wars and diplomacy and political maneuvering and the mystery of the Sith versus Jedi. That was all a totally different story than stopping a super weapon. So where do they get this idea that it's got to be a Death Star every time? It's really lame. It drives me nuts. Thank you for giving me another reason to rant, Damien. I appreciate that. As Rush Limbaugh used to say of his callers, their job is to make the host look good. And the chat's job... No, I can't say that. I can't say that. The chat is more important than me. It's just a fact.
People. And what did this have?
Revenge, super weapon, and emotional crap.
Emotional.
Fate. Unearned emotional crap.
Yeah.
It's a redemption story.
But look at Kurtzman here on the left. What a pajama boy. By the way, this is the showrunner on the right, or I guess I should say he's the head writer, the creator of this on the right here. But on the left, look at this soy boy Kurtzman. Like just got his crossed legs all folded. He's just soy, pajama boy. That's what I think when I see him, pajama boy.
It's about second chances, and it's
second. These people are unbelievable. That would be woke leftist wackos, is what I'm talking about. Okay, he's referring to Philippa Georgiou from the Mirror Universe, who was the genocidal, fascist emperor of a society that literally enslaved multiple species and exterminated people at will. That's who he's referring to when he says this is about second chances. How morally depraved and twisted do you have to be to think that you're humanizing, you're literally talking about giving second chances and a human redemption arc to a genocidal fascist dictator, while simultaneously saying that Americans who voted for Donald Trump are irredeemable and evil because they support the literal second coming of Hitler? Notice how Hitler is the boogeyman to the... Would they ever write a redemption story for Hitler? Would they ever write a story where, like, Hitler slips... Before he commits suicide at the end of World War II, he gets pulled into an alternate universe in which there's a version of him that was good, but was killed in battle. And so he decides to join a secret intelligence agency. Let's call it MI6. And they send him on missions, Black Ops missions, and he heroically, like, you know, for his own selfish reasons, but he saves Great Britain, you know? And then there's a story about how Hitler has to stop a super weapon that he created in that other reality when he was a dictator. And he has to go, like, and he saves a few lives, and we call this a Would they ever write that story, folks? Would they ever write? No, of course they wouldn't. Would they ever imply that Donald Trump is a human being? Never. Never. So why are they bothering to write a story about this maniacal dictator who is somehow the hero of this? Someone has got to explain that. This is what I mean when I say that wokeness has no principles. It has no actual beliefs whatsoever. It is the philosophy of illiterates. Political and civic and literary illiterates. That is who is attracted to the philosophy of wokeness.
Action movie.
Glossy, slapped on a...
And incidentally, low talent, low IQ writers who preen before the camera. Oh, this is about redemption. Shut the fuck up.
Emotional crap that has no depth.
Yeah.
And super weapon and revenge. And that's like, I'm not watching 10 episodes of that. I don't have that much time.
This is like a Discovery season speed run.
Yeah, that's great. It's condensed.
Yeah.
All the crap in 90 minutes. It was beautiful, and that's why we did this. Because, you know, we're done with Star Trek. To me, it's dead.
Yes.
But the fact that this could come out, and I was watching the critic ratings.
Yeah, Damien. I literally like Kurtzman and Abrams and these wacko leftist types. They're literally the types that sort of in one side of their mouth are sorry that the bullet missed the Orange Man. They're sorry about that. But on the other side of their mouth, they're writing stupid shit for Star Trek about how genocidal dictators are humans too, and they deserve second chances. What? Like, what? What's the matter with these people? There's something wrong with them, man.
Just drop. And I was screen grabbing every time it dropped. And the fact that is a thing you could point to and go, huh? Alex Kurtzman, look.
We would love to do more, and we would love to tell stories. You know, part of what's fun about changing the length of...
the dumb, cow-eyed, glazed-over stare that they chose for his co-writer. What's this dumbass's name? Mr. Producer, I researched it for my video that's upcoming on this. but I forgot it. I forgot what this dumbass's name is that wrote this piece of trash. Craig Sweeney. Olatund Usunsami. That's his name. The director. He's the director of it. Okay, fine. I can't even pronounce his name, but whatever. But he's got this glazed over. Just like, I mean, it's not exactly proof, but when I say these are dumb people that write this shit, just look at the expression. Tell me, you could wave a hand in front of them. Would there be anything there?
Of a story is that it's an interesting challenge from a creative perspective because you get to live more deeply in certain things you don't always have time for, and you get to explore corners of storytelling that you don't always have time for in shorter form stories. But to me, the length of the story needs to a story or a movie or a TV show is always dictated by what story you're telling. Some stories are served better by being longer, and some are served better by being shorter. So it's one of those things where the story ultimately tells you what it needs.
Just what a pile of vapid word salad. What are oh my god, all the insights that this man provides. Well, sometimes in a longer story you don't get to explore some things, and in a shorter story you get to explore other things, and sometimes the story is long, sometimes the story is short, and there's interesting things about both. Oh my god, these are geniuses at work. Tell me more. For this font of wisdom, I must study at your feet, Alex Kurtzman.
Just about everything he's produced for Star Trek has been awful and panned, and it hasn't stopped them from just, here's an extension, here's more money. Take all of the money and do nothing with it.
Well, that's the
Alex
thing.
Kurtzman.
It's been awful and panned by like old school.
Crowbar. Crowbar the Skull says he looks like he's missing a chromosome or 3. Which one? I think both. I think the answer is yes. Yeah. Which one? Yes. Damien says he looks brain dead. Having a Joe Biden. He literally is like, oh my God. Folks, I mean, I can't think of better evidence that I'm not joking around. Folks, listen to me, folks. Listen, my dear sailors and star nuts. It's time. Okay, all joking aside, let me be more constructive. Let me be more nuanced and fair in my learned, cosmopolitan, intellectual, sophisticated critique. Folks, these are stupid people who write this shit. These are dumb people who eat large quantities of lead-based glue, who write modern Star Trek.
Cool Trek guys like us, but the initial, like I said, the couple first episodes that get critic screened usually get decent reviews. I bet you if I pull up some of the Rotten Tomatoes stuff or reviews early on, they get positive reviews. And a lot of the reviewers are just like not really super into Star Trek. And then they invite the shills.
It's such a pleasure to meet the both of you. This movie's so much fun.
Oh my God, I'm gonna puke. I'm gonna absolutely throw up. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's so good to meet you, Alex Kurtzman. Oh my God, it's so good to meet you. I worship at your feet. I am your slave. I mean, I am your fan.
Congratulations on the film. I've seen it. It's so much fun.
I saw it. I actually watched it 3 times. It is very fun.
The I don't know, social media people, the influencers who are just like we love Star Trek. It's great.
Do those people even exist? I haven't seen anything.
They exist because they've created a persona to show up at screenings and get clicks on social media I've seen a couple of shills appear. This is, it's not your father's Star Trek, but this has a whole new fresh angle, and they just regurgitate like things that will get them invited to the next premiere.
I mean, they don't even need shills anymore because they can just have.
I was just thinking. I'm glad, I'm grateful that I'm not like part of this ecosystem where I would be tempted to like shill for this shit for access, you know? Like, I'd rather have a tiny channel with 1,000 subscribers than a 1,000,000 subscriber channel where I shill for this scumbag, Alex Kurtzman. However, I'm watching these images of people taking pictures, you know, in front of like the promotional wall, Section 31, Paramount, you know? And I'm thinking, you know what? It would be great to get access to like somehow get into these events and like play nice and be very, you know, get all the pictures and then just trash it. But then you never get invited back, so it wouldn't really work. But I don't know. Maybe what I could do is create like a alter ego, like a VTuber version of me that shills for this stuff. And then I could come on this channel and say what I really think, but the fake VTuber is just for access. It's just for access to get, you know, to get access so I could pretend to be a shill and get all the dirt, you know, and get all the pictures and selfies. How did that guy get in there? You know,
AI generated.
I'm just thinking out loud.
Influencers. I mean,
they need AI working overtime to change these numbers. But
you put that AI to work on the script.
Someone once asked me if I was afraid that AI would replace like writers, like authors. Like, will AI replace the need for authors? And I said emphatically, as I truly believe, the answer to that is absolutely no. Because AI can really only do what we teach it to do. It doesn't actually have any sense of beauty or art. It can't create from that place because it doesn't represent consciousness. And consciousness is what's required to create great art. However, AI writers will absolutely replace idiots like Alex Kurtzman. Those types of writers will be replaced easily by AI. That I do believe. Hell, they might already be half replacing them for all we know. It's possible.
Sure, I'll take it.
I'll take AI over Alex Kurtzman. And AI might have like a basic understanding of creating just like likable characters.
It's important to us to make sure that each Star Trek show or movie really is its own flavor, has its own unique tone.
Dude,
so
it's not an out of context edit. They just zoomed out. He's so... The man is like, he's like a vegetable. He's like... That, like, no emotion, no excitement, no energy. Just flat affect. This is weird, man. Davian says that when that day comes, we'll make a toast. Oh, we'll see, man. You know what? I just, as an experiment, challenge accepted. Hang on, let me see if I can get into... Can I get into my chat GPT here? I have a login. Let me get into my chat GPT. I want to see... Oh, come on. Don't make me do two-factor right now. Fine. Sorry, folks. It's making me do two-factor. Roll tape while I'm doing this.
you can tell the difference between one and the other. And I think this one's interesting because it carries the weight of a certain kind of understanding of what Section 31 is by fans.
No. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Kurtzman. You dweeb. You have literally written a thing that has no resemblance whatsoever to Section 31 as established in Deep Space Nine.
Let's cut the shit.
Now, see, Alex Kurtzman didn't write this. A bunch of, like...
This feels like every other Alex Kurtzman produced Star Trek show. I can't believe...
Yeah. His thumb is on the scale, that's for sure, when it comes to, like what's going on, you know. But there are credited writers. There's 3 of them that have written Discovery episodes, and there's whatever, random TV crap. And, you know, the director was just a guy who's directed hundreds of episodes of Discovery.
I love it. Every time. Every time they show this guy, just a dull, cow-eyed stare.
Kind
1,000-yard stare.
Which is why we talked about how they, spruced this up in post-production to include lots
Oh,
of...
that's a good point, Crowbar. Yeah, he said he looks like he got really baked right before the interview. Now, that could explain it. And I'll tell you something. No offense, but I've just, to anyone that partakes, but I'm just telling you, I have not seen a lot of productivity from people that are baked. I'm just saying.
Of snap zooms and digital effects to kind of like give it more energy.
Elton. I'm gonna say Neverla. She's got.
Doing as I said it. Man, they're moving.
Aren't you coming? While the others made you sneak back in.
It's actually
5.
This is the actual digital snap zoom compilation. Wow.
And? Fine, double dealing son of a bitch. Yikes.
We think they were going for a...
Look at this assemblage of absolute clowns. Just clowns.
Guardians of the Galaxy, Borderlands, Rebel Moon, kind of like that I guess Suicide Squad,
Yeah.
that kind of like the ragtag group of kind of like chaotic neutral
the funny
characters.
misfits who were slightly morally ambiguous.
But somehow find the right thing at the end. And and also based on the art choices of the poster and some of the graphics. I don't know why you would ape off Borderlands. Maybe they started doing it before that movie came out. It's like, whoops.
I mean, they started a while ago. Alex Kurtzman has been threatening us with Section 31 for like a decade now, right?
Threatening us.
It started as a series, and we got fairly far down the road, and then COVID hit.
Oh my God! Oh, that's a good one. That's rich. Oh, COVID hit, and it really that's always their excuse. These losers, always their excuse.
Since Discovery.
I'm trying to remember when it started. I mean, it didn't start in Discovery. It started in Deep Space Nine, of course, when it was very subtle and very, you know.
For a long time now, he has thought that Space Hitler was going to be the next big thing. I mean, it's not. Am I wrong?
I don't know.
He loves this terrible character.
Does anyone love this?
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. Hat tip, Section 31 review by Red Letter Media. And we may pick this up next episode as well. One thing, a theory occurs to me about the Kurtzman obsession with this character, Philippa Georgiou, who's this mirror universe intergalactic warlord butcher. And why the obsession with this? Well, I think it's because, for all their protestations to the contrary, I think leftists greatly admire, secretly, unconsciously maybe, they actually deep down admire fascists. They actually admire warlords and dictators because on one level, you know what it is? It's like the I can fix him thing. You know what it is? It's like they admire the power they have. They admire the confidence and the absolute, just everyone will bow. Of course they admire it, but they have to repress that because supposedly they don't believe it. But so I feel like they exercise their power fantasies in these shows while virtue signaling in the real world about people that actually do stand against fascism as though they are fascists. I think they misidentify people who oppose fascism as fascists, and this is part of the reason. They sort of admire them secretly. I really do think this. I think that's why they love this character, Philippa Georgiou. Think about it. What better realization could there be of the stunning and brave feminist ultra fantasy? The ultimate agency as a woman would be to be a dictator who can murder anyone she pleases enslave anyone she wants, including all the men. She can force anyone to kneel. She can torture at will. If anyone opposes her ideology, she can crush them, silence them, imprison them, or disappear them, unperson them if she wants. And she can do it all in style, fashionably, with gorgeous, outlandish outfits and elaborate, luxurious space stations and starships. And when it all goes tits up and she gets what she deserves, well, then she can apologize, sort of, by going on a revenge quest and a murder spree, but this time for good reasons. I think they secretly admire this. It's what they want. It's who they wish they were, if they had their druthers. Look at who they always turn out to be. The more power a Hollywood celebrity has, the more depraved they become. Hello, Diddy. It's just a theory. I can't prove it one way or the other. It's just a theory. I'm not saying I 100% think I'm right about this. It's just a theory. Now, I want to take up the challenge that Red Letter Media just issued. Let me share this tab. Yes. ChatGPT. Let's try this out here, shall we? Act as a science fiction TV writer. Create a synopsis of a interstellar black ops spy team with 5 agents led by a fearless operative. Include one noble character representing the law. Describe these characters and the basic plot of a intergalactic mission to save humanity. Let's see what ChatGPT comes up with here. It's thinking. Title, Shadowfall, Intergalactic Black Ops. Synopsis. In a distant future where interstellar nations teeter on the brink of war, an elite Black Ops spy team known as Vanguard Unit operates in the shadows. Tasked with missions that don't officially exist, they neutralize threats before they reach humanity's doorstep. Led by the fearless and brilliant operative Commander Orion Vex. Okay. This 5-person squad specializes in espionage, sabotage, and high-risk extractions across the galaxy. That sounds pretty good, that last part. Their latest mission is their most dangerous yet. Intelligence has surfaced that a rogue AI entity known as Erebus has infiltrated a lost alien megastructure capable of rewriting reality itself. If Erebus harnesses its power, it could wipe out entire civilizations, including humanity. The team must infiltrate the hostile zone, battle advanced synthetic assassins, and outmaneuver an enemy that anticipates their every move. But they aren't the only ones after the megastructure. Interstellar law enforcement, led by the noble and relentless Marshal Kayleen Rowe, is hunting the Vanguard unit, believing them to be terrorists rather than heroes. With the law at their heels and time running out, the team must risk everything, including their own morality, to prevent Erebus from unleashing a new era of galactic annihilation. The Vanguard unit, Commander Orion Vex, the fearless leader and tactical genius, once an idealist, now a pragmatist who will do anything to save humanity, haunted by the missions that required impossible choices. Zyra Kor, the master infiltrator and hacker, a former cyber criminal turned reluctant hero. She speaks in code as easily as she breathes. Dude, that's rad. I actually like that. I really like that one. That's cool. A black hat cyber criminal reluctantly that goes white hat reluctantly. That's cool. Okay, right now, again, these are not characters yet. These are still just archetypes, but it's a start. Ragnar Voss, the weapons specialist and demolitions expert, a former soldier exiled for questioning corrupt warlords. He sees explosions as an art form. You know, he reminds me of our own dear Starfjeti. Where is Starfjeti? You would think that the earlier time would attract his attention, but alas, we are bereft. Dr. Leora Vale, the medic and bioengineer, a scientist who turned her skills towards survival after witnessing the horrors of biowarfare. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Well, that I actually really like. Cade Onyx, the pilot. You know what? I would actually rewrite this a little bit. I would say Dr. Vale was a scientist who was researching cures and vaccines and stuff like that. And she wound up inadvertently participating in the creation of a bioweapon. And because of that, she now doesn't give a shit about cures or anything. She just specializes in encountering bioweapons and bioterrorism. That's a pretty cool. That'd be cool. I kind of like that idea. Cade Onyx, the pilot and strategist, a rogue with an unmatched ability to navigate through the most hostile star systems, always with a sharp remark. Marshal Kayleen Rowe, a high-ranking officer of the Galactic Peacekeepers. Rowe embodies unwavering justice. He sees the Vanguard unit as dangerous vigilantes, but his pursuit of truth may force him to question the very system he serves. As tensions rise and the fate of the galaxy hangs in the balance, the Vanguard unit must decide. Will they sacrifice their souls to save billions, or will their past sins finally catch up to them? So that was ChatGPT writing automatically, instantly, in seconds, a story that is 10 times better than Star Trek Section 31. How about that? I'm dead serious. That is 10 times better. Holy shit. That's so again, AI is never going to replace brilliant writers and creators such as Takashi Yamazaki of Godzilla Minus One, or Christopher Nolan, another great example, or Lauren LaFranc of The Penguin. Those types of creatives are totally safe from the rise of AI. On the other hand, dumb as a bag of hammers morons like Alex Kurtzman, they're in deep doo-doo. Because literally AI can replace them now. Like now. They can be replaced. So listen, you only have to worry about AI if you're a bad writer or you're not good enough at your craft. That's all you got to worry about. Fascinating, isn't it? What do you think? Is that a good story, chat? Shadowfall. It needs work, I admit. Some of it's a bit derivative, but I got to tell you, I really like the Marshall Rowe character. I think there's a lot of potential there. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I really like the core character that's got the cyber criminal turned hero and the medic and bioengineer who's now like an anti-bio warfare character. That's cool. I like that. I like that a lot. Nice work, ChatGPT. You're clearly more intelligent than Alex Kurtzman. Crowbar offers a libation for Starfjeti. Tell me, chat, does the new earlier time work? Do you guys like the earlier time, or should I go back to the later hours? Let me know. I'm open to it. I kind of thought that the earlier time was better for people. That's why I started doing. And plus, I get things done earlier in the day. It moves me, but I have been having to like rush to prepare a little bit. So I don't know. I'm open to input on this. Crowbar says, meaning Filippo Giorgio, she had to become a genocidal dictator because of the patriarchy. It's so dumb. It's so much dumber than even that, Crowbar. So this is the setup, right? I don't know if you're a Trekkie or not, but in the original Star Trek, the idea of the mirror universe was it was the evil twin of the Federation universe. So in the mirror universe, instead of this noble federation of cooperating species that's a democracy, you have the Terran Empire, in which a human empire has enslaved all the Vulcans and Andorians, etc. And we run an evil empire. And Kirk is like a warlord. He's not like a peaceful explorer. It's basically the idea. So you would think that, and in this world, might makes right. So literally, if Kirk is challenged or just murdered by his first officer, then the first officer gets to be captain. And this is totally fine in the Terran Empire. Like, okay, well, if your first officer murdered you, no matter how it was done, if your first officer murdered you, then you were weak anyway, and you deserve to lose power. That's how the Terran Empire looks at things. So, this is also, as established in an episode of Enterprise, through the Looking Glass, or Through a Mirror Darkly, I think it was. In Enterprise, they establish that this is also how rising to imperial power works. If you kill the Emperor, you become the Emperor. Basically like in Dune, or any other major, like, you know, sci-fi empire mythos. So in the Kurtzman Section 31, they tell the backstory of how Philippa Georgiou becomes the Emperor. Do you know how she becomes the Emperor? No shit. They ripped off the Hunger Games. When the Empire needs a new emperor, wait, why do they need a new emperor? Who knows? Not explained. When the Empire decides they need a new emperor, just how it always works in a power vacuum. yeah. In a dictatorial power vacuum. This is how power is decided. Yeah. They hold a Hunger Games. They select children from all these different human colonies and worlds. They put them in a Hunger Game, and they have to fight until there's only 2 left. And then when there's only 2 left, the remaining 2 have to race home, and the first one to kill their family wins the Hunger Games. And the one that fails becomes the slave of the new emperor. And then they coronate that child as the new emperor. And this is how Philippa Georgiou became the emperor. That is one of the fucking stupidest things I've ever heard. In addition to being derivative, in addition to being a flat plagiarism of the Hunger Games, it's insanely stupid. It doesn't make a lick of sense. Oh, yeah, sure. I'm sure that the dictator that's waiting to take power in a power vacuum is going to politely wait for some random peasant to win the Hunger Games, and as their little prize at the bottom of the Cracker Jack box, they get to be emperor for a while. BS! It's so stupid. I cannot believe how stupid these writers are. They literally make what's already established lore dumber. They already explained it, Alex Kurtzman, you stupid boob. They already explained how it works. All you have to do is plagiarize. This is a crazy idea. If you're going to plagiarize something, why not plagiarize, I don't know, Star Trek? It's unbelievable. Plagiarize Star Trek. No, that's not what they do. They literally take the lore of Star Trek, discard it, and write something dumb. Oh my God, I don't hate Alex Kurtzman enough. I really do. No, Crowbar. I am not shitting. They don't call it the Hunger Games, of course. They call it something else. But my point is, it's the Hunger Games. It's so stupid. I know. It's so dumb. Crowbar with a $2 super chat says, thank you for the great show, Captain. Why, you are too kind, Crowbar. I appreciate it. Mr. Producer. Applause. Thank you. Thank you, Crowbar. I appreciate it. It's nice to be appreciated. But it's so... I just can't get over it, man. It's in the first 5 minutes. You can just watch the first 5 minutes and it'll confirm everything I'm telling you. It's so bizarre, man. I don't understand how these people... I don't even understand how their brains work. I'm dead serious about this. Because I am a curious person. I want to put myself in the shoes of other people and try and figure out why they think the way they think or whatever. And And I'm telling you right now, I cannot figure out how these people think in such bizarre ways. That would be Kurtzman and these idiot writers of Section 31. Like, I like, why would you trade what's already established? And by the way, is in keeping with history, right? Show me a single dictatorship or empire or monarchy that has ever decided power this way. Show me just one example in human history. You won't find one because it's not the way the pursuit of power, absolute power, that's just not the way it works. In theory, monarchies are a kind of legal, like you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Monarchies are kind of like a dictatorship under the rule of law. That's essentially what they're supposed to be. A lawful, legal dictatorship that proceeds according to, you know, duly created traditions and established legal precedents. But that doesn't change the fact that even in monarchies, when there's a power vacuum, there's a Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is inspired by real European power struggles within monarchies. So even George R.R. Martin is not inventing total fantasy here. You know, the Red Wedding is based upon the real-life event in Scotland, the Black Dinner. Go look up the Black Dinner in Scotland, which is basically what the Red Wedding is based upon, when one Scottish family murdered another Scottish royal family to take the throne, right? So history has lots of precedents for the fact that nature abhors a vacuum. Nobody is going to leave an emperor's chair empty without a fight. It's just not going to happen. So the fact that these wackos, on the one hand, they admire Philippa Georgiou because she's this stunning model of just girl boss power. She's a badass boss bitch. But she didn't even kill her way to the top in a as just a political operator. She didn't scheme and backstab and climb the Game of Thrones. She didn't win the Game of Thrones. She just was the rando peasant who won the Hunger Games. Really? Really? That's more interesting to you? That makes her a badder badass to you? That makes no sense to me. It really doesn't. She's a dumb character anyway. I'm just trying to put myself in their head. You know what I'm saying? It's weird, man. It's really weird. Is this a good... You're saying it's a good show, Crowbar. Is it, though? I don't know. Of course it is. You have not heard the most important opinion on the internet until you've heard the captain's opinion. That's just a fact. What else we got in the stack of stuff? I think I had in the... Oh, yes. The total implosion of Bioware. We also have the Dave Cullen Superman video. I wanted to get to that. Wait. What was last in the stack of stuff? There was that one. Yeah, we did the Red Letter Media. We did Ryan's Hatred. That one was fun. We'll close it out with Dave Cullen. But first, I've been kind of meaning to get to this. So Critical Drinker is an author and an Iron Age creator. And he's written quite a few novels. I'm double checking. What is it? Yeah. So if you look him up on Amazon, it's Will Jordan. He's written a series of novels, and he also has created a short film. It's about 45 minutes long, based upon his novels, which are basically counterterrorism spy novels, following the main character of Will Drake. So his film that he just produced is Rogue Elements. I have not seen it yet. I'm not going to watch the whole thing because it's 45 minutes. However, I would like to react to the first 15 minutes with you here on the live stream. So we'll call this the Rogue Elements Reaction Part 1. Crowbar the Skull is calling out the chat. Says, come on, you cheapskates, pony up a couple bucks for our captain. Well, thank you, Crowbar. I appreciate that. I mean, it's up to you, chat. It's fine. All donations welcome. All right, Mr. Producer, share screen. I'm just glad anyone's watching. Okay, it's just I'm deeply relieved. I'm deeply relieved. Okay, roll tape. Gradual Upgrade Productions. It's a pretty cool name for a studio. I'm with it. Car Flag Entertainment. For those listening, in 2001, the CIA's Special Activities Division authorized the formation of a new, highly classified unit. Composed of elite military veterans, its mission was to find and retrieve high-value assets from deep behind enemy lines. If killed or captured, the CIA would deny all knowledge of their existence. They bore no insignia, held no title, and answered to no name. For the select few who knew of them, they came to be known as Shepherds. I mean, I hope I don't get, like, copyright hit.
Everyone eventually breaks, and you will too. Tell me what I want to know.
Republic of Estonia near the Russian border.
I can't stay here any longer. They're onto me. You have to get me out now.
You're saving lives. Remember that.
Easy enough for you to say. It's not your ass on the line.
Code word.
Vulture.
Will you follow?
I don't think so.
Try harder, Ivan.
I'm not a fucking spy. I can't tell who's following me, who's at the back.
See anything?
Negative.
All right, stay close.
What about my wife and child?
Right now, you're the priority.
No, that was not our deal.
It's now or never, Ivan.
God damn it, get him out of here!
Oh, fuck!
Stop it!
Bravo! Bravo! You play the role of a coward very well, Ivan. And yes, I do know where your family's hidden.
Please, Volkov, don't hurt them.
It's too late for that.
Fuck you, just do it, you fuck.
fucking pussy.
We have a long road before we get to that point. You see, you have information that I need.
I'm definitely digging the sort of 24 style action. That's very cool. Universal, what was it you said? Captain, that monologue sounded like the A-Team, the monologue they used at the start of the TV show. Well, technically it was a monologue because I was reading it, but it's actually an epigraph is what it's called. And it was a pretty solid epigraph. I mean, yeah, it's a very simple concept. But honestly, it sounded better than Section 31. It actually did. It sounded a lot better than Section 31. I think my biggest issue right now, I do not know who to root for here. I don't know who's bad and who's good. I have like zero clue. Well, I guess the guy threatening torture is probably bad. Crowbar says no blood, doesn't like that. Oh, we need more blood, drinker. More blood, please.
You're wasting your time. You might as well put a bullet in me now. Save us both the aggravation.
You know something? I believe you. I think you're right. It's interesting, you know? I've seen many men piss their pants in moments like this. And I remember one time a man who actually shit himself, believe it or not. So, I have a situation, a problem. And like my father used to always say, there are very few problems that can be solved with a good, sturdy hammer.
So the woman shot the driver of the extraction car, which I assumed were the good guys. But then she shot at the bad guy who was ambushing the good guy. So I'm totally I have no idea who I'm rooting for here. I mean, obviously I'm not rooting for this dude. But like, she must be a third party. That's all I can figure.
Now, last year, one of your CIA Shepherd teams infiltrated a maximum security prison on Russian territory.
I know, I read that book. That was a good book. That's his first book.
Their target was an operative, identified by the code name Maras. Now, this person is very, very dangerous, guilty of more crimes against the Russian state than almost anyone else alive. All I want to know is the name of the man who led this mission. Give me the name and all this will be over. Otherwise, things will get very... well, I'm sure you know how it goes.
Well, I guess we're in for a long night. 'Cause I don't know shit.
Okay. I'm going to find out soon enough.
there you go, Crowbar. That's pretty good.
Don't say a goddamn word.
You can tell me. What was it?
Ryan Drake.
Okay.
Ryan Drake. The man you're looking for is Ryan Drake.
Ryan Drake. See, that wasn't so hard now, was it? Thank you.
What the fuck is all this about anyway? We're not supposed to be back on rotation for another, 2 weeks.
I thought you had all the answers, Frost. Running ops from behind computer screen like you do.
Just gonna stand there like an asshole?
Looks like you've got it covered.
You know how much I love getting phone calls from you at 6 a.m.?
You know how much I love making.
I was in the middle of something.
Don't worry. Whoever your latest victim is, I'm sure will be tied up in your dungeon.
Why'd you bring this fucking asshole in?
Didn't. It was Dan's call. But he speaks Russian like a native. About 2 hours ago, we received this. It's an hard watch.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's John Hastings.
Goddamn word.
You can tell me.
The man you're looking for is Ryan Drake.
Ryan Drake. See, that wasn't so hard now, was it? Thank you. You were foolish enough to send spies into my country. And as you can see, they have failed miserably. The price of American arrogance.
You better have...
Hey, I thought you were fast. Are you slacking on my soldier?
It's a cheap shot, mate.
Yeah, well, it worked, mate.
You know one of these days I'm gonna stop taking it easy on you.
Yeah, you just keep telling yourself that.
Right, he knows your name. Who the hell is this guy?
The agency doesn't have anything on him.
Of course.
Hastings' team was tasked with retrieving this man. Ivan Fedorov. An agency asset investigating a new radical separatist group in Estonia.
Estonia? Since when have the Baltic states harbored terrorists?
Since they joined NATO. Pro-Russian factions have been agitating ever since the articles were signed.
Till now they were low level, disorganized, not much of a threat, but according to Fedorov, things are changing. New leadership has unified them under one command, along with a big injection of money and weapons. If he's right, they're powerful enough to destabilize the entire region.
And push them towards Russia instead.
According to our friends at the NSA, he's being held in this warehouse, on the outskirts of Narva.
So why not just kill him?
Because they need to know how badly they've been compromised.
Exactly.
A drone strike would solve things pretty quickly.
Dietrich, we can't just start dropping bombs on friendly countries.
Never stopped us before.
What about the local police or military? The Estonians have to be on our side for this one, right?
Nah, corruption's an issue in that part of the world. Which is why we kept this operation in-house.
You sure that's the only reason, Ryan?
Dietrich, stop.
Look around you, Frost. Does this look like headquarters to you? This looks and sounds like a bullshit rush job. By the time we get over there, we're gonna lose nighttime cover.
Just shut the fuck up.
Besides, Dan could have chosen half a dozen other teams for this mission. Why us? Unless, of course, he didn't choose us. Is that it? Did you make this happen? You got your old war buddy to sign off on this? You selfish prick.
Hastings was our friend. He didn't deserve to go out like that. And we don't allow shit like this to go unanswered. Of course, maybe you're a person that can live with it. Yeah, there you go, yeah. We have just under 2 hours to figure out how to get inside that warehouse, find Fedorov, and get the fuck out in one piece. Frost, I need everything you can dig up in the building. Blueprints, electrical layouts, it works.
I'll do what I can. 2 hours is pushing it.
Then we'll figure out the rest on the flight over. Get on it.
Better hope this isn't a trap. Because if those assholes don't kill you, I will.
The only people dying today are those fuckers. All of them.
Cool. We're going to leave it right there. A big round of applause for the critical drinker, Will Jordan, film Rogue Elements on his channel. Pretty cool so far. It's starting to pull me in. It's definitely starting to pull me in. Look, it's not that hard. It's very simple. A team, an objective, interesting characters. There you go. Definitely pretty excellent production value. I do think the music is laying it on a little thick at parts. I think I would want more use of the silence here and there. But that being said, pretty good. Pretty good. I'm into it. Davian says, dialogue isn't great. I'm not going to lie. I would say it's by the numbers. And I probably would have changed that line where he says, are you the type of person that can live with that? I would rather have heard, are you the type of man that can live with that? I feel like that would be better. So, that being said, you got to start somewhere. So, I would say that, if you take the first episode of almost any really great TV show, like take some of the most famous shows ever, such as, I would say Breaking Bad is probably a great example. There was some clunkiness in that first episode. So I just feel like once you have a team that's like really good and they dial it in, this feels like what could be the beginning of a great TV show for sure. What's next in the stack of stuff? Consider for a second that this is Critical Drinker on his first ever film project. Like, he's never directed before. Take your favorite director, any director that you love, and go find their very first project, right? Why do I go to the IMDb pages? Why do I go to the IMDb pages of writers and directors and producers on these just really bad Star Wars or Marvel projects? Why do I do that? Well, I go to see how long is their list of credits, because how long have they been working on their craft? And it's amazing. You take who was the guy? Jeff Loveness, the guy that wrote Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. He literally had written basically nothing else, right? So that's part of the problem with these major amounts of money that someone like Disney is throwing at a first-time writer. It's like they haven't even had a chance to find their style or their voice. So what I'm getting at is, consider for a second that this is Critical Drinker doing his first ever filmmaking effort. And I would say it's at least on par with a counterterrorism TV show that I would I may or may not watch. That sounds unfortunate the way I phrased that. Meaning he has my attention. Well, the same was true of Reacher or The Terminal List. I had the exact same feeling. I might watch this. Show me more. I might be into this. Like, it actually took me a couple episodes to get into The Terminal List. It definitely took me a lot of episodes to get into Reacher. I actually find a lot of the first half of season 1 of Reacher is very slow and boring. So the fact that Critical Drinker is able to turn in a product that, if this were like a TV show, I would be at the point of like, I'm going to keep watching this, and I'm hoping this is going to really start to like gain momentum. And I feel like there's that potential there. It does have a gritty, natural quality to it. I like that a lot. The characters are serious, and the stakes are real. There's real potential here. So definitely, I'd like to see more. I really would. It's very expensive to make films. That's the difficulty, you know? This is a very small indie proof of concept film. That's basically what he says. He says on his channel it's a proof of concept. So the way to view this is it's akin to a pilot. So, you know, Mr. Producer, grab the comments on this. Let's take a look at the comments. I'm just curious. Let's see what everyone thinks about this. And then, of course, you in the chat. This was by The Drinker? Oh, wow, says Damien. Okay, yeah, Will Jordan is his name. He's an author. His books are good. I've read his books. They're very gritty. The writing is there, trust me. I think as a filmmaking effort, this might have some rough edges. But as a writer, he's actually very good. And his dialogue is pretty good. Now, here's the thing. I'm not big into spy novels. That's not my favorite genre. So I'm reading as a bit of an outsider to the genre because I'm not. But I've read some of the Mitch Rapp, the Vince Flynn novels. I've read some of that. And he's on par. He's absolutely on par with talented authors. So he knows what he's doing as a writer. He might be finding his voice as a filmmaker. That's definitely fair, I think, to say. Crowbar says at least he's trying to create unwoke alternatives. But returning to your comment, Damien, yes, this has me instantly interested. Support those you share similar views on. If we don't, we're no better than the opposition. We have to stand together. And also says Reacher is actually much, much closer to the books, unlike Tom Cruise's iteration. Yeah, I know it is. I think that the problem with Reacher is it's a detective story with some cool action in it. And the problem is because of the Tom Cruise films, which also were confusing for this reason, I thought of him as like a spy character, like a super spy, but he's not. He's a detective, and these are whodunit stories. And they're pretty good, but something about that first season and all the drama with the town cops really just dragged for me. I just was super bored. You know, there are some cool scenes in it, like when he's in prison is really freaking awesome. He just smokes all these bad guys in prison, just kills them all. That was great. I love that. I love it when he takes apart like some bad guy who deserves it. But when it's like the town sheriff that's giving him hell, it's just, I get bored of that. I don't know why. Anyway, yeah, so I agree that we should support other members of the Iron Age, but I think that they also need to be held to the same standard as any other creative. I would say that if we're talking about a short film proof of concept, that's a different standard than Star Wars The Acolyte. Would you agree? Because if I'm evaluating The Acolyte, which is by a major motion picture studio that's been in business for a century with billions of dollars at their disposal, and this is a multi-$100 million project, right? My expectations of quality are going to be commensurate with that. Christopher Nolan, his film Memento is brilliant, but it's definitely rougher as a film than some of his later works, such as Oppenheimer or Interstellar. Obviously, it was a low-budget film. So I think that when it's in the right perspective, we're willing to have, the standards generally fit what we're dealing with, right? If it's a short film, small film, indie film, the quality should be high, but within the context of Drinker does not have, $100 million here. He does not have all the resources of a major studio. This is an independent project, right? So I think it's fair to cut him a little slack on that basis. But on the other hand, I think that he would agree, Eric July would agree, Robert Meyer Burnett would agree, that Chris Gore would agree, any indie creator should still be held to a high standard. And we're not going to get anywhere by just supporting people just because we agree with their politics, because really that would be no different than what the wokies do. And it's a disastrous mentality. But yes, we're going to support them, but we're also going to say, hey, this is what worked, this is what didn't work. You know what I'm saying? So, Ed, I will expect the same of my work as more of it gets out there. So let's take a look at these comments, shall we? Complains about Hollywood being unoriginal makes unoriginal slop. Unoriginal slop. Ouch! Just went to the bathroom and took a massive proof of concept. Wow. Wow. The internet is harsh. Let's all be honest, reading the comments is way more fun than watching the film. This isn't even stereotypical anymore. It's just regurgitated cliches, or is it supposed to be satire? To be honest, it looks quite well for a low budget, amateur short movie. Pretty good camera work and editing. Audio's pretty good. Music sounds like they got it for free. I would agree with that, actually. Acting is all over the place, but the writing, sheesh, the writing is not only incredibly contrived, but just overall bad. Feels like it was written by a teenager edgelord that tried to copy every spy thriller he's ever read or watched ever. It does seem like satire, doesn't it? The accents make it hilarious. From the comments I gather, it is, however, not a satire. How and why did this concept get made? Well, I'll tell you what, the Drinker... You're in the game now, Drinker. You are in the game now. So like most Steven Seagal films with higher production value. I mean, what's incredible to me about these critiques, okay? Here's what's incredible to me about these critiques. Would these exact same commenters be saying this about Star Trek Discovery? Would they be saying this about The Mandalorian, which basically rehashes every bounty hunter cliche in the universe? What's their opinion of The Last Jedi? I'm just curious. I'm not saying it's one way or the other. I'm not saying. For all I know, they're critical Drinker super fans. They're just being honest. Maybe. I'm just curious. I'm a curious man. Dude, I hear a lot of normies praise Rings of Power all the time. I do. I hear normies say, oh, it's really interesting learning how Sauron got his powers or whatever. And I'm like, oh my God. So look. You want to complain about cliches? Show me one modern, like, multi-million-dollar franchise that isn't basically written by ChatGPT. Just seriously. I'm not defending Drinker's work here. I'm just saying I'm curious. I'm curious if you're this harsh with the mainstream media that you consume. Possibly. I think these are Drinker haters, because look at this comment here. Are you serious? You don't get it. Have you ever watched one of the hypocritical Drinker's videos? Listen to what he says. The reason why everyone is down on this is because the hypocritical Drinker made something that includes everything he hates about movies. Had Will the Hack Jordan not made this and just watched it, he would call it woke, complaining about the girl boss. No, then you've misunderstood all of his arguments completely. You don't understand. You've not been listening to a single thing he said, if that's what you think. But whatever. Resume quote. He would call it generic, cliche, no nuance, bad music, etc., etc., etc. The hypocritical Drinker made a name for himself by ripping apart movies, and what he made is worse than anything he reviewed on this channel. Okay, worse than Rebel Moon? Worse than The Last Jedi? Worse than the Doctor Who Christmas special? Seriously? Worse than Section 31? I don't think so. I don't think so. Holy shit, I did not expect this. I did not expect to see a comment section so hostile. This is his own channel. This is the Critical Drinker channel. This one seems a little more constructive. I gotta be brutally honest here. This is not good. Everything from the dialogue, the characters, the shots, and even every moment-to-moment event feels like worse versions of tropes and cliches I've already seen 1,000 times over. Sorry, Drinker, love you and all your content, but this isn't how we one-up Hollywood. This is how we deliver a worse version of the same product that's already been created so many times before. Just minus current social politics. It's not enough. This is the one harsh critique I do agree with wholeheartedly. I'm sorry to say. You can tone it down with the royalty-free stock music. That was definitely too much. I definitely agree with that. He needs to use the silence on the soundtrack better. Yeah. So this is revenge. This is what this is. This comment section is all of his detractors and haters. This is like the Rippaverse hate. This is exactly the same situation. He critiques work that they like, and it pisses them off. This is their way of saying, time for revenge. Now you're a creator, and I get to shit all over you. Which, by the way, is totally fair. That is fair. It is fair. I'm not saying I agree with it, but it's fair. This is the cinematic equivalent to pissing on your own doorstep. Jeez, is there one positive in here? Gotta see the Drinker fixes for this movie? Holy shit, that is savage. The pistols with endless magazines. Gee, they're even critiquing the... You know, he got creatives that worked on the show 24 to help him with this. And they're even criticizing the gunplay. Music was a serious miss. No way in hell did he make a review shitting on Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 and then proceed to make this failure of a proof of concept. Yeah, well, the accent's going to get the business. Yeah, that's the guy was basically speaking with a German accent, so that's fair. My narrator who did my book, Blood and Oak, he's pretty good. He's actually blown up a lot, Travis Baldry, but like some of his accents, like French accents, were definitely a bit off in the audio production of my audiobook. And I probably, if you know, as the book gets more readers, that's going to get blowback. It is what it is. We do better next time, right? Legitimately crazy how this is an amalgamation of everything you criticize. I disagree. I really do. To all the people leaving negative comments, stop making them. I can't like them all. Oh, jeez. I thought that was going to be like the one positive. Oh, my God. This is crazy. Looks like the Critical Drinker has entered the Tommy Wiseau era of his life, thinking he can produce a much better product than the bad films and TV shows he watched, but realized he lacked the skills, experience, and creativity to do so. Stop! Oh, my God. Damn, Crit. Nice save there with the proof of concept. Folks, I'm going to tell you right now. Oh, my God, I'm sorry. Damn it, Mr. Producer. You had it on the wrong view. I know it's my fault. It's not your fault, Mr. Producer. I cannot get used to the way Restream does the layout. I hate the way Restream does the layout. But StreamYards is trash, and I can't go back to it. But now I need this layout because I'm going to mansplain to the audience. So, folks, understand that, like, when you put yourself out there, this can happen. If you're thinking, if you are thinking that George McFly in Back to the Future was pathetic for saying, I just don't know if I could ever publish anything because what if they didn't like it? I don't think I could take that kind of rejection. Folks, I hope this moderates your negative opinion of George McFly just a little bit. This, if you're thinking to yourself, I'm afraid to publish my work because what if people don't like it? Guess what? And I'm not saying this to discourage you. I'm saying this because facts don't care about your feelings. Yes, this can happen to you. By the way, I'm willing to bet anyone that is a published writer, a published producer, director, actor, someone has laughed them out of an audition, someone has told them their work was trash, some critic, maybe 100 critics have told them that their movie is one of the worst things they've ever seen. So this is the game. This is the job. Like, if you want this job, this is the job. And by the way, I want this job. And I understand this is the job. I'm not laughing at Draker. Trust me, I love Draker. I am amazed at this comment section right now. I can't even believe it because he's got so many fans. He makes a ton of money in super chats. Where are they? Where are they in the comment section? If anything, I would say it's to his credit there are no shills. No one is shilling for this. Fascinating, isn't it? He hasn't turned off the comment section. He's not hiding the comments. He's not telling them they're all assholes and they're wrong. And I guarantee you, I suppose I can't guarantee this, but my gut tells me he is most certainly not quitting in his journey to make good films. Impressive. I'm impressed. I'm fucking impressed as hell, I gotta tell you. Not with the movie so much. I'm impressed that the drinker is in the arena. He's the man in the arena, and he's taking it like a man. I fucking respect the shit out of that, man. This comment section, and I don't know, maybe it did for him. I don't know. I haven't heard anything from him that's defensive or reflexive about this. I didn't even know this was happening. I've watched several of his streams since he released this. If I had gotten this comment section after putting all this work into something on my work, I'm not going to lie. I'm human, folks. I'd be curled up in a fetal position for probably 7 days. I'd come out of it eventually, but man, it would be tough. This would be tough. That's a painful comment section, man. My heart goes out to the guy. So, the next time you hear Amanda Stenberg or Leslie Headland or Christy Arrivo or whatever that babe's name is, or who's give me a few others, Mr. Producer. Alex Kurtzman, Dave Filoni, what? Just pick one. Manny Jacinto. The next time you hear one of these creatives who are privileged to be paid to do art for a living complain about all the toxic fans and how unfair they are and how mean and bigoted they are, just be secure in the knowledge that they are whiners, that they are absolute pussies, as the critical drinker would say, because this is the job. So yeah, no, I don't feel bad at all about throwing shit at Leslie Headland. Not at all. Okay, full screen it again, Mr. Producer. I cannot believe this. Oh my God. Did you spend all the money from crowdfunding on whiskey? Because that would explain a lot. So this is the kind of movie that CD wishes that Hollywood would go back to making. This is utter dog shit. Now go and show the world you have the balls to brutally review your own stuff with ultimate honesty. Well, come on. That's not fair. No author can be 100% objective about their own work. It's not even possible. Why do you think editors exist? I'm dead serious. Like, I'm not capable of being 100% objective about my own work. It's just not possible. I try, believe me, I do, but I know that I can't be. I'm too close to it. This didn't release. It escaped. Jesus. I said it before and I'll say it again. This belongs in the D tier section of a good will. What? Guess it's easier to be a critic than a creative. Well, that's true. I don't think Drinker would disagree. Fan films made with no budget managed to pull off so much more than this slop. Imagine criticizing movies for years and then taking all these criticisms, write them down, and make them into a, quote, movie, which he called it until the reviews came in, and then he backpedaled it into a pilot. You get this, Rogue Elements. He used every trope, every cliche, every ex machina he hates so much and used them to make this. It's honestly baffling. This is one of the most fascinating things. I'm literally just going to skim to see if there's a positive comment. Well, here we go. This is probably as close as we're going to get. I was a backer and really wanted Drinker to succeed, but I was so bored after 15 minutes, I just started cooking with Rogue Elements as background noise. I felt bad later and thought I should give it another shot, so I watched the whole thing, and it was just really disappointing. So here's what I would say if I were giving constructive feedback to Critical Drinker directly. What I would say is you've got 5 minutes to get us emotionally invested in the character. Maybe less, quite frankly, especially if this is an indie project. And the problem I had with the beginning is I didn't know who to root for, and that's a big problem. So I do think that's probably contributing to a lot of this negativity. That's a big problem. We have to know who to root for. Let me grab this real quick here. I did not expect this to become a Will Jordan therapy session. I'm not a shill for the guy. I'm being honest. I think there's definitely a legitimate problem. I think there's a lot of revenge against Drinker going on in this comment section. This is the mob. A lot of this is the mob that's over the top. But they are, look, as I said, I stand by it. A fan is entitled to have any opinion they want to have. No doubt. That goes for Critical Drinker. That goes for me. Let me find this. 24 episode 1. I wonder if, oh wow, someone just posted it. Obviously I can't sit here and play it, but let's just see what the first 2 minutes of the show 24 gives us, which is, I would say, very similar to what Drinker is doing here. Oh, I love that sound. Oh my God, I miss that sound. I miss it so damn much.
The following p.m. on the day of the California presidential primary. Events occur in real time.
Kuala Lumpur local time, 4:30 p.m. I think. Is that what it said? 4 p.m.? Now, I will note the music is much more understated here than in Drinkers, and that is Okay, I'm going to skip ahead just a little. We're introducing something bad's happening. Bad guy gets weapon or something.
Sir, we've just heard from Rubner. He confirmed.
Oh, no. That's what it is. It's an agent who is abroad, and he's reporting the threat that the counterterrorism unit's going to have to deal with.
Identified.
Victor Rovner requesting permission to transmit.
Log in.
I wouldn't say the acting here is any better than Drinkers, honestly.
permission granted.
It's not a super weapon. It's not. It's not a super weapon, Damien. The first season is about an assassination plot on the presidential candidate. Isn't that interesting? Okay, so we're 2 minutes in. We've got a hook for the story, which is an agent abroad is reporting a threat in the United States. Okay, great. I'm probably going to have to clip this out later.
Mr. Walsh? Sir, we've just heard from Rovner. He confirmed that there will be an attempt today.
Could you find out who their target is?
Senator David Palmer.
As soon as the polls open tomorrow morning, I'll be there.
Senator Palmer seems poised.
Senator David Palmer, campaign headquarters. So this is actually pretty smart. There's a threat on Palmer. The very next scene is we get introduced to Palmer, who's a sympathetic character. I really love this character.
On this historic occasion.
Well, it is an historic
We see his family, his staff. We see him on just a day in the life.
occasion, sir.
It's self-serving to say it. I want to stay low-key.
Wrong. Play it out.
Okay, so then he gets the report. I'm just kind of breaking down like how the show begins. So then in minute 3, we get introduced to our hero, Jack Bauer.
Yeah.
So he's at home playing chess with his daughter.
So, is she still giving you the cold shoulder?
If by she you're referring to your mother, I'd appreciate it if you call her by her name, Mom. And no, she's just busy.
She's busy a lot.
And it's a school night for you, so time for bed.
Check, gotta make sure I'm not getting a warning here.
I love you. It's Walsh. He's coming into the office. He wants everybody in as soon as possible.
Okay, so I would say that's the first 6 minutes of the show. We establish an immediate hook that there's a threat. We then visit our unwitting two heroes, which is Senator David Palmer. We get to see his family, a slice of his life, right? Then we get to see Jack Bauer at home, comfortable. He's with his daughter, his wife. There's an implication that there's some trouble at home that he needs to be attending to, but then he gets the call. We need you to come in and solve this problem. And he's about to be dragged into this absolute nightmare that's going to last for 24 hours. So I will tell you that I did not get seriously hooked on this show until probably about the 3rd or 4th episode. It was about the 3rd or 4th episode that I was like, oh my God, I cannot wait another 7 days for the next episode. It was excruciating. But the first episode didn't even really get super interesting until I would say it was about where Jack winds up in a gunfight, which was super cool. So he goes into CTU, finds out about the plot. There's a bunch of inter-office drama because he's basically what he is. He's the guy that can find moles, and there's a mole in CTU. Then it gets really interesting towards the end. I don't think this is the whole episode, but anyway. So what I'm saying is it takes time to build interest in the characters, but you've got to start quickly. You've got to immediately start building, because what actually makes Jack Bauer's story so great, it's actually kind of cliche. He's a cop that has problems at home, and he had an affair, and his wife's still pissed at him about it. His teenager's rebelling. Well, you could call all of those things full-blown cliches. Those are cliches. A cop with a rebellious teenager and a troubled marriage. Gee, where have we heard that before ever? But it's actually him establishing that he loves his family that makes the drama intense later, when now his daughter gets kidnapped and he has to balance his duty to country and his mission to stop the assassination with his daughter is now being held hostage. So without the establishment of why we care about him and his family, you wouldn't have the dramatic tension later when those things are in jeopardy. But we do know one thing right off the bat, which is who to root for. We know that we're rooting for Jack, and we're rooting for Senator Palmer. We think. We think maybe we are because he is a politician, which means we don't know if we should trust him or not, and the show does milk that a lot. But by the end of the season, we know we should trust him. But anyway, that's kind of my main thoughts on this. So returning to the drinker comment section. What do we have in our chat? Let's see. Crowbar saying spice up the dialogue a little and rogue elements. What works in a novel doesn't necessarily work on screen. That's fair. I think you're right about that, Crowbar, definitely. I mean, I don't think that the dialogue was bad in Rogue Elements. I really don't. But it wasn't anything super original. But again, look at what I just played you from one of the most successful counterterrorism shows in history. 24, ran for 9 seasons. It was a cultural phenomenon in its time, this show was. But would you say that those first 6 minutes were groundbreaking? I wouldn't. You basically had pretty simple storytelling right there. Oh, I need to report that there's a problem. Assassination. Do you know who the target is? It's Senator David Palmer. Then you see David Palmer. I don't think I want to say this in the speech. I want to say that in the speech. Then we have Jack Bauer. Gee, honey, I wish you would call Mom Mom. That's her name. Are you still mad at her? Are you going to tell me right now that that's Shakespeare in our time? No, but it doesn't have to be. It's bringing us into the tale. Now, this is not me defending Drinker here. I'm not saying that this lets him off the hook in one way or the other. I'm simply saying that I think that in the right context, his dialogue is serviceable. I'm not, obviously, that's not, a glowing review. But what I'm saying is the story can get there. If the structural elements are there, it can get there. Look, George Lucas got pretty lucky that he smartly, wisely chose not to tell the story he first wanted to tell. Do you know the story Lucas wanted to tell? You all know this if you're a Star Wars fan. Lucas wanted to tell the story of Episode 1. Right? That's the story. That's the beginning of the story, Episode 1. Now, is it the Episode 1 we actually eventually got in the prequels? Probably not. But his original idea for Star Wars did not start with A New Hope. But he chose to make A New Hope his entry point because that was the most interesting part of the story, and wise decision. Because obviously a Golden Fleece story about blowing up the Death Star is much better. It's a much better entry point into the series than whatever version of the Phantom Menace he originally envisioned. Now, it's possible that Drinker chose the wrong entry point for his story. That's possible. You got one shot. Like if you asked me, Captain Garrett, if you got to make a 45-minute movie based upon your first 2 books, Blood and Oak 1 and 2, would I start at the very beginning of the novel? No, I would not, because that would not, I'd probably get this comment section if I did, because not enough interesting, in a novel, trust me, it's an interesting opening to a novel, but it's not the most interesting part. Probably I would do the story of how Bloody Sully got his name. I'd probably do that. Short story. If a short film set in Blood and Oak, what would I... Honestly, I might do if it's 45 minutes... No, I probably would do part 1, because I sort of wrote part 1 to be like a TV pilot. I'd either do that or part 3. That's what I would do. I would either do part 1 or part 3. Because part 3... I'd probably do part 3, because it's a shitload of naval action, and it's awesome. Part 3 of Blood and Oak is exceptional. It's my own impartial critique of my work is it's freaking amazing. It was a dream to write it. It was hard to write it, but it was amazing as well. Damien saying this has the film quality of a modern day Steven Seagal movie. I mean, it's harsh, man. Fucking harsh. Wranglers dropping links to my novel, Blood and Oak, and Wolves Will Eat, the second entry in the series. And there will be a third, I swear. Wrangler says, I know I can't be objective about my own books. That's what beta readers and developmental editors are for. 100%. 100%. It's, in fact, I'm really good at proofreading for like grammar and spelling. I can't do it on my own work. I mean, I can, but I always miss stuff. I don't know why. I'm literally blind to some of what I've written just because I'm too close to it. So it's just the way it is, man. So it's utterly unfair to tell Critical Drinker to critique his own work. He can't do that. Now, he could invite someone he knows and is friends with like Mahler to do it. Now that would be ballsy. If, in fact, honestly, if I had Mahler's phone number, I'd call him up. Bruh, before I post this on my YouTube channel, take it apart for me. Go to work, surgeon. And I don't even always agree with Mahler, but at least I would know that if it passed his muster and he was being impartial, I could be fairly certain I did good work. Yeah, so there you go. I'm going to stick with this comment section just a minute long. I'm sorry. This is me indulging myself right now. I'm just too damn curious. I wonder if the main character has to find a magical bullshit device. Fuck off with that. Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. The dude thinks himself above everyone. No, he doesn't. And yet the best he could come up with is something at the same level of To Boldly Flee. Well, listen, I don't think I'm above anyone except Leslie Headland and Alex Kurtzman. I do think I'm above them in terms of skill. But I suppose I have my own comment section to look forward to one day, and they'll tell me whether I'm right about that. This is unbelievable. Wow. This one's kind of nice, gently critical. This one is constructive critical. Mary Sue, the only thing left to do... This is weird. This is bizarre. Because it's not that they're criticizing him. It's that there's so much hostility. So much of it. I'm beginning to think that his haters watched it, and his fans, unfortunately, like me, took too long to get around to it. Wow, I know the drinkers read this because he put a heart on this one. This is the only nice comment I have found in this comment section. Holy shit. Which means he had to read a long way to get to this. Somewhat surprised Ryan's last words, spoilers, last words to his team weren't, anyway, that's all we've got for today. Go away now. Drinker put a like on that. Well, that was a friendly thread. That was okay, but fell into many of the same tropes. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, Will, but I laughed so hard at the scene where Anja... Okay, so this garbage cost $400,000. $400,000 is not a lot of money to make a movie, man. That is not a lot of money to make a 45-minute movie. I don't think this commenter understands the true expense of filmmaking. It's significant. It's significant. Oh, yeah. This is fascinating, folks. This is fascinating. Wow. Get famous for shitting on trash movies and shows. Produce this. How much should a movie cost for people not to stand in the open shooting at each other? Are all the grifters people that wanted to make art but failed? No pressure, Iron Age. No offense, this is one of the only other friendly ones. No offense, Drinker, I'm a big fan, but I felt the pacing of the first 5 minutes was a little slow and the dialogue delivery a little wooden. Just take this as constructive criticism. I'll go away now. Wow, that is the nicest comment I found. Wow. Oh my God, they're hitting him with the meme they use on Disney when Ryan Drake bellowed, "I can do this all day," and fired his M41A pulse rifle into the warp core, thus destroying the Death Star and saving the hobbits from the Death Eaters. I wept tears of joy. Jeez, they used the meme on him, for God's sakes. Is there no mercy? Are you not entertained? I'd say props to Drinker for putting his money where his mouth is, but his stupid fans paid for this. Wow. Wow. Fascinating. Just fascinating. Another friendly one. Congratulations for getting that. You have to go back a ways. Congratulations for getting this off the ground. Sadly for me, it didn't work. It looks like a copy of a random 24 episode. Huh. Maybe the influence by John Cassar, who worked on 24, was too strong. The actors were okay, although I can't see the lead as the badass guy. The music was awful and too invasive. That's the one critique I do consistently agree with. Some sequences would have benefited from silence. The cinematography was actually good, and widescreen is always a plus. I agree with that. I think the cinematography is good. And I thought the action was pretty good. I think the biggest problem is don't know who to root for. Music is overbearing. And does sound like it was royalty-free music. I'm sorry to say. Maybe it was. Honestly, if I had to use royalty-free music on a project like this, I would just minimize the use of music. I just minimize it. I think Quentin Tarantino did this pretty well in Reservoir Dogs, which is like his first, I think it was his first film, wasn't it? Reservoir Dogs, which, by the way, is not nearly Tarantino's best film. Like, it's not even close to as good as Pulp Fiction. It's his first film. Here are some movies made with the same budget or much less. This is totally unfair because this can't be adjusted for inflation. The Evil Dead, $350,000. Mad Max, $350,000 in the 70s. That's totally unfair, man. That's like $1 million today at least. Paranormal Activity with $11,000. The Blair Witch Project, $60,000. Napoleon Dynamite, $40,000. $400,000. Some of these are fair, some are not. I would say the Blair Witch and Paranormal Activity is somewhat fair because those would be super, super low budget, definitely, even by today's standards. I think the Evil Dead, definitely the Mad Max and Napoleon Dynamite comparison's totally unfair because you got to adjust for inflation. You have lost the right to criticize anything. Well, if there's one thing I know about criticism, there's no way to lose your right to criticize. There's no way to do that. It's not possible. It's called everyone has opinions are like assholes. There's an endless supply of them. I promise you that. Wow. Where's the end of this comment section? I don't think there's an end to this. I love ya, Drinker, truly. However, gotta be real. Well, we know where that one's going. Drinker put a heart. He has read all of these, folks. He has read all of these. Because I'm like at the bottom of this. And he says, hopefully Drinker's end credit cameo made the final cut. It's hilarious. He put a heart on that one. Holy shit, man. You know what? A captain salute to Will Jordan, the critical drinker. Wow. This guy read this whole comment section like a fucking man. I am so impressed right now, man. I am impressed. That's a professional. Now, I don't expect the average John Q audience member to think this way. This is me thinking as a creative. This is what being a professional is. You don't see Critical Drinker going on a rant at his own fans saying, oh, fuck off, unsubscribe if you don't like it. You don't, obviously, he's not sitting there blaming some kind of societal ill on why he's not getting, any traction. He's just quietly taking in the feedback, which cannot feel good. I promise you that. And he is taking it like a fucking man. And you know what he's doing? I guarantee you is what he's doing. He's writing the next one. He's writing the next one like a fucking man. I'm so damn impressed, man. Not with this movie, unfortunately, not with this movie. But I'm impressed with his professionalism. I don't know if I could endure. I would not. If this were my comment section, I wouldn't read it. I'm just going to be honest with you. I might read it in like, and maybe he did. I might read pieces of it over days, weeks. After a few sessions with my therapist, I might come and finally take this in. This is not what you want when you are a filmmaker. This is not what you're looking for when you undertake to put yourself out there. Wow, another one of the memes. Holy shit. Look, I'm going to say this right off the top, okay? Was this an excellent, awesome effort as his first outing? I think, based on the first 15 minutes, probably not. This is in no way on the level of like an Acolyte or a Section 31 or a Marvels. This is 1,000 times better writing than Section 31. Okay. So there's a lot of haters in this chat that are over. These are like Marvel. He's got a lot of Marvel shills and a lot of Disney shills in this comment section, which is to be expected. As POC, does that mean person of color? I liked it. There are a few simple things that stood out for me. The costumes and locations were really good. The PSO-1 on SVD was a nice touch. The use of anamorphic lenses was really good. The actor's performance was surprisingly good. POC must mean something else in this context. I'm not sure. The fistfights were horrible. Exactly the thing I hate in movies. The sun over the head was abused. The music was so loud and intrusive. Too many 90s cliches. In my opinion, this would be a TV series. It would if this would be a TV series, it would really benefit from some combat experts who would teach the actors. Look. The Critical Drinker did this with $400,000 of likely his own money and maybe some investors. And, oh, that's right. He did crowdfund it a little, which he crowdfunded it some. I'm sorry, but you're not going to get Hollywood's best stuntman for all of your choreography on $400,000. So a little bit of realism here. You know what I'm saying? That's not a lot of money to do an action film. In my opinion, this would be I read that one. This criticism comes from a longtime fan, not someone who would critique for the sake of criticism. By the way, if that were the comment section, I'd think this was great. I'd be like, that's a great comment section. If I'm the creative and these are the kinds of comments I'm getting, those are helpful, creative. But that being said, he's got, 2 million followers. So he's a lightning rod for a lot of haters. One thing I will say, and if Critical Drinker were listening to me by chance, what I would tell him is consider this a sign that you're on the path to success. I don't think I would need to tell him that, but I don't know. This is tough for anyone to... That's tough, man. This is a tough comment section if you're him. I would say if you're on the path of success, you're going to have haters. So it's probably actually, believe it or not, this is actually probably a good sign. I'm not saying he doesn't have work to do as a creative to get better. I'm saying on that journey, this is the first signpost. So this is, believe it or not, a sign of success if he keeps it up. Now, if he gave up and he said, you know what, fuck this, and he never made another one, well, then that would be the end of that. But if he keeps going, I think he'll look back fondly on this comment section. I think it'll be a very different comment section when he's made a couple of films. I just do. Drinker gets shot. Also, Drinker, it'll be fine. He put a heart on that one. My God, he went all the way to the bottom of this. He must have put on a hazmat suit to go all the way. Dude, would Disney do this? Would Leslie fucking Headland read the entire comment section? No! She would turn it off like a loser. Would Alex Kurtzman read the comment section on Section 31? No. Critical Drinker read this comment section like a fucking man. It's so damn impressive. We're in overtime now because I'm so mesmerized by this. Oh my God, I found a good one. Congratulations. He put a heart on that one. You know what's funny? I read like the first couple of chapters of my novel, and it's not even half as good as the chapters in my at the end of my second novel, which are way better. It just is what it is, man. You're never going to be as good your first time as you are your second time. And you're never going to be as good your second time as you are your third time. Creating is very different than criticizing. I will say that. That's absolutely true. Creating is very different than criticizing. You can know what's wrong with something, but that doesn't mean that you're going to be able to create something original and remarkable and amazing. And I suppose that's one reason why a more cowardly character like, what was his name? Who's the guy that said he wouldn't criticize movies anymore because now he's making movies? I guarantee you why he said that is because he could not handle this comment section. Who was that? Damn, I can't remember who it was. Chris Stuckman. That's who it was. Chris Stuckman, who is making his own movies. Basically, he said, you know what? I'm not going to negatively criticize things anymore. This is why he said that. Because he could not handle a comment section like this. You don't hear Critical Drinker saying that. It's fascinating. He's like a stoic, man. He hasn't said a word about this that I've heard. Folks, 99.9% of these are savage. Fucking savage. Wow. I was a backer and pleased with what I saw. Good work, Drinker. Oh, that's water in the desert right there. Wow. I'm just skimming them, folks. You can't even believe this. It's just no end to it. Crowbar the Skull says, a wise man once said, if you got 20 haters, you need 40. That would be Grant Cardone, and you're 100% right. You got 20 haters, go get you 20. Or sorry, you got 20 haters, go get you 40. Exactly right. Okay, you know what? I'm inspired to share something right now. I want to share this with you. And I don't know. Maybe one day I'll get a chance to... Maybe I'll send a super chat on the next open bar, and I'll reference this quote. Is it The War of Art? Is it from The War of Art? I feel like it's got to be. I feel like it's got to be in that one. I can find it very quickly. I assure you of that, chat. Just bear with me a second. It's in one of these books. King Kong Lives. Okay, I got it. I have it. Thank you, Mr. Producer. I appreciate that. You're getting a raise, Mr. Producer. Yes, you're getting a 3 times raise. Yes, that's how math works. 3 times 0 equals 0. It's you're learning. Your mentorship is what you're getting. That's why we do it this way. It's sweat equity. Anyway, share screen, Mr. Producer. Okay. This is from The War of Art by Stephen Pressfield. He's a screenwriter and novelist, most famous for writing the novel The Legend of Bagger Vance, which was a golf movie. It was later made into a film, I think starring, who was it that starred in that film? Was it Will Smith? I can't remember. Anyway, quote, the first professional writing job I ever had after 17 years of trying was on a movie called King Kong Lives. I and my partner at the time, Ron Shusett, a brilliant writer and producer who also did Alien and Total Recall, hammered out the screenplay for Dino De Laurentiis. We loved it. We were sure we had a hit. Even after we'd seen the finished film, we were certain it was a blockbuster. We invited everyone we knew to the premiere. We even rented out the joint next door for a post-film blowout. Get there early, we warned our friends. The place will be mobbed. Nobody showed. There was only one guy in line beside our guests, and he was muttering something about spare change. In the theater, our friends endured the movie in mute stupefaction. When the lights came up, they fled like cockroaches into the night. The next day came the review in Variety. Quote, Ronald Shusett and Stephen Pressfield, we hope these are not their real names for their parents' sake. End quote. When the first week's grosses came in, the flick barely registered. Still, I clung to hope. Maybe it's only tanking in urban areas. Maybe it's playing better in the burbs. I motored to an Edge City multiplex. A youth manned the popcorn booth. How was King Kong Lives? I asked. He flashed a thumbs down. Miss it, man. It sucks. I was crushed. Here I was, 42 years old, divorced, childless, having given up all normal human pursuits to chase the dream of being a writer. Now, I finally got my name on a big-time Hollywood production starring Linda Hamilton, Sarah Connor of all people, Linda Hamilton. And what happens? I'm a loser, a phony. My life is worthless, and so am I. My friend Tony Keppelman snapped me out of it by asking if I was going to quit. Hell no. Then be happy, he said. You're where you wanted to be, aren't you? So you're taking a few blows. That's the price for being in the arena and not on the sidelines. Stop complaining and be grateful. That was when I realized I had become a pro. I had not yet had a success, but I had had a real failure. That would be the great Stephen Pressfield in his groundbreaking book for authors, writers, artists, and entrepreneurs, The War of Art. That's what I would tell. That's what I would tell Critical Drinker, you know. Well, maybe you haven't had a real success yet, but you have had a real failure, and it's not a backhanded compliment. It means you're on the road. It means you're on the road to professional success. So what I would tell Drinker is immediately start writing your next film, start working on it, start working on it. That's what he should do. That's what a professional does. That's what a professional does. Isn't that right, Captain Garrett? Now, I suppose we should close it out. What do we have out in the chats? I'm sorry, chat. I've been neglecting you. Some defensive Reacher in the chat. Constructive criticism. I'm going to tell you right now, there's nothing so bad as the Acolyte in that short film. Wasn't this a fascinating departure? Damien says, yeah, that's definitely going to be some spammy Drinker haters on there. 100%. Like, you know, Eric July got all the same shit when he did Rippaverse. It's, you know, that just proves it. Like, if you are going to stick your neck out there, you know, why do you think that it's so attractive to do the woke virtue signaling? Why do you think it's so tempting for these creatives to blame racism and misogyny and transphobia and all this other garbage? Why do you think they do that? This is why. Because that comment section, that could happen to Amanda Stenberg, that could happen to Rachel Zegler, that could happen to Tom Holland, that could happen to Quentin Tarantino, that can happen to any creative, and does, by the way. It does happen to them. Holy shit. How do you think the internet reacts when they don't like something in a major motion picture? And if you are emotionally fragile, if you're narcissistic, imagine being able to absolve yourself of all of the pain and anguish of that comment section if you can say, it's just because I'm black. It's just because I'm a woman. They just don't want to see a woman succeed. It has nothing to do with my work. It has nothing to do with my skill. It doesn't say anything at all about whether I can be successful or not in this pursuit. It doesn't mean any of that. It just means bad people don't like me because of unfair reasons. Think about how tempting that is. Think about that. It really explains it, doesn't it, folks? If you're trans, if you're black, if you're gay, you can just explain away a comment section like that and never have to lose any sleep over it. Now, I think that that's about as effective as taking Valium would be for curing depression, because that's really just a Band-Aid that's not actually going to solve your problem because you're not facing reality. But it would be probably some temporary relief. Probably the best benefit of it is all of your woke friends will agree with you, and they will cry with you, and they will pat you on the back, and they'll say, don't worry, it's not your fault. And I find that to be an incredibly destructive way of handling criticism. The correct way to handle criticism is the professional way, which is, hey, you're in the arena. Now, I think that men naturally are more able to adopt this mindset because it's just more in our DNA. I just think it is. It speaks to our nature. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying all men succeed, but I'm saying we more naturally are able to adopt this mindset of like, okay, I'm taking my licks, but I'm not quitting. And I just think that I think that does not come as naturally to women. I just don't think it does. I think they tend to be, I think it's hard for any human to process those emotions. It just is. And I just think that men are better at handling things in a kind of arena, battlefield mindset, right? Whereas, but really, it's also the mindset that women, I think, should adopt as well. It's not because you're a woman. Or maybe it is sometimes. So what? Write another one. If it were even true that misogynists hated your work because you're a woman, is that a reason to quit? Is that a reason to fucking cry about it? No. Take the L and write another one. Start the next project. So it really is interesting, isn't it, when you think about it? We don't have that out, do we, in the Iron Age? We don't have that out at all. His own fans. Jesus. We put ourselves out there and we're as naked as the Hulk. And we just have to take the slings and arrows. I don't know about you, but I think that's kind of badass. I think that's like old school, Victorian, English pugilism. I just think that's great. It's the Wild West out there, man. Can you handle it? Wrangler says, your narrator for my books, Blood and Oak, you're referring to Travis Baldry. Shout out. Quite a talent. He's really blown up on the Will White books. You say he was phenomenal, Wrangler. Well, thank you. I agree. I think he was phenomenal. But again, how objective can I be? So I'm sure that comment section would have some harsh words for at least some of it. But yes, I would love to have him voice my book again. Unfortunately, I no longer have the juice to score that kind of talent. Crowbar says, spice up the dialogue a little. Yep, got that one. I think I went too far back here. Yep, got that one. Alicia Cuthbert, yeah, she was a babe. She was a babe back then. Yes, and that was in that. She was still starring in 24 when she did The Girl Next Door. Yeah, total babe. Mahler is definitely a thorough guy, says Crowbar the Skull. You ain't kidding. That's why I call him the surgeon. Damien the Zane Talks comment. Dude, those comments, holy shit, were savage. No quarter given. Holy moly. Holy shit. I think a lot of them were haters, but I don't think they all were. I think a lot of those were people that follow his channel. So, crazy. Absolutely crazy. Some of it comes from a place of love, I think. I know that's a weird way to think of it, but I think that at least some of those commenters are thinking, come on, drinker, we were counting on you. Do better. You could do better than this. Damn. I'm just thinking about my Galaxy Born project, and I'm just. Can I take a comment section like that? Fuck yeah, I can. Bring it on. I can handle a comment section like that. I want that. I want that comment section. I mean, ideally, maybe not that many negative comments, but I would rather have that comment section than a comment section with no comments. That's what I'd rather have. You are closer to success with that comment section than if there's no one commenting on your work. That's my basic point about Drinker being on the road. So I honestly would trade the comment section Blood and Oak has right now for that one. I seriously would. I got to think about it. Would I really? Would I really? I would, though. I really would. Hey, at least I would be a well-read failure, which would be a start. You know what I'm saying? He was crying in Tatiana's arms, Crowbar. Oh, that's a good one. You should put that. That's a good comment. He'd like that one. A wise man once said, if you got 20 hate, yeah, got that one, you need 40. Damien said, I probably had a good laugh at it, too. Who knew that I was so fucking kind? I'm sitting here, I'm like, hell, yeah, the music's a problem. I'm kind of like, I'm like a gentle angel compared to those commenters, man. It was Will Smith in Legend of Bagger Vance, Damien is saying. Yeah, I think you're right. They've always got to play the victim card because it's all they have, meaning the wokies. I mean, think about it, man. All you got to do is reach for that bottle of wokeness, and you can just not have to face anything you've done that sucks. You don't have to believe that comment section if you just drink from the poison chalice of wokeness. The only people that can't are avowed straight white males. They're like the only ones that can't do it. Like, you don't get to do that. Now, if you want to change your gender, maybe. Damien says, think of it as like a war scenario. It's why men are out on the front lines fighting, and women are typically in war rooms, briefing rooms, taking wartime calls, etc. Yeah, I don't think that the way they process criticism in many cases is the same. Now, don't misunderstand. There are absolutely very professional, talented women that know how to handle a comment section like that. Guaranteed, absolutely guaranteed, that are absolute professionals. I think Dakota Johnson and Sydney Sweeney are two examples, quite frankly. Highly professional, able to they did handle that comment section for Madam Web, and they handled it well. And then you have narcissistic arseholes like Rachel Zegler and Amanda Stenberg who can't handle it, and they reach for that chalice. So, okay, we'll close it out. We'll close it out with one more fun video. Here we go. This is Hat Tip Dave Cullen. And it's trouble brewing, folks. Trouble is brewing for James Gunn's DC Universe. Man, we're pushing 6 hours tonight. It's because of that damn video. I just couldn't take my eyes off of that comment section. Here we go. Take it away, Dave Cullen.
Wow. This is potentially huge, folks. Yeah. So, the new Superman movie, the James Gunn Superman movie, starring David Corenswet as Clark Kent / Superman, is potentially in some big legal troubles. And if worst was to come to the worst, could mean that the film could be blocked from being released in several key territories. So not even out of the gate, and the film is in trouble. You've already seen the trailers. We've talked about them. Let's get into this article from Deadline. Here it is. It says, Superman estate sues Warner Brothers Discovery, DC Comics, to block release in key territories. So it says, the estate of Superman creator Joseph Shuster is suing Warner Brothers Discovery and its DC Comics, claiming it lacks the rights to release the upcoming summer tentpole in a handful of key territories. This is a huge story that's been reported on in lots of different publications and by lots of commentators across social media. And I have to say, the DC cinematic universe really didn't need this at all. This film is really meant, I think, to relaunch DC in cinema in a big way, right when they need some wins, right? And when you think of it, they've had a couple of recent failures, the likes of Flash,
okay,
of course.
This is not what I thought it was. So I'm actually going to pass on this video. I'm going to do a different video instead to close it out. We're gonna close it out with the angriest man on the internet, potentially. You know what? Unless I could find. Hang on a second. Let me just see if there's anything good on this channel. I haven't checked this channel lately. You know what? Maybe we'll do this one. We'll do this one. Okay. We're going to do pitch meeting. It's pitch meeting. We're doing pitch meeting. Squid Game 2 pitch meeting. I decided we're going to switch gears here. Hat tip Ryan George of pitch meeting.
So, you got a new season of Squid Game for me? Yes, sir, I do. Oh boy, I can't wait to see what's going on with the
And by the way, I mostly liked Squid Game Season 2.
You know what? Now that there are multiple years between seasons of popular shows, I can't keep track of anything. Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's just a consequence of the dumb new model. Hey, don't bring my third wife into this. We're very happy, and she has nothing to do with our release schedules. What? So tell me about this thing. Refresh my Squid Game information. Right, so at the end of the last season, Gihan had dyed his hair red and was about to board a plane to go see his daughter, but then he changed his mind.
Dude, Koreans, what are you doing? What are you doing? I gotta ask this question. What are you doing with this? This red hair is not working, man. This is really cringe. Like, on a guy this age, it's weird, man. It's really weird.
Horrible decision. Yeah, well, he wants to stop the games. No, I meant the red hair. Right, yeah, people did not like that. We'll change it immediately. Good call, yeah. So now a couple of years have passed, and he's spending all his money trying to track down that recruiter guy who got him into the games in the first place. Okay. And when he finally comes face to face with the recruiter, they're gonna play Russian roulette. And why would Gihan agree to that? Because he wants this guy to admit he's a dog for the front man, and this guy thinks Gihan is trash. So why is he risking his life playing against trash? Because. Oh, okay. But also, how does Gihan expect to end the games if he loses at Russian roulette right now? Well, he's not gonna lose. See, I'm the one controlling the outcome. What? How are you doing that? So anyway, he does win, and then that detective shows up. Remember from the last season, he was the brother of the guy running the games, and he got shot? Oh yeah, the front man shot him off a cliff in the least fatal way imaginable. Exactly. So what's he gonna do in this season? Well, other than briefly helping out right now, he's gonna spend the rest of the season on a boat, trying and failing to find the Squid Game island. So he's investigating like last season, but like a worse version of that. Yeah, not actually on the island this time, just kinda looking for it. So he's just on a boat, not accomplishing anything. That's right. Kind of feels like we're just going to be cutting away to a travel show. Yeah, doesn't that sound kind of nice, though? You know what? It kind of does. Little breaks from the violence. Let's watch this guy in a boat. So anyway, they equipped Gihan with a tracker on his tooth, and he's going to be brought to the island. So they plan on finding the location that way. Yeah, but right before red light, green light starts, he realizes his tracker is gone. So now he's like, uh-oh, I'm in the games for real, and no one's coming to get me. Whoops. Whoopsie. So he tries to save as many people as he can, but a bunch get killed. Fatal, unless you're like a main character. So then throughout the season, we're gonna get to know all these other players playing the game this year. Who's in there? Well, Gihan has a friend in there, like last season. Another friend in there. Well, what are the odds of that? I don't know. 2? What? And there's a cowardly dude and a trans lady and a pregnant lady. What's her deal? She's pregnant. Whoa! And actually, her baby daddy is in there, and he's a crypto bro who lost a ton of money for himself and a bunch of other people. That does sound like...
I actually like that arc. I do. I like the crypto bro. Constantly, everyone wants to kill him. He's in there because he lost all this money in crypto, but he was a YouTuber that convinced everybody else to invest, and they all lost money too, and they hate his guts. I actually kind of like that.
Crypto, bro. Yeah, really pissed off Thanos with that one. I'm sorry, what? Thanos? He lost a lot of money listening to this guy? I don't think we're allowed to use that character. Oh, sorry, this is a character who calls himself Thanos. He's also a crypto bro and a rap.
And by the way, chat, he calls himself Thanos after the character Thanos in the MCU.
Rapper and a drug addict. Okay, Marvel Thanos sounds like less of a douche. Yeah, no, this guy does suck. And then we're also going to have a storyline where we follow one of the PlayStation controller buttons, and she's trying to stop this organ harvesting plot. And where does that story go? Somewhere, presumably. That's none of our business right now. Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, and we're also going to reveal that the frontman himself has put himself into the games. He gave himself number 001. Wasn't that the very same number that the other secretly evil guy had in the first season? It was. And that doesn't raise any alarms for Gi-hun. It does not, because he is pretty...
I did not catch that. Oh, no. I didn't catch that at all. Damn it. That's so true. I actually really liked the frontman in this. I'm kind of I really liked the arc with the frontman. He was like this secret nemesis to the main character.
Dumb, so they become friends. Well, okay then. Oh, and this year there's an added element where if the majority of players vote to leave, they can after each game.
Now, this is a giant problem in the season. This I will tell you. This voting thing, the first time they do it in the show, it's kind of intense. It goes on a little too long, but it's intense, and it's like, oh, will they leave the game? They repeat this scene like 3 more times in the show, and it's excruciating. It's like, oh my God, I cannot do another hour of this fucking voting thing. It's like, it just goes on and on. It's very frustrating. It's like, just summarize it. Just tell me how the vote went. In fact, you could even just do the vote off screen and that would be enough. Or just show us the one character that like betrayed them. Fine. We don't need an entire 10-minute sequence of voting every single episode. So that is a big problem in this season.
Sudden democracy is tight, yeah, but everybody keeps voting to continue playing or the show would get boring really quick. That makes sense. So then they're going to play another game where it's actually several mini games, like Mario Party. Yeah, like Mario Party, except there's some follow through on the murderous feelings that arise. Wow. And then there's going to be another game called Mingle. Ugh, I'd rather die. I didn't even explain the rules yet. Oh, I thought it was like a networking event or something. No, it's this thing where they call out a number and then you quickly got to gather that number of people and close yourselves off into a room. And kiss. Yeah. No, wait, no. Whatever. Anyway, so a bunch of people die in that game, and the next vote ends up being a tie. Hey, what does that mean? Well, it means they gotta re-vote the next day, but our guy knows this is the point where people start killing each other. So what does he do? Well, he makes a plan with a bunch of his buddies to let a bunch of people die and then play dead and steal guns from the guards. He's gonna knowingly let people die? Yeah, and the front man is like, yes, let the hate flow through you.
I have to say, I was kind of torn on this because on the one hand, I hated it. I really hated it that he lets people die. But on the other hand, the way it plays out by the end, it's like there almost isn't any other way he could have won or got at least as far as he got. On the other hand, however, they show some of the most vulnerable and sympathetic characters getting fucking butchered in this scene while he just lays there, letting these people die in agony and terror, and it's so sad. It's so sad. And I'm like, yeah, that kind of ruins his character. It really does.
It's totally going to become the next frontman, isn't he? No theorizing. Oh, sorry. So then they do that and kill a bunch of guards despite being outnumbered and outmatched and outskilled and whatnot. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Wow. Yeah, big old shootout. So Gi-hun wants to get to the top of that staircase area and kill the people in charge. That doesn't seem like a very fleshed out plan. Yeah, no, it's not, because again, he's kind of a dumb guy. And why would any of the people who voted to continue playing even let them attempt that? Hey, shut up. So the shootout lasts for so long that they run out of ammo, and then the front man reveals himself and kills the main guy's friend. Oh my goodness, pretty crazy. Gonna be tough to make next season just as exciting as this one. Actually, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh, really? Yeah, see, we'll just cut it right off there. What? Yeah, we're done. Just stop it now. Well, that feels more like a mid-season break than a season finale. Yeah, I accidentally wrote one super long season instead of 2, so let's just kind of end it abruptly. Should we maybe market this as half a season then? No. Oh, okay, cut it. Hi, this is Ryan.
Hat tip, pitch meeting. I always love closing on a pitch meeting. They're super fun. better when I fully agree with them. That's when it's the best. I mean, if you're gonna do a Squid Game Season 2, there are elements of it that work pretty well. It's basically a superhero story. You have a character he's got a special power. His special power is he survived the Squid Games, and he understands them. And he has, of course, all the money. So he is the lone survivor of the Squid Games. His curse is that he is willing to sacrifice everything to end these games. He can't let it go. He has to end the games, and that's going to get him killed, basically. And then he has a nemesis, which is the front man. And it works pretty well for most of the season. Most of the things they called out are basically the problems with the season. But overall, I mostly enjoyed it. Is it as good as the first season? Definitely not. And he definitely is not always the most sympathetic hero. He kind of does some super chaotic evil things once in a while. Well, I guess it's really just when he lets those people die. That pretty much sucked. I didn't like that very much. But, you know, in any case. Mr. Producer, if you will. Yes, that's, I think it is that time. Was this a long enough one for you, Skunks? I think Skunks is happy. Skunks is like, this was a good one. 6 hours, that's as much as I need. I don't need... Who can listen to me for 6 hours? Certainly not any of my family. You guys are troopers, you know? I appreciate it. I do. Always fun hanging out with the sailors and Stardonts of the Swords and Starships channel. Man, that comment section, good lord. I'll tell you what, though. With the right mental attitude, I think that'll make Critical Drinker, that will just like sharpen him into just hardened metal. You know what I'm saying? As the whetstone is to the sword. Keep that professional mindset, Drinker. Mad respect. He read that whole comment section. Holy shit. Well, that is our show. I am your host, Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel. Please like and subscribe. Check out my book, Blood and Oak. And until next time, I will see you out there. In fact, don't knock over my microphone.